rasa. For the Lord himself is rasa. Raso Vaisaha. Now, I can see many of your computers or your mobiles, as the case may be, are connected. But are you connected? Requesting the organizers to I think there's something gone wrong.
Is everything okay?
I can't hear. Yes, now I can see you. All right. Just one second. There's some confusion. Yes, this is what happens. Sorry for this little confusion here. Just give me a second to start. Yes. Now I can see you all. Just hold on. Give me 1 minute to anchor whatever is happening together. Yes. There's a little technical error on my side. I'll get a minute here. All right. So once again, a very warm swagat, a loving welcome to this morning session where we prepare ourselves to dive into the sacred grounds of all that is. I guess in a way where we prepare ourselves to dive into our own sacred reality, where we connect with our highest selves. So welcome to Rasamandap with a pranam to all of you who are attending and to the organizers of the first ever conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. Now, there are many of you who are connected. I can see now through your computers, your mobiles, but are you connected? As in, your devices are, but are you connected in your full presence? Now, let's do one thing. Let's just turn the notifications of our mobiles off, or even our computers off. Now, by notifications, what I really mean is mobile notifications. And mobility is in the mind maximum. This mind of ours can keep on flying in places even as we sit here in the body. So let's just turn for now all the to-do list, all the things which you need to do, all that off. Just swipe it off. And put yourself consciously on a flight mode so that the mind can take off into a reality that is your swarupa, your true nature. How do we do that? So we do that with, I guess you haven't met her, but this is Mrs. Dhyana, of course. You can see she is one determined lady. One slip here or there and no beta. So Jokes apart, यानी jokes को छोड़ के नहीं मगर jokes के साथ, with a little smile on our faces, we check. Firstly, our body. Is our body present here? Are you wanting a cup of tea, something to do in the kitchen or in your bedroom? Are you lying down? If so, breathe out and make sure your body is sitting in a very determined way in front of your computer screen. Determined but relaxed. Make sure you're completely present in front of your computers or your mobiles, as the case may be. The second thing to check for are your emotions. With what intention are you participating in this meditation? For you get whatever you desire. If you desire just a physical benefit, just a mental relaxation, you may perhaps get it. But if you desire something deeper, like divine recognition, you have to be aware of your desire. You get what you so desire. So your bhavana, with what emotional context you're sitting for meditation, with what purity you're sitting for meditation, that a little dive into, a little checking into. Breathe out and invite yourself to step into the sacred. These are sacred grounds. And make sure your emotions are pure when you're stepping into the sacred grounds. Then we finally look at where our mind is right now. Our body may be sitting here, but where is our mind? I may be in Delhi right now, but my mind may well be in Canada or in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Singapore. Where is my mind right now? In the yesterday that has gone, or in the tomorrow, which is yet to come? The word that we use for yesterday and tomorrow is the same in Hindi. We say kal. Kal जो बीत गया, कल जो आने वाला है, कल जो इस पल में हमको नहीं होने देता. The yesterday that is gone, the yesterday that is yet to come. This movement in the horizontal dimension is of the mind. When we gather ourselves in this present moment, whatever it be, then there is a possibility for us to levitate, to go into the vertical dimension, which is our connection with the divine. Bring your mind, pull your mind from the two kal, the two past, future. Pull it into the present so we can take the flight, the rocket in that sense, into the now and the here. For the connection with the divine is always fresh, taro taza, totally fresh. Which is why the original name for Hinduism is Sanatan, eternal. And one quality of eternal is freshness. So inviting you into that freshness this moment, giving you a cue, use your outgoing breath as if let's put it this way. You're sighing. It's a sigh of relief. There is a science behind this, because as we let our breath out and let go of the breath deeply, the heart rate decreases. It slows down. It becomes more rhythmic. And one particular nerve in the body, which incidentally is called the, let's see if I can pull that for you, which is called the vagus nerve, which goes all the way from the back of our brainstem down our abdomen. That particular nerve begins to relax, and we begin to become more grounded in a sense of well-being and wholeness. So use your breath to pull yourselves into this now. Also, because we have precious, let's see, some 50 minutes with you. You have invested your time into this. Precious time. Each breath is life. And we know life is uncertain. So as I always say, we take your lifetime investment very sincerely. Do you take it sincerely as well? So, in the spirit of sincerity, let me just quickly tell you the weave which we have for you. The meditation weave is for the next 50 odd minutes, after which we will step into a little bit of tuning, exactly what we were doing with our breath, which relaxes our bioneurology. Just relaxation of our nerves, let me put it this way, an embodiment exercise. Then we'll be moving into this really beautiful meditation inspired by Mundaka Upanishad on the twin birds. Many of you, I'm sure we have some extremely distinguished participants in this. You would have heard of this beautiful shloka, the imagery which the rishis have so poetically carved. I'll be using that imagery in the digital medium in a modern way to invite us to step into this sutra from the Upanishads. There will be, of course, after that, the practice of the twin bird meditation. My desire is to do this practice in 2 stages, to guide you first into an understanding, experiential understanding of the shloka, and firstly. Secondly, to create an experience for you where you can take this shloka into an anubhav when the cyclones of life hit you, which they will, because that is the nature of life. So let's see if we can do the latter part, but that is my desire. Let's see how it goes. So, getting ready now to step into the sacred temple of our ancestors. तैयारी कर रहे हैं to step into the sacred temple, requesting you to please close your eyes and listen. The sound of bells, the sound of shankha, Let that purify your ears. Let that drive away all the clutter, all that negativity which is surrounding or in your mind that pulls you down. Purify this. Breathing deep. Shanti Path from Mundaka Upanishad. You can fold your hands and pray along.
अथ मुण्डकोपनिषत् शान्तिमन्त्रः हरिः ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Bringing yourselves closer to the grounds of the sacred, your own sacred reality. Breathing out and allowing your body to be completely relaxed. You're going to the temple the divine temple that our ancestors have created for us. You can't possibly step into this temple with tension on your forehead, your faces. What is the face that you're going to show to the Lord? It can't possibly with a grumpy look. You have to have the best face possible to show to the Lord. A face with a smile. What we heard right now was invocations by our rishis for the eyes to see auspicious, for the ears to hear auspicious, for the senses to stay stable as we worship, and for our lifespan to be as long as the divine so desires. This auspiciousness of the senses we practiced yesterday, invoking the divinity of the senses when the senses are resting. As we walk into this temple, let me gently whisper a disclaimer, a very gentle disclaimer in your ears. These meditation sessions are simply tasters of the divine rasa. For this 1 hour, you may feel great, but unless you are practicing, not just every day, but every moment of your life, this purification of senses, connecting with their divine inner sense, this is not going to work. If we do a meditation and revert back to abusing our senses, especially in this post-digital, hyper-consumption-driven metaverse, where every second there is a new stimulation, a new desire, a new jealousy, a new competition, a new pain that oftentimes we can do nothing about. Practice, persistent practice is sadhana. And integrating this anubhav of meditation into our everyday living is swadhyaya, self-study. Textual, but also what makes my little self little, insignificant, and what helps me realize that my little self is actually not little. It's infinite. It's eternal. That is swadhyaya, swadhyaya, self-study. Not just going into this temple of our ancestors and thinking of the jutas, the shoes that you've left outside. When you step in this temple, you step in totally. The total responsibility for this is ours, and the total freedom for this is also given to us. The choice remains ours. So, the divinity of the senses when they are resting, important. Eyes auspicious, they see auspicious. Ears, they hear auspicious. Senses are stable, not distracted by so much which is going on in the world. Then the mind can rest and saubhagyam, blessedness can come. invoking another mystic from our land, who incidentally, his lot of practices, his lot of dohas are inspired by the Tantras. Sant Kabir Das from Banaras. He illustrates this introversion of senses beautifully. He says, Nैनो की कर कोठरी, पुतली पलंग बिछाए, पलकों की चिक डार के, पी को दिया रिझाए. Of my eyes, I make a room. The eyeball, the putli, is like the cot. I lay the cot. The eyes are the room, the eyeball is the cot. The eyelids are the chick, the curtain. I put the chicks down, I put the curtain down, and inside I seduce the Lord. Rijhai, to please the Lord, to seduce the Lord. Now you'll find a word in the shlok from Upanishads that links to Rijhana. Swami Dayanand uses this word and he says, Jushtam. Jushtam means sought after. The beloved Lord is sought after and yearned for. Piko diya rijhai. So the beloved has to be pleased. Now, to be able to please the Lord, we need to connect first with this sense, this body. So I invite you, put a hand on your heart and breathe out. Making sure you're breathing out from the mouth. And there's a little sound, whispering sound coming out. Let that breath go to its very end and then breathe in. Going out. Let the breath complete. Now breathe in. The sound is also very important because the vocalization is something which relaxes your, what is called the autonomic nervous system. And when your system, which works at an unconscious level, is relaxed, your entire body, mind, sense complex relaxes physiologically. So let's just try that. Before we take a dive into the spirit, the physiology needs to be relaxed. Try it. Drop the shyness. If you're feeling shy, there's no one seeing you. I'm the one who is the, the one who is being looked at. So don't feel shy. I should be feeling shy. Don't feel shy. And if you do, then smile, because Devi is also Lajja Roop. Even Lajja is a form of the divine goddess. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Lajja Rupena Samsthitaha. So she is also shyness. Smile at that shyness and say Namastasyai to her. Give yourself a chance. Mauka de. I sincerely mean it. Life is precious and uncertain. Don't miss this opportunity. It's a gift for you. Use it. No matter how big you are, no matter how knowledgeable you are, this is still a chance to allow yourself to come into the space of the one who is knowledge himself, who is position, power, Aishwarya himself, Ishvara. Allow, allow. And only you can do it. No one can make you do it. Allow. Throughout the meditation, remember, anytime you catch yourself feeling the least bit tense or a least bit confused or a least bit, let's say, thinking about what is right and what's wrong, suspend the judgment by breathing out. Later, you can turn your judgments, notifications, what have yous on. But right now, for just this little time, give yourself a chance. I truly mean it. As I can sense it, now we are ready to step into the inner temple. We don't know who they were, but we can guess. What we are going to listen to are the blessings of our rishis, who have given us, using metaphors, using poetry, some of the deepest practical methodologies that we can apply in our life on an everyday basis, no matter what we are doing, no matter where we are, no matter how modern we are, whether we are flying on jet planes or we are moving around in bullock carts, doesn't matter. These are Sanatan Sutras, eternal methodologies. They will work with you, for you, as long as you can purify your senses and be present with a devotional attitude, with an attitude of openness, perhaps like little children ready to receive the blessings of your own ancestors in this day, in this age. Getting ready to step into the sacred interior of the temple. Listen.
Dva suparna sayuja sakhaya samanam vruksham parishasvajate tayoranyah pippalam swadvatti anashnannanyo bhichakashiti samane vrukshe purusho nimagno nishaya shochati muhyamanah जुष्टं यदा पश्यत्यन्यमीशमस्य महिमानमिति वीतशोकः द्वा सुपर्णा सयुजा सखाया समानं वृक्षं परिषस्वजाते तयोरन्यः पिप्पलं स्वाद्वत्ति अनश्नन्नन्योऽभिचाकशीति समाने वृक्षे पुरुषो निमग्नो निशया शोचति मुह्यमानः जुष्टं यदा पश्यत्यन्यमीशमस्य महिमानमिति वीतशोकः द्वासुपर्णा सयुजा सखाया समानं वृक्षं वर्षस्वजाते तयोरन्यः पिप्पलं स्वाद्वत्ति अनश्नन्नन्योऽभिचाकशीति समाने वृक्षे पुरुषो निमग्नो निशया शोचति मुह्यमानः जुष्टं यदा पश्यत्यन्यमीशमस्य महिमानमिति वीतशोकः द्वासुपर्णा सयुजा सखाया समानं वृक्षं वर्षस्वजाते तयोरन्यः पिप्पलं स्वाद्वत्ति अनश्नन्नन्योऽभिचाकशीति समाने वृक्षे पुरुषो निमग्नो निशया शोचति मुह्यमानः जुष्टं यदा पश्यत्यन्यमीशमस्य महिमानमिति वीतशोकः वासुपर्णा सयुजा सखाया समानं वृक्षं परिषस्वजाते
Two beautiful birds, closely bound in friendship, cling to the same tree. One eats the sweet fruit with relish, the other, eating not, watches. Seated on the same tree, immersed in the body, bewildered, for he is not the Lord and has sorrow. One bird grieves, but when he sees the other, the beloved Lord, in all his greatness, then his sorrow passes away from him. Imagine this river of life flowing. देखें, imagine using your bhavana, creative contemplation, to move into this meditative understanding of the shloka. A river of life flows in this forest of samsara. By the river, there is a tree. On the tree, there are two birds on a branch. One little bird and one, let's call it the bigger bird. Both of them are dear friends, being by this river of life as she flows on. A huge tree by this river. One bird eats the fruit of this tree. Sweet. And sometimes not so sweet. Bitter, sour. This river of life, this vriksh, the body, this fruit experiences. Born out of our karma, some experiences sweet, success, love, beauty, joy, sweet experiences. Other experiences, painful. Losing. Death. Illness. Loneliness. One bird, the little bird, tasting the experiences of life that this tree has to offer. Sometimes this little bird feels like she owns the world, she can fly. Sometimes it gets so dark and so lonely that she feels like she could just die. Sometimes life gifts her fruits of success, of recognition, of respect. Other times, life offers hatred, judgments, anger, misunderstandings, bitterness. Each day, this little bird experiences life in all its rasas, tastes, living by this river of eternal life. We all are like this little bird, experiencing our own tastes, sometimes of love, of belonging, other times of loneliness, misunderstandings, hatred. This fruit coming from our own journeys, our own karmas, not as a reprimand, but as a lesson for us to, yes, see the big bird, our twin bird, who is living just with us. Sujaya Sakhaya. The one which is our own Sakha, deep friend and companion, the big bird who is always with us, whether we are awake, whether we are asleep, dreaming. Sakha Bhav. This big bird who is our eternal companion, our friend, our beloved, our own eternal nature. She does not eat this fruit with love, She just watches us eating, hating, loving, feeling good, feeling bad. Sometimes dancing with joy, other times crying in deep bitterness and sorrow. She simply watches lovingly her little friend. Samane vrikshe purushaha nimagnaha anishaya shochati mohyamana. This little bird identified with the experiences of the body, the mind, the senses, who does not know her divine nature, is full of sorrow, deluded. Like us. Bewildered, mohyamana, till one day jushtam yada pashyati, we look at the one who is sought after, the beloved. His mahima, the big bird, the greatness of the big bird, who is by our side always. When the spotlight changes from the small bird to the big bird, iti vita shokaha, the sorrow passes, simply dissolves. Watch that tree. You, as you know yourself, name, form, position, personality, inclinations, all your ego identifiers, as the little bird. This identification through the body, the mind, the senses creates shoka, sorrow, because pleasure and pain go together. We taste the rasas, pleasure and pain, identified with the small bird. But when, in a moment of grace, that fruit drops and our focus shifts from our small ego selves to our infinite Sanatan selves, where we are Ishvara, herself, himself. Then all the sorrow dissolves. Tva Suparna Sayuja Sakhaya Samanam Vriksham Parishasvajate Tayoranyaha Pippalam Svadvatti Anashnananyoha Abhijakashiti Samane Vrikshe Purushaha Nimagnaha Anishaya Shochati Muhyamanaha Jushtam Yada Pashyati Anyamesham Asya Mahimanam Iti Vitashokaha. In life, whenever challenges surround you, do remember this art of shifting the spotlight from the little bird to the big bird. Because always, no matter how alone you feel, no matter how broken you feel, no matter how misunderstood you feel, your eternal bird is always with you. Always. Sayuja Sakhaya, your eternal friend. I hope some of you remember to use this in your life every day. As you see the chaos in the world, as you experience the cacophony in communication, as you experience intense loneliness in the world, so connected yet so apart. Remember your Sakha, whose Mahima is what is creating this Leela, whose Mahima is what is making you learn, grow, mature via this Leela of different experiences, sweet, not so sweet. bitter, terribly bitter. All His Mahima, the divine grace to make us mature, to make us learn, to make us grow. Slowly breathe out, open your eyes, and be ready to experiment. Test this in your everyday life. That is why Hindu Dharma is called Sanatan, eternal. आप सबको प्रणाम प्रेम. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you very much, Akanksha Joshiji. Your entire practice was centered on Dvasuparna Sayuja Sakhaya. That was the central theme, which was from Mundaka Upanishad. I can respond only from another mantra from Mundaka Upanishad. Bhidyate Hridaya Granthihi Chidyante Sarvasamshayaha Khyante Chasya Karmani Tasmin Drishte Paravare. All the knots of the heart are pierced and all doubts have been cut asunder and all actions have diminished when we have glimpses of the true divine being. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have the glimpses of our inner pure consciousness, the big bird, as you mentioned. Thank you very much. Immense gratitude.
Thank you, Jai Ramanji. Thank you. Thank you. Very grateful for all of you, Hari, for giving this opportunity for this. Truly, deeply grateful. And thank you all who are attending this for participating. Can't see you, but certainly can sense you.
Thank you, Akku. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hari.
Hariji, shall we commence the sessions?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes. Namaste to one and all, and Suprabhatam Welcome to the second day of the online conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques being organized by Indic Academy. So we just had a very beautiful meditative beginning. We'll just start off with the Shanti Mantra, the today's proceedings. Sahana bhavatu, sahanau bhunaktu, sahaviryam karavavahai, tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So today we have a very interesting paper presentations and also very important invited talks on very important topics. So without much delay, we will straight away start this forenoon session, the first session of the day. I would like to invite Neeraja Shethji to give her presentation on dialogues and insights on Dhyana in Mahabharata and Dhyana Yoga of the Gita. Suprabhatam, welcome Neeraja Shethji.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Is the screen visible now? Just
perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
Firstly, Hari Om, Pranam, Namaste. I would like to thank Indica, the organizers of this conference, for the opportunity to present here. I'm well aware that I walk in the company of giants. This is a modest attempt to understand the guidance for Dhyana given millenniums of years ago, as relevant to all humanity in the modern world, to lead a productive life that leads to happiness and spiritual fulfillment. What is meditation? Meditation is a generic term in English, and I refer to the dictionary. It basically tells me, Merriam-Webster tells me, that it means spending time in quiet thought for religious purposes or relaxation. It reminds me of an episode in the TV show Seinfeld, where a character says he's listening to a meditation tape, and every time that his blood pressure is rising, the tape tells him he should say serenity now. So as he's scrunched up in the back of a small car, he is going through New York with no leg room, his wife seated in front of him, not pulling her seat forward. He starts saying and eventually yelling, serenity now. Now he's following his meditation tape. But if we look at the wife's face in front, it is closer to what we understand as meditation in the Hindu tradition, as being in Dhyana. She's completely untouched by the needless drama that's unfolding around her, seated firmly, her head held high, looking ahead, her mind is on higher things. So Dhyana, as already covered by many learned speakers yesterday, is explained in the Upanishads, in texts of Vedic literature, and finds reference in many Purana, in the Itihāsas, Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and also explained in detail in the Bhagavad Gita. So for this presentation, we look at the explanation in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga, and share insights from some conversations in the Mahabharata. So in this presentation, every time that we hear the word meditation, we are referring to Dhyana as described in the Gita. Dhyana is described as profound contemplation and deep reflection, so that the triad of the dhyata, the meditator, dhyaya, the object of meditation, and dhyana itself, the meditation, all merge into the object of meditation. The meditator rises above individuality and otherness, and he looks inward. The object of meditation being the self, the focused meditator will merge into the self. So what is the goal of dhyana? Merging into the self, yes. Let's understand the goal of dhyana by understanding the context of the Bhagavad Gita. The Prince Arjuna, ready to fight for his elder brother Yudhishthira's right to the throne, looks around, and facing him are family and friends. Everybody is ready to fight, and this is not a WhatsApp group. It's a fight unto death. So horrified and dejected, he sits down, confused, not knowing what to do, and he wonders whether he should give up or whether he should fight and kill his own people. Luckily, his charioteer is his cousin, lifelong friend, philosopher and guide, Sri Krishna, who advises him. And the finale to this conversation around Dhyana Yoga, in there, Sri Krishna says, Tasmad Yogi Bhavarjuna, meaning Arjuna, be a yogi. It is the most exalted state. And he says that the silent and quiet meditator is superior to a person who is selflessly serving the world or performing worship with dedication, or a scholar who has studied the Shastra and understood it. These are not mutually exclusive approaches. A scholar who worships with dedication and serves selflessly can evolve now through meditation, and ultimately abiding in the self attains liberation. So liberation from what? From the ignorance of individuality and otherness, from all the identifications that we have in the transient world. The yogi will rise above that mundane world and beyond the names and forms that exist around, will instead meditate and identify with the existence itself. So Krishna says, he who has Shraddha, and the closest translation in English is he who has faith, not an exact translation, but close enough, that he who has faith, he who contemplates on me, Mad Gatena Antaratmana, meaning mind absorbed in me, is the most exalted among the yogis. So here the me is referring not to the human-looking persona of Sri Krishna that we always see, but to the consciousness, the eternal self, which is of the nature of Satchitananda. So now that we know the goal, the question is, how do we get there? How is one qualified for dhyana? I may think I'd like to go to Mars. So many people are trying. Why not me? But am I qualified? The preparatory steps to be in dhyana have already been outlined earlier. And Krishna outlines them again over here. Karma yoga, the path of action. So nishkama karma, meaning action without personal gratification. The meditator or the yogi, having risen above desire, by rising above raga and dvesha, which is likes and dislikes, having mastered the senses and the mind, so that he can remain equipoised in pleasant and unpleasant conditions. And with practice, not just direct experience, but even the memories brought up by the mind will not agitate the mind anymore. The other point to consider is action without doership and enjoyership. That is freedom from egocentric agency, that I'm doing something, and freedom from egocentric desire. There's no ownership of the results of the actions. And finally, renunciation of thought. When the mind is completely withdrawn from the sensory world and its experiences, the person is free from sankalpa, the very desire to do something. This does not mean inaction or laziness. It means that the only action to be performed is duty, responsibility, service as per the role and the need of the moment. But there is no other personal desire to perform action. A point that is emphasized here is persistent self-effort to qualify for dhyana. So lift oneself and do not let oneself fall. It's a very simple message with a very powerful meaning. We need to introspect closely, and we have to lift ourselves to be a better version and to try to be the best version of ourselves. There is no external agency lifting us. We can only evolve through continuous self-effort. So having purified the body and mind through karma yoga and working constantly to improve, the person with an equipoised mind and a steady intellect is now qualified to receive knowledge. And here's the path of knowledge, Jnana Yoga. On the path of knowledge, one has to be, according to Sri Krishna, Jnana Vijnana Truptatma. Such a person, content in himself, has acquired jnana, the knowledge by study, and through the Shravana Manana Nididhyasana process that some speakers already alluded to yesterday, he has developed insights through contemplation, and he reflects upon them constantly. And the other word that is used here that's important is kutastha, meaning the anvil on which metal is hammered, but the anvil stays steady and unchanging. That is the nature of the person who is now considered qualified to meditate. So now that I know the goal and I am qualified, how do I actually prepare for meditation? So there's a very clear set of instructions given in Dhyana Yoga in chapter 6. The meditator needs to be solitary to avoid disturbance and interference, be established on a firm seat. You don't want to be wobbly somewhere, not too high with the risk of falling down, not too low where I'm scared that some flowing water may collect where I sit, at a clean spot, not to be bothered by odors and insects and not to fall sick later. So on the moist earth, I should have some dry grass. Over that, a deer skin to maintain the warmth, and then a soft cloth on which I can sit. All this is to avoid disturbance from physical discomfort. It is not seeking comfort, it is just avoidance of discomfort, which will disturb the meditation. And then with a single pointed mind that I have already developed through the discipline of Karma Yoga and Jnana Yoga, without any agitations in the mind, I can go ahead and meditate. Now, people love surprise birthday parties. Now, to get that emotional high, but a high by definition has to be followed by a low. And so the meditator is one who has long understood this, and he wants to avoid all these mental agitations, and he has learned to keep his mind composed at all times. He needs to sit firmly with the head, neck, and body in a straight line, as if looking at the tip of the nose, withdrawing the mind from all else and concentrating on the self alone. Now, this is a very clear one-time set of instructions. And I would fall many times from my bicycle before I learned how to balance. So once I managed to stay on the bicycle for a few minutes and I can get off the bicycle without falling, then I need to practice. So it becomes so good. I become so good at it that it appears to be effortless. So for being in Dhyana, we are advised to practice consistently and persistently and have disciplined habits. Now, how does one practice to be in Dhyana? How do I persist in meditation? How do I master the mind and the senses? I have a daughter, and I have seen 4-year-old girls beginning to learn ballet. And after a few years, they learn how to stand on their toes. There are sprains and broken toes, bleeding and bandages and tears and tantrums. But when we see the professional ballerinas performing in a concert, we see them just gliding across the stage effortlessly. This comes from training and discipline, mastery over the body, mind, senses. So the meditator needs to eat, sleep, exercise in moderation. Don't starve yourself, don't overindulge, so the mind does not keep getting distracted by that sense object. No effort is needed. That's the most important thing in Dhyana, that no effort is needed except freeing ourselves from the impediments to Dhyana. And to minimize these external distractions, there is abhyasa and vairagya. Abhyasa trains the mind to overcome pain and unpleasantness, while vairagya is practice to detach the mind from pleasantness of the sense objects and memories that it is attracted to. So one of the approaches to master the mind could be japa, the repetition of a word or a phrase or a mantra that keeps the mind from flitting from the object of meditation, which happens in the initial stages. The meditation is successful when there is no longer a longing for objects. In the absence of longing, the meditator will finally revel in yoga sukha, the happiness on the seat of meditation. The example of the mind of a yogi is given here in the Gita as a steady flame of a lamp protected from the wind. And what is that wind? The wind is the ignorance of individuality and separateness, the tendency to get lost in the transient world. So through constant practice, this ignorance is removed as the yogi's attention is not on thoughts, but on the basis of all thought. And the meditator contemplates not at the level of individual objects, but at the level of existence itself, till the mind starts abiding in the self. The Uttama Sukha, says the Gita, ultimate happiness or bliss is reached through Dhyana. Again, Satchit Ananda is the nature of the self. So this is the insights from the Gita. There's a couple of conversations in the Mahabharata that they have a lot of content, but for the sake of a short presentation, I've just taken a couple of examples. One of them is from the Udyoga Parva, the book on the preparation of war before the war actually started. And there's a section called the Sanat Sujata Parva. So before the war, Dhritarashtra was concerned that the Pandavas would claim the throne and would eventually get it probably in battle. The answers to his concerns by the sage Sanat Sujata are aligned with the chapter on Dhyana Yoga in the Gita. There's a lot of content here again, but I've just taken a couple of points. Dhritarashtra asks whether dharma always wins when unrighteousness rises. And the sage said that unrighteous people who perform desire-filled actions will commit themselves to future lifetimes of similar lives where they have the opportunity to purify themselves. So they need to abandon the desire-driven actions, renounce the fruit of action, renounce the doership and enjoyership, and to be free from the consequences thereby. At the same time, they need to go through, like we discussed earlier, Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, study the Vedas, contemplate, internalize the knowledge, and be qualified to meditate. There are those who meditate for earthly goals, like a child or a kingdom. There are those who meditate not for any earthly goal, but just to win divine grace. But the highest, says Sri Krishna, are the yogis who abide in the self. Those are in the most exalted state. It's not needed for the yogi to be in a forest or a mountaintop. A person engaged in the world with an equipoised mind can perform his duties silently in the world. The Mauna Dhyana. The other conversation is from the Shanti Parva. And again, there is a lot in the Shanti Parva. So I'm referring to the Bhishma Yudhishthira conversation, which is the part of the third section of Shanti Parva, Moksha Dharma Parva. After winning the war, Yudhishthira went to take guidance from his great uncle Bhishma, who was still lying on the battlefield on a bed of arrows, awaiting death. And the conversations of Bhishma and Yudhishthira are divided into three sections: Raja Dharma, how to administer a kingdom and rule the people; Apad Dharma, which is how to face adverse conditions as a king; and Moksha Dharma, how to attain liberation, which is self-effort for each individual. So in the Moksha Dharma Parva, Bhishma's advice is in line with what we have seen in Dhyana Yoga. He asks Yudhishthira to master the mind and the senses, to live a disciplined life, to remove the impediments to Dhyana from his life, to contemplate on the knowledge of the Shastra, and to keep a mind that is composed and have a steady intellect. He cautions Yudhishthira that in the initial stages of being in Dhyana, the mind is like a drop of water that's precariously balancing on a leaf, and it has to be controlled with discipline till it is constantly focused on the self and merges with it. Bhishma here narrates the conversation of Sanat Kumara with Vritrasura. Vritrasura lay dying. He was a person of knowledge, had been battling Indra, and now he was close to death. He had been defeated. He had lost his kingdom. And he wanted to ask, how does a person get liberation? And again, Sanat Kumara explains to him that through purification over lifetimes and through significant self-effort at mastering the mind and senses, contemplation on the knowledge received, and the internalization of these insights, he will realize the oneness of all and ultimately merge with the self. This did good for Vritrasura in this episode, where he then passes away and is liberated. In conclusion, what is Dhyana again? Dhyana is the process or the way that a person has to be in order to attain liberation. For that, the preparatory steps are the path of action and the path of knowledge. Arjuna's dilemma is one that we all face, that when we are making a decision where we incur a high personal cost. Like, should I go ahead with this? Should I avoid this? Should I run away? Should I come back another day? There are so many choices to be considered. And at that point, the advice that comes from the Bhagavad Gita applies to us even now. And the journey of Yudhishthira to the throne that is rightfully his is really like the journey of a meditator who faces challenges in keeping the mind focused inwards or gets constantly distracted by other things. The story of Yudhishthira, a king by birthright. At birth, we already knew he was going to be the king, and yet it took years and years and a lot of struggle before he got his throne. He was an exemplary scholar and an accomplished warrior, so qualified to take on the role, but yet he faced challenges, just like a meditator who's qualified, but still faces challenges, including self-doubt. Yudhishthira's ultimate victory and coronation is analogous to the yogi ultimately realizing the self. So the ultimate goal of Dhyana is always liberation and abiding in the self. Thank you. Namaste, Pranam, Hari Om.
Thank you very much for that very crisp presentation, Neerajaji. It has raised the bar, set the standards for the presentations, for the upcoming presentations during the course of the day. And just I have just waiting for questions. So I just have one or two observations. One is your talk beautifully brought out the Sutra Bhashya connection, means between the Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata. I have heard from a scholar, very respected scholar, that all the principles that are spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita can be illustrated from stories, dialogues, conversations in the Mahabharata. So you have done exactly the same of connecting the Sutra Bhashya kind of connection between Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata. And just one observation is that in the verse, Yatha Deepo Nivatasthaha Nengate Sopama Smruta Yogino Yatachittasya Yunjato Yogamatmanaha. So the yogin who attains a very serene state of mind. So the example of lamp. So that example of lamp, when we go by the verse, we see that the yogin, it's not the yogin's mind which becomes still like the flame of the lamp. The yogin in his entirety. Yoginaha upama.
Yeah.
Not yoginaha chittasya. This one small observation which indicates that the deeper level of stillness at all levels of the yogin. This is just one observation. So
thank you so much.
Yeah. So there is also a comment from Meghji where on the talk, insights delivered in a style that attracts calmness and attention. So noticed your attention to aesthetics in trying to get the colors and background of the talk. Yeah. Thank you very much, Neeraja. Thank you very much. And yeah, we will go to the next talk, next presentation of this morning. It is by Sri Nilesh Nilakant Okji. The topic of the paper is Dhyāna, Sadhya and Sadhana, insights from Yoga Sutra, Upanishad and Bhagavata Purana. Swagatam Nilesh ji. Please. Yeah.
Thank you, Jayaraman ji. Thank you, Neeraja ji. It was a pleasure to listen to you. So Dhyana, Sadhya and Sadhan, and few illustrations from Yoga Sutra, different Puranas, Upanishad, and so on. Now in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which is divided into 4 parts, the third part, which is called Vibhutipad, it actually provides the definitions of Dhyana, Dharana, and Samadhi. And none of this is surprising because that's the beauty of all Indian text, that the text itself provides you everything that you need to know, even how to study the text, what is the outcome, how you should study, what are the definition of specific terms. What I have done is a very loose translation, very crude translation. So if we begin with Dharana, that is Vibhutipad Sutra number 1, crudely it can be translated as a specific subject as the object for your dhyana. Dhyana itself, which is the next sutra, is reflection. And as Neerajaji mentioned, reflection to comprehend that subject by becoming one with that subject. And then samadhi is the contemplation to bring the unbiased clarity about that subject, the word sama. And then Bhagwan Patanjali goes further and says that when you bring this together, when you consider them together, that is a sanyam. Okay, sanyam in the sense of holding it together. Now, Neerajaji also discussed many different ways from Bhagavad Gita, like how to attain or how to become expert in a dhyana. Now, if you think of these three, so dhyana is a very specific definition, but in the context of the conference, but even otherwise as a meditation, dhyana is a word that is used for this entire process. Like the whole Yoga Sutra, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra can be considered focused on a dhyana. If I have to use the metaphor of an aeroplane, so suppose you have to become an expert in flying a plane, the three types of controls that one must become expert in, not to go into the technicalities of it, but it's a plane that is something flying in the 3 dimensions, which means it has to maneuver in 3 different directions. And in a technical language, those are known as pitch, roll, and yaw. Okay, 3 different directions. They can be compared with this dhyana, dharana, and samadhi. And then the idea is to stabilize that flight. And now you can go in the intended direction that you would like to go. So dhyana, until you are expert in it, it's a sadhya for you, because it's not very easy. Arjun asked that question, or Arjun raises that concern to Krishna. He says it's very difficult. And Krishna agrees with Arjun, and he says, yeah, but abhyasa yoga yuktena, it is possible. Now, depending on individual, one may need a different way to get to this stage. And therefore, we have gurus who understand the student with his strengths and limitation, or her strengths and limitations, and may suggest something. You might have heard this story when this one student who was trying to do dhyana or learning dhyana, and he could not focus on anything. So he goes to his guru and he says, I cannot just seem to focus on anything. Do you have any trick? And Guru says, well, actually, you shouldn't worry so much about focusing on anything. Actually, you can think of anything that you want to think. No issues there. Only one condition. You can think of anything you want, except you cannot think of a monkey. And those of you who have heard the story, you may know this, that once something was given as something you cannot think of, you can easily imagine this student started only thinking of a monkey. Very soon, he could only focus on a monkey and become very good. Now, of course, is a humorous story. But the point being, everyone may need a different type of tools, different guidance, different time frame to become good at this. Now, once you become good at dhyana, or in the sense of yoga, now it was a sadhya before, but now it becomes a sadhan. And with that, you can actually accomplish many different things. For example, in the same Vibhutipad, Bhagwan Patanjali, after giving these definitions, now he says, once you are an expert, once you achieve this, then one of the sutra, I think it's sutra number 6 in Vibhutipad, it says, Tasya bhumishu viniyogaha. Now that you are expert in this, now you have to make use of this in this world, okay, for the betterment of yourself, betterment of society, and so on. And how do you do it? Again, it depends on our Chaturvarna system, okay, based on your inclination, based on your abilities, based on what fascinates you, based on what you are capable of. In this particular portion of Yoga Sutra, Patanjali discusses many different things that one can achieve. Too many, in fact. There are some 50 plus sutra in this particular portion, Vibhutipad. But what I have listed, about 9 or so, these are the sutra that I found over the years, that's something I can relate to, I could relate to, because I, by luck, I should say, by the grace of Bhagwan Patanjali and many others and my gurus and everyone that had influence on me, I could experience them firsthand. For example, you see the sutra in the top left corner, Kramanyatvam Parinamanyatve Hetu. Something very, very simple. You may say it's a common sense, but also you know the cliche. So the sequence matters. If you change the sequence, then the parinam, the outcome that you get changes. Very, very important. Or in the left side, the third sutra, it says Kshanatah Kramayo Sanyamad Vivekajam Jnanam. If you want to get sensible knowledge about certain subject, you have to understand the time aspect of it, and you have to also understand sequence. In a Vijnana Buddhi, when you combine all the Shad Darshanas, it talks about this as a Anukram. Okay, Anukram, that is that Kramanyatva. If you come to the right side, Maitradyishu Balani, okay, what is the benefit of a friendship with the right person? Baleshu Hasti Baladini, which is to say, depending on what you focus on, that will be your outcome. Depending on your tapasya, of course, the outcome will be proportional to it. If you focus on elephant, okay, and do the tapasya around that focus, you will actually get a strength like elephant. Which is to say, if you focus your energy on solving trivial problems, you may be successful very easily in solving it, but the outcome would be trivial and maybe nobody will care. If you focus on challenging, important, crucial problems, you may succeed, you may not succeed, but if you do succeed, the outcome would be actually very useful, would be revolutionary. Now, just coming to the bottom, that is something I wouldn't say I read this and then I started working on it. It's rather the backwards. I started my research work in a very random fashion, very haphazard fashion. But to my fascination, after working on this for 25 plus years, when I took to the study of Patanjali Yoga Sutra, I was very pleasantly surprised, fascinated to hear this sutra. Again, come from the same Vibhuti path. So once you have learned this concept of a Sanyam, bringing it all together, then, for example, depending on what you focus on, Bhuvana Jnanam, Surya Sanyamat, Chandre Taravyo Jnanam, Dhruve Tad Gati Jnanam, on and on. There are 50 more. Neeraj discussed some aspects from Mahabharata. Again, that's something very much at my heart, different aspects of Mahabharata. And for example, just to mention, say, Bhuvana Jnanam Surya Sanyamat, very interesting. So you focus on a Surya, you make that as your object of meditation, object of dharana, samadhi, thinking, everything. Then you get a Bhuvana Jnanam. Now, why would that be so? I thought. And actually the answer is because the seasons, everything that happens in the terrestrial land is very much influenced by sun. Neeraj mentioned what was that example of Bhishmacharya. If you just take that and go to Mahabharata and you read the whole chronological scenario, you find that Bhishma was on the bed of arrows for more than 92 days, leading to the day of winter solstice. Now, winter solstice is very much to do with the position of the sun. Now, as soon as you know that he was there for more than 92 days, guess what? You can bring backwards from the day of winter solstice, and you know that the timing of Mahabharata war has to be the first month, the first part of the Sharat season, because you have to go through the entire Himanta Rutu, then the entire second month of Sharad Rutu, and now you are into the first month. Chandre Tara Vihod Jnanam, which really it means Tara Vihod Jnanam Chandre Sanyamat. That is what the statement is saying there. If you look through the phases and positions of the moon through the 18 days of the war, as described in Mahabharata, it immediately tells you that Kartika Bahula Amavasya is the first day of the war. Majority of the Mahabharata is going to take place in the first part of Margashirsha. Dhruve Tad Gati Jnanam was so fascinating for me, something that I was working on, one specific observations for 15 plus years. It is that statement, Dhruve Tad Gati Jnanam, is what actually helped me understand the mystery behind that observation. But there are many different ways. Once you gain strength, gain expertise, you can use the same knowledge in different situations. And I want to give you just quick few examples. So separating grains from the chaff, like framework for analyzing different claims, it can be about any subject. And so far, that is not to say that there may not be other situations, but I have not found a situation where a specific claim that I'm analyzing in some context, I need more than these 4 categories. That is not to say that there will be no exceptions, but that is my experience as of now. So just using 2 simple principles, again from Shad Darshanas, like say testability, which is a Indriya Pramanya, and evidence is a Pramana, okay, or specifically Pratyaksha Pramana. If you just split this framework into 4 different categories, you can look at any claim, focus on it, study it, and you can beautifully place this into any one of these categories. Now, there are some desired categories and there are some undesired categories, and we'll look at what to do with undesired categories. But number of you would have heard Chatushkoti logic. And it is the same framework that is behind these 4 types of classifications. For example, a binary thinking would be true or false. Okay, if something is not true, then it has to be false. Chatushkoti logic talks about actually multiple possibilities. Maybe there is some other context. It's neither true nor false, both true and false. It's true or false. The Chatushkoti logic fits into this particular category very well. Number of you might have heard the name Robin Skinner. If not, he was a psychologist. And his quote here is very interesting. Okay, if you cannot control your own emotions, then you have to start controlling other people's behavior. Okay, and Bhagwan Patanjali has advice for us. Why is that? Because the whole purpose is yoga chitta vritti nirodha, right? Now, one exception is, I would mention Chanakya. Chanakya would say, guess what? In statecraft, it is my job. If you are a counselor to the king or to the administrator, then in some sense, it is that person's job to change people's behavior, right? And so you would have heard this very common theme of Sama, Dama, Dandabhed that refer to Chanakya also, but you can also find these in many Puranas like Agni Puranas and whatnot. You can use these techniques, Sama, Dama, Dandabhed, to bring people to your way of thinking. Okay, not always willingly, but with some effort. But as a sadhaka, okay, you don't have to necessarily go and manipulate others. You can find ways to protect yourself. And Bhagwan Patanjali again gives us, all of us, a framework for emotional regulation. And you will find how consistent this is across the ancient Indian narratives. For example, Patanjali says in Samadhipad, the first part, Maitri Karuna Mudito Pekshanam, Sukha Dukkha Punya Apunya Vishayanam, Bhavana Chitta Prasadanam. I'm going to make a very crude and simple translation. So think of Sukha as good, Dukkha as a bad, Punya as a desired, and Apunya as a undesired. Then what do you do in such situations when you come across different situations like this, okay, or claims? Okay, with something that is good, you can build friendship. You might be able to collaborate. Something that is bad, you may be able to express compassion. Okay, something that is desired, you can feel happy about it and you can convey that happiness and pleasantness to the other person. And the undesired is indifferent. You can choose to be indifferent. All right. Now, Bhagavata Purana, just like the 4 that I showed you, you will find it is the same framework used for a different purpose. Okay, for a person, for a bhakta who is on his path of improvement, okay, evolutionary path, this is what Krishna says. This is from Bhagavad Puran, 11th skanda. Ishvare tad adhineshu balisheshu dvishatsucho. Again, the 4 types of individuals that one would typically face. And how do you respond to them? Prema maitri krupopeksha yah karoti samadhyama. This is just some words. The mudita was changed with the prem and karuna was changed with krupa, essentially similar meanings, same meanings. Otherwise, the frameworks remains exactly the same. And actually my presentation is done. So there are different ways that different situations you may face, and the framework that is given in Yoga Sutra for keeping our mind in a stable state and not allow itself to be disturbed by what you experience around you. There will be these different experiences. We can use that principle. Now, sometimes people ask, but since there are undesired state, is it possible to modify? Now, that only depends on if the person has a desire, because there is no point you wanting to change someone. But if somebody is sincere about it, then indeed there is a way to do it. And again, Bhagwan Patanjali gives us a framework. Again, from Samadhi Path, the first part, Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Pradnya, Purvaka. Or a simple formula for the truth is Shraddha plus Pradnya plus Virya. Courageous, heroic deeds, tapasya, it will take you to truth, or the best approximation to the truth. Okay. Now, depending on which bucket one is, somebody that you are dealing with, or you as an individual, if you are sincere about it, there is a way to get there. And that is that path, Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Pradnya. So if you are already into the top right-hand corner, just stay there, do more of the same. But if you are in other quadrants, and if you want to change, then the path is given by Bhagwan Patanjali. The bottom, the below the horizontal line, is kind of a negative area. Okay. Per the Nyaya Darshana, it is that area of a Jalpa, Vitanda, Chala, Hetva, Bhasa, Chala, and Jati, But you can get out of it if you understand the methodology that is been given in Nyaya Darshana or Yoga Darshana. Quick summary. So Dhyana is a sadhya when you don't have it, or if we are not good at it. And it's always a journey. So it will always remain a sadhya. Having said that, once we acquire certain expertise in it, it can become a sadhan to do many more things. It becomes a tool to accomplish things individually, as a group, effectively interacting with others, comprehending and processing information, and separating grains from the chaff. I gave you just few illustrations about Bhakti, about emotional regulations in general, analyzing claims, Chanakya. And if one is sincere about transformation, then it is possible. And again, the help is given in a sutra form by Bhagwan Patanjali. So with that, Jayaramanji, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nilesh once again for another crisp presentation. 2 in a row. No, we have. Yeah. So again, the first point that is my observation is, so in the previous presentation of Neerajaji, there is an intrinsic connection because Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata are closely connected texts, or means they are internally connected that way. Whereas it was interesting to note how you connected the Vibhuti Pada of Yoga Sutra with the occurrences in Mahabharata. So that was an interesting point. And then you presented about the Chatushkoti with regard to maintaining a balanced state of mind. So would you like to shed light on how it has implications on the process of Dhyana itself?
Jairamji, you asked me a question in a cricket speak that would be called googly. No, I don't know the answer to that. Thank you.
I have a question, Jairamji.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Mr. Rook, I think, could you just go to the slide or the framework that you put up? In the quadrant which you call preserver of tradition, you have put that in a quadrant which is not scientific. And you made a claim that you're not aware of any instances which might not fit into this framework. But clearly, are you trying to therefore postulate that anybody who is preserving tradition necessarily is in a quadrant outside of testability and scientificity? Thank you.
Great question. Yeah, great question. So I want to make sure I'm unmute. Yeah, great question, Meg. No, that's not correct. So that's not what I'm postulating. In fact, thank you for asking that question. What happens is that in our everyday life, or just we think we know, we think if something is not scientific, that means it is unscientific. Reality is the opposite of unscientific in many cases, but definitely in an Indian tradition, is not unscientific, but it is metaphysical in the sense of atarkya. So, for example, preserver of tradition is actually a very good position to be, which is to say the person says, I'm not analyzing, I am just trying to preserve it, maybe by reciting, or I just take joy in reciting it, I take joy in preserving it, but I am not analyzing it. Now, that is not to say that it stops that person. So if one person, I say me as an individual, when I may be doing a certain act, I may be into that quadrant of preserver of tradition. And when I'm analyzing some evidence from that particular text, let's say, in the context of solving a specific problem, then I would be on the right side of that axis, if that helps.
Okay. I'm not sure it answers my question fully, because I think the point that I'm trying to make is a person who is looking at certain aspects of preservation of tradition could very much be doing it in a scientific way, and could invoke testability, as we do for Ayurveda, many use cases. So I think it appears to me a little reductionist to bracket all of preservation of tradition in this one quadrant. I think maybe if the diagram accommodates for the preserver of tradition to actually move to the right side top quadrant as well, to me, I can think of examples that would fit in over there. Also, the violet cross mark, which is there in your quadrant, what does that mean? In the preserver of tradition, there's a cross mark in violet.
Yeah, cross mark means undesired.
Okay.
Because
all right. So I think
yeah.
Right. I don't want to take.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, I don't want to take the common time. I just wanted the answer to understand. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meji, and thank you, Nilesh ji, for that wonderful presentation. Namaste. Yeah. Now we move on quickly to the next speaker, Shri Kumar, Dr. Kumar S. Nochur ji. He will be presenting his thoughts on meta meditations on Brahman in the Rubhu Gita. Kumar ji, namaste. Swagatam. Kumar ji, you have to unmute yourself.
Namaste, pranams to everybody. Thanks to the organizers for organizing this very important and timely conference. I've enjoyed all the various speakers yesterday and today, and the meditation sessions led by Akanksha ji were very inspiring to start our conference today. Thanks to all of them, all of the earlier speakers. Om Shri Ganesha Sharada Gurubhyo Namaha. Sadashiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I have been a student of Puja Swami Dayananda Saraswati of the Harsha Vidya Gurukulam for Vedanta, and I have been following Sri Aurobindo in discovering the esoteric or secrets of the Vedas. And other gurus like Ramana Maharshi and others have also inspired and guided me along my route to spiritual discovery, and happy to share some of my thoughts and discoveries with you today. I have a slide presentation. Can I share it now?
Yes, sir. Please share.
Yeah. Is that visible now?
No, sir.
Yeah.
I have to let me go and I have to share something here. Hold on. Share. What should I do now to have the slide show up?
Yeah,
Sorry for.
no problem. Kindly open the file on your desktop or
Yeah.
wherever it is,
Yeah.
and then come back to Zoom screen. There is an
Yeah.
option called share screen in the green button.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You click on
After
that.
I open it. Okay.
Yeah. After you
Okay.
open it, you please go for share screen and then
Yeah.
choose that file. It is visible now. Kindly make it on slideshow mode.
I will put it in slideshow mode. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you can see the slides now.
Yes, please. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to summarize the key points which are also in my paper, and then get into the Ribhu Gita and why it is important for all of us. Many of you may already be familiar with the Ribhu Gita. Otherwise, this is I take this as a great opportunity to learn about it. So we are all agreed that the summit of our Hindu spirituality is the knowledge by identity of Atma being equal to Brahman, Sachidananda, Brahman being that reality, that Ekam Sat, and the Atma being our true self behind all the false body-mind identifications we may have. So this Brahmatma Vidya, that is called self-knowledge, is the liberating discovery of this identity of the Atma with Brahman. And in all our scriptures and the Prasthanatraya, which is the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras and the Bhagavad Gita, it is the constant drumbeat and refrain, this knowledge of the self as the highest knowledge that one has to pursue and gain in this very life itself. Now, we have some difficulties with language when it comes to talking about Brahma Vidya. Since the knowledge of Nirguna Brahman is beyond the triputi or triad of the meditator, meditation, and what is meditated upon, it cannot be called a normal experience as we understand the word experience, which involves a subject and an object. So we have to look at that state as a unitary immersion in the noumenon, in the plenum, that is Brahman, which is also the same as Atman. That is what we have to discover. And it is revealed in that state as pure consciousness without any object of cognition or experience. So there is no experience going on. So we have to perhaps coin a new phrase. I don't know if somebody has done it before, but I offer it as a suggestion because we need to be able to talk about meditation in new and different ways. So I suggest that such non-experiential, non-dual immersion in the reality of Brahman, we may call a meta-experience, since it transcends all normal states which have a subject and object duality. Now, it's interesting that many speakers yesterday and including today, Neerjaji and others yesterday, and even the last speaker, Sri Oak, have talked about Dhyana in so many different angles and perspectives. I liked particularly the comparison of Dharana and Dhyana as the pitch and yaw that control the flight of a plane. That is a very instructive comparison. Coming back to Raja Yoga, again, their Dharana and Dhyana are showing up as the 6th and the 7th steps. Now, we can say that up to Dharana and including Dhyana, we are talking about steps or processes which are preparing the body and the mind. For the first 6 steps leading up to Dhyana and including Dharana, which is concentration, which leads to Dhyana, which is the single focus and the steady flow of thought as if like a steady flame in the wind, that kind of steady flow. is the state of samadhi, leads to the state of samadhi. And the point to note is samadhi is not a process, but it is the non-dual state of pure consciousness itself. So again, it is not anything that you do, it is something that you are. So we have to now conclude that Brahma Vidya, in a sense, calls for meditation techniques that can lead us to a state of transcendental truth, which is that Brahman itself, which is beyond the mind. So what are those kinds of meditation techniques, and what can we call them? So I suggest that in contrast with ordinary meditation, which is meditating on some object of meditation, whether it be Omkara or the sun or Akasha or Bhuma, the infinite, any of the Upanishadic Vidyas, Upasanas, various methods, which all have some object that has to be meditated on, even if very subtle as space itself, there is still an object. But in the Bhagavad Gita, and most especially in the Ribhu Gita, there are what I would call meta meditations, which lead us to the direct knowledge of Brahman in terms of affirmations and assertions about what Brahman is, and asking us to assume that position and live with that conviction till it becomes true in practice. So we are not meditating on anything, we are actually assuming Brahma Atma Bhava, which is, I think, one of the most powerful methods of communicating the knowledge of Brahman. And the Ribhu Gita is a great example, if not the best example to my knowledge, of such teachings. So I want to introduce you to the Ribhu Gita quickly in the next few minutes, and then actually plunge into the text to partake of its treasures and give us a flavor for the Brahmatma Vidya that Rishi Ribhu teaches us there. So quickly, the Ribhu Gita is exposition of Advaita by Rishi Ribhu to his disciple Nidagha in the presence of an assembly of sages in Mount Kedara in the Himalayas. It appears in the Shiva Rahasya, which is considered a Shaivite Upa Purana and comprises 4 to 47 of this of part 6 of this epic. The text proclaims that Ribhu, a mind-born son of Brahma, received these teachings directly from Lord Shiva. Now, on the slopes of Mount Kedara actually belongs to the first paragraph, not to here. I had forgotten to cut and paste. So he received it from Lord Shiva. We are not told where. At least I have not seen that reference. Now, the history of the Shiva Rahasya and the way we have learned of it is very instructive. The original Sanskrit was translated into Tamil in all of 1924 verses, somewhere in the 1880s, by Brahmashri Bhikshu Shastrigal. Also, he was known as Ulaganatha Swamigal, who was both a Tamil and a Sanskrit scholar. And in the introduction to the Ribhu Gita, this is the version that I have, published by the Society for Abidance in Truth and available from Ramanashram. This translation was read in the presence of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. This was the most often recited text in his presence, it seems. And he has said that reading the Ribhu Gita is as good as Samadhi itself. And the Paramacharya of Kanchi, talking about the translation, has noted that the terse translation in Tamil is superb and captures the beauty of the text and the essence of its sublimity. And he has even said it excels the Sanskrit original in many places. So our text comes very highly recommended by great sages of our in recent times. So we will follow in this session. I will read from this version of the text, which has been translated by Dr. Ramamurthy and No from the Tamil text of Ulaganatha Shastrigal. So this is called the Song of Rivu, and it is published by the Society of Abidance in Truth, and copies are available from Ramanashram if you are inclined to look into it more. So with that brief introduction to a very great and rich and powerful text, I would like for us now to plunge into it and discover the wondrous power of these first-person meta-meditations that have the power to plunge us into Brahmatma Bhava. And when we take these teachings to heart and internalize and imbue and abide the Bhava that it is instilling in us through repeated affirmations and assertions, both positive and negative, with a lot of similes and analogies, we can actually start imbuing that rasa, and then it will unfold itself. With that prayer, I will read a few select passages from the Ribu Gita conveyed to us by Lord Shiva through the Rishi, and coming to us directly in the line of transmission for our benefit. First, I want to read an example of how affirmations are done in terms of asserting who we are, that we are Brahman, we are Atman, the self. And I will read a section from, there are 45 chapters. So this will be from chapter 21, verse 17 at the bottom. So this is the kind of assertions coming from a rishi who has known Brahman, realized it through the grace of Lord Shiva himself. And he says, I indeed am of the nature of the Supreme, which transcends knowledge and truth. I indeed am of the nature of consciousness, which is perfectly full. I indeed am of the nature that is ever motionless. I indeed am of the nature that has no conditioning. I indeed am of the nature that is the dyadless non-duality. I am indeed of the nature that has no illusory forms. I am indeed of the nature that has not an atom of action to be performed. I am indeed of the nature that is of wondrous form. I am indeed of the nature that is undivided, supreme, and infinite. And so it goes, refrain, drumbeat, repetition. So new channels in our brain will overcome our programming that we are limited beings of blood and flesh that will die tomorrow, instead of the immortal self that is eternal and that is forever. So that is one example of the method of affirmations is used. I want to now give you a sense of how similes are given to us to understand the truth. 28, 42, 41. A very simple example often used in Vedanta in the context of the Ribu Gita. Just as all that happened illusorily to me during my dream, when inquired into, is only the substratum that is myself and nothing apart from me. All that happened to indivisible me during my waking state, when inquired into, is only the substratum that is myself, and not a trace is apart from me at all. So you can see how a very simple simile, which others have used as well, is woven in the first person voice, saying, asserting that this is how it is, what is the illusion and what is the reality. And there are direct methods of inquiry also that are taught in the text here, of which I will give you an example from chapter 10. as the self of undivided bliss is beloved of all, the self of undivided bliss should be worshipped by the practice of knowledge. By directly realizing the I as the self of undivided bliss in every way, the blemishless bliss of liberation of being the self of undivided bliss should be attained. Hence, obtaining the knowledge of the self of undivided bliss, that the self of the nature of undivided bliss is I, and that the I is all, and rid of the sorrows of repeated births, be established fully as the self, a mass of knowledge bliss. Great sage, the self is all, and there is not an atom apart from the self. So you can see how the word self and bliss and Brahman and Atman and consciousness are repeated, affirmed as a certitude. That is what you are. Live with that certitude and it will become true in due course. That is what the teaching of the Ribhu Gita is. I want to do a time check now.
Sir, can you kindly conclude or summarize your presentation and conclude, sir?
Yes, yes. Time. Yeah. So this is in the limited time, this has just been a very brief introduction to that treasury of Atma Vidya that is imparted in the Ribhu Gita. I conclude by offering my namaste and pranams to all of you who have organized and participated in this conference. And may you all, with the blessings of Lord Shiva, discover the teachings that take all of us to the knowledge of Brahman. Om Shantihi Arihi Om Tat Sate Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Hello?
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Yeah. There are no questions as such, Kumarji, but I just have one observation that
yes.
You have beautifully introduced the tradition of Parayana, that is reading out texts. So reading texts themselves can be a meditative technique and an experience. So that came out really, that idea or that technique has been highlighted through your paper. Like Ribhu Gita, Yoga Vasishtha, and such other texts are there where the mere Parayana itself takes a person to the level of kind of a meditative state. Thank you very much for that presentation. Namaste. Now we move on to the first invited presentation, invited talk, or rather it's a conversation. It's going to be in the form of a conversation. The speaker, or we will be in conversation with Shri S. Sridharan sir. The topic of conversation is imparting Dhyana insights based on teaching experiences in a living yoga tradition. Before we get into the conversation, introduction to Shri Sridharan sir. Shri Sridharan sir is at the outset is my guru in the field of yoga in the Krishnamacharya tradition. He has been my mentor in all my yogic practices. My humble pranams, sir. Shri Sridharan sir is the senior most teacher of the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram. He is presently the senior yoga therapist, consultant and mentor at Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram. He had a successful career as a merchant banker in a public sector bank for 28 years. He became a student of Shri TKV Deshikacharya, who is the son and student of Shri, the legendary Yogacharya, Shri Krishnamacharya. In the 1980s, Shri Sridharan sir became the student of TKV Deshikacharya and learned the nuances of yoga in the Gurukula style directly for over 3 decades, during which time he was exposed to all important texts in yoga and application of yoga for illnesses and spirituality. He also learned Vedic chanting in the traditional style under his teacher during this period. He had to divide his time between banking, career, and learning and teaching yoga under the tutelage of Sri Deshikacharya. Drawn by the desire to fully devote his time to yoga, he gave up his position as a merchant banker and took to yoga on full-time basis in 1998. In 2002, he was directed to take the position of managing trustee of Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, which was held by Deshikacharya for 25 years from its inception. In this position, he had to lead the KYM as the administrative and the technical head. He held this position for about 8 years. This brought him to limelight in the world of yoga. He represented KYM in all the forums, conferences, seminars. His career as managing trustee includes the distinction of getting the various recognitions to the institution, and his teaching career includes consultations, classes for yoga therapy, classroom teaching of all aspects of yoga to Indian and international students. This experience is what we are going to draw from, means we are going to discuss on the teaching dimension of Dhyana. So based on his very great vast experience of teaching Dhyana to students, Indian and international, in the tradition of Sri Krishnamacharya. From 2010 to 2015, he served as a member of the governing council of MDNIY, Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga, the apex body of yoga for the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So this gave him an opportunity to spread the teaching of the tradition of KYM. And he was also part of the Indian Yoga Association, and in so many consultative roles, and his role as a consultant, in the yoga certification board set up by Ayush Ministry is very well known, and he chairs the subcommittees constituted to draft syllabus for yoga therapy certification. He was awarded the title Dronacharya by the Rotary Club of Madras East, and he has traveled widely and he has represented India in the World Yoga Festivals in China and UK. He has authored a book which gives the biographical sketch of Sri T. Krishnamacharya in Tamil. And his other interests include Carnatic music, which is Nada Yoga. He's happily married and has a son and a daughter and grandchildren. So, namaste, sir. Thank you for taking your valuable time out and for being with us. Yes.
Thank you.
Sir. Now, I would like to, so in this conversation on imparting yoga, so I would like to have your initial comments before we start this conversation, sir, on this topic and the conference as such.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. It was a very, a very long introduction. Anyway, thank you for giving this opportunity. Well, to start with, let me just tell you that, as you know, I have been teaching. I have been forced to teach by my teacher. That is how I came in. I never wanted to become a yoga teacher myself. I told him that I would like to learn for myself, but he said, you will learn by teaching. That's what he told me in 1982. So from then I have been teaching. Earlier stages, it was like what he says we will have to teach. We learn by that, by his guidance. And often there are two dimensions to this. One is my own inquiry about meditation and my own path, practice about that, coupled with the opportunity to teach that. So they go. In fact, they are parallel, but they meet each other. They meet each other. So another small idea about my experiences with meditation. My experiences with meditation. And basically, I have been inquiring into what this meditation is even before meeting my teacher in different ways, yoga, meditation, overall, reading books. Even I have had occasions to go to certain other, pathways, which include some modern meditation techniques like alpha mind control and a few others, including transcendental meditation, etc. The exposure made me in such a way that it made me to inquire further more. And I have been also initiated to the Gayatri meditation called Sandhya Vandanam, but I didn't know it's a meditation. So I was doing it because I was initiated into that. So earlier in my personal practices, my teacher gave me a lot of things about asana pranayama, and you can't ask the teacher to teach something you like and all that. That is not you have to wait and ask. So for a long time I was waiting, and one day I asked him, "Sir, you have not been teaching me Dhyana meditation." He said, "Oh, that is so. Appa," he will say, that is Krishnamacharya, he'll say Sandhya Vandanam is meditation. Then I said, "I'm doing Sandhya Vandanam." "No, what you are doing is not meditation. So you have to come to me." And so I took some leave and went to him and took a lot of notes. And another senior most student of Krishnamacharya also was with me. Two of us were inclusive, separately received this. And then I started continuing the thing. So basically, what at this point of time I'd like to share is what I understood was there is something like a structure. And we in this tradition call this as form versus function. This and you have also a yoga teacher, and the form versus function. This form versus function in yoga is generally not only for asana. It is for all. In fact, I would say in the Ashtanga Yoga Marga, it is for all, including if you take ahimsa. A form is there. In ahimsa, a form is there. It is given. It function. It should give the function. Only when it gives the function is the form has worked. So in this case, so let us confine it to meditation. In meditation, what is the form and what is the function? So meditation has one important point is there is some karana, that is like we call it as mind, chitta, mind. This is basically the thing on which we are working, and it is very clear. Probably almost all the speakers would have talked about it because I had occasion to hear two speakers. Now, what are we doing with this? And how do we do with that? That is the point. So it is over a period of time, some structure has been evolving. And if we call, because in Dhyāna Malika, which is an exclusive text on Dhyanam by Sri Krishnamacharya, he says very clearly that he goes by the Vedic model. He is very clear about it. And even though he has not mentioned Sandhya Vandanam there in Dhyāna Malika, he talks about it in different ways. And he also talks about the Vedic model of meditation clearly. Now, so we are looking at something like 3,000, 5,000 years. From there, it has been evolving, like everything. And, it has been evolving. This Dhyanam has also been evolving. One of the reasons for probably the evolution is to the demand of the individuals on the basis. Now, before I proceed, I just want to have one more idea is this instrument of mind with which we are working, either my mind as a practitioner or the mind of the student who is taking from me a meditation class or whatever it is, because to call, Deshikacharya used to say, he used to differentiate between meditative practice and meditation. He will say generally it is stated the mind is in a state of meditation, So how can you say I am doing meditation? So he says, let us keep it as meditative practice. Now, the meditative practice is the form. Finally, meditation is the function. It has to come, it has to go there. Now, when we are working with the mind, we think we should, all of us know, particularly in this group and all that, The mind that anyone acquires is not a mind they have acquired only in this. It comes over a period of time. And this is understood, agreed by everyone. So there are some bases. It's not like a computer that I am buying. It's a computer in which I am buying with files. So this, when I am going to work with that, when I'm working for myself or for somebody else, this background must be known, understood. That is why in Krishnamacharya tradition, in anything, whether it is asana, pranayama, dhyana, or even any other aspects relating to yoga, chanting, we always choose one-on-one. We do it only one-on-one. And chanting, often you will be on a group. Children may be in a group, but otherwise it is one-on-one only. So dhyana is all the more on one-on-one only. Now, in one-on-one, it is very clear that we can take the person from a particular stage to a particular state. On this, it's a way, it's a method, and that is what we are learning over a period of time. So when I'm going to do myself, I get an experience which is to some extent explainable, not completely. So, but I'm trying to find out whether I'll pass on this to the person and get it now. So I think I should stop somewhere to pick up, because I had the occasion to teach you both asana, pranayama, dhyana, and you also been a part probably of a meditative, collective meditative thing on which you might have something to say. Yeah.
Sir, thank you. That gave me so many points. Means I had noted down a few questions to ask, and some of those were beautifully highlighted in your initial remarks. The first point was, of course, means so many insightful hints that you have already given. As means we are sitting on the treasure, and we don't know that we are sitting on a treasure. For example, Sandhya Vandana, those daily Vedic practices that we do. So how in the Sandhya Vandana, which we don't realize it as a Dhyana model, and Sandhya Vandana as a Dhyana model. So what differentiates these two?
Okay, great. You see, the starting point of this is the practice that he gave me. The moment he gave me the practice, he pointed out by the practice itself, by teaching, he pointed out the one major mistake. That's all. I wouldn't say mistake because it is a wrong word. The one observation. He said, this one, particularly this meditation, they have the potential, particularly the japa type of meditation, have the potential to make it mechanical. Actually, it's mechanical only, isn't it? Because we do japa, so we are doing it. But the way of mechanical thing is with an approach. So if it becomes very mechanical, then it becomes highly, I wouldn't like to have a particular word. It is non-yogic only. That's all we can say. See, when we do a recitation of a sloka, or when we do a recitation of a rit in mantra, so we can do it in a way that we are taken to that state of meditation. We are taken, even a Vedic, because you are a very trained, you have been trained in Dhyana, Veda Dhyana. So my teacher, when he chants before me, and he has done, of course, learning is different. Guru Ucharana, Anu Ucharana. So on one occasion when I was ill, he chanted for me. And the same chanting, which I will be hearing in various rituals, which I will be hearing in various places, made a different impact on me at a very, very deep level. So when I am doing this ritualistic type of thing, I should try to find out the ritualistic aspect, that is the mechanical aspect of it, and remove it. So in the starting point itself, he started making a difference, like the Achamana, and I think I should share with you that probably somebody should make a presentation on Achamanam as a model of meditation or something. The very Achamanam itself will be different, starting with how to look at it, how to keep the hand, pour the water, say the mantra, and then take it, wait. And there is a gap, and the gap is a silence. So this observing the silence in between the various activities, not making a continuity. As we are making the continuity, the mind starts going towards, but at the same time branches off. Like as I am driving my car or scooter, I continue to think of something else. The same thing happens here. That is broken. That's what he made me do.
So thank you, sir. So the same kind of that which we do in a mechanical way. When we become mindful, we understand the significance, the nuts and bolts behind that. It becomes really meditative. And it was very insightful when you said that normally we say sipping of the water. That's how we translate achamanam into very unfortunate, very superficial kind of translation. But achamanam itself has it has. In your classes, I remember to have learned that is that it has connections, it has influences on the various nadis as such that end in the various parts of the hand in which the water which we pour with the mantra. So such a means even very very neglected or kind of very from unexpected quarters in the Vedic practices. It's not only that japa or pranayama or chanting which has those meditative values, even the very starting point, that is achamanam, has great things. And now one more point that you mentioned in the course of your initial remarks is the practice of yoga in groups and also individually. So now in the current era, especially when in the pandemic situation, so of course dhyana means ekas tapaha dviradhyayi. That's how in shastra we have in tapas or during dhyana it is singular, means it's a singular pursuit, it's a singular voyage, and for adhyayana and study and other purposes 2 or more people. But we see that there is a trend, and it's a very beneficial trend that we see, that guided meditation where so many participants are there, and they get as a collective practice guided by one guru. So their kind of mind is elevated. So what are your observations? Because especially I participated in the Kalyana Vahi program during the pandemic situation, which was a solace to so many people. So your thoughts on the guided group meditation practice and how to translate that slowly into an individual sadhana.
Thank you. Thank you. I need to give a small background about this. As you initiated, you started the discussion. We don't teach in group at all. In fact, it is something like a taboo for anything. As you know it, particularly not 1 or 2 years, 10 years you have been with us. So when the pandemic in February 2019, I think the first pandemic came and there was a complete lockdown. Some of our teachers and people in KYM, they called and said, something has to be done. We are all highly depressed. And they wanted me to do something, being the senior, probably senior most. And a lot of them who asked for it had a particular relationship in the sense with me, in the sense they liked or whatever it is. And it was also, others followed it up. First, initially, I told them, what do I do? You want me to talk on Yoga Sutra or something? They said, no, nobody can go anywhere out, They said, we will zoom in, that's all. Even if you sit there at 4 o'clock in the evening, we don't mind that. Just sit or do something. And, go on chanting there. I don't know. I was doubtful as to what I should do. And okay, then I said, why not we do some meditation? Let me think about it. And as you know, in the KYM tradition, because we are talking about meditation techniques under various traditions, particularly, all that we have learned from our teacher Deshikacharya is a model protocol like it is there, but highly flexible. It is a protocol with a highly flexible aspect. There are some inbuilt things there. So there will be something like a nyasam, something like avahanam, depending on how to give it to the individual, even the background of the individual, their faith system and all will be taken into account. So there are some basic structural model that he has been developed by Deshikacharya based on his teacher's teaching. which I have presented in elsewhere in forums like, various other forums. Now, I just thought that, okay, I said, I will give you the instructions. In fact, I didn't know, as you said, that this is guided meditation. I didn't know about it. I said, you will all be sitting. I will give you the instruction. The only thing that I am going to ask you to do is just follow the instruction, not even the video, only the audio. At that point of time, what came to my mind is, based on my experience of meditation, I need to tell you this. See, what are we doing in meditation? That's a question. What are we doing in meditation? We are trying to say, probably because, see, when we talk of theory or sutras and all, they are different. But let us be very clearly, in a very loose, ordinary way, we will ask, what are we trying to do? We are trying to focus on something, isn't it? But why are we focusing? Because, yes, we want one thing to be in the mind and nothing else. Because that's confusion. If it's only one thing in the mind, good, bad, indifferent, it is good. So only one thing in the mind, and we want to make it like a practice to start with, so that it becomes ultimately a feature in our mind. So to be concentrated on one thing, it can be anything. It can be a visual, it can be an audio, it can be anything. So we are trying to probably say, by doing that, we are trying to do something with the mind to go there. That's very clear when you do that. But the most important thing that I found was, rather than going there, a lot of distractions that come in. That is the most important point. As I told you, by the time that I have been giving in 2019, this, I have already come, so many years I have passed through in practice as well as in individual meditation. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to ward off disturbances of the mind. And the disturbances are two types. One is something relating to this activity of meditation, and something completely indifferent, not required. And there also, in the completely non-related thing, one is rubbish. It cannot mean anything. Second is important. I have some work, I have something to do. The mind says, where have you kept your key? What is the next appointment? They are not rubbish, but there are some rubbish. So all this, but wherever it is rubbish, whether it is important, the distractions are the most important. How to keep off the distraction. When you are not able to keep off the distractions, however much you try to ride the vehicle on the road, the road is full of traffic. Then you will have a difficulty. Make the traffic to go away so that your driving is becoming faster and straight. Now, the question is how to make this distractions to go. One thing that I thought was an audio will be good. So I told them very clearly, as you are a participant, you know that. I also wanted to say a few words about that. So I said, I'll give clear instructions. And what you are going to do is already. It is not something new. I am not going to teach you something new at all. Raise your arms, lower your arms. Inhale, recite a mantra. These are all the things. So when I am giving the instruction, whenever the mind thought comes, any thought it can be, even relating to this, whether am I inhaling through left nostril, right nostril, keep off the thought. So you try to make it in such a way that you just follow the instructions. When there are no instructions, try to make yourself calm and try to make yourself clean so that the mind does not wait for the next. So this 1 week it worked. After that I said close, that's all. Then people said, no, we find some solace or something. I don't want the solace to be something like a sleepy one, So we inquired about it. So I was surprised that it went for 70 sessions and all that, and you were a part of it. So the question was, when devising this, I found that I have been instructed by my teacher to do it differently with one of the very senior students to whom I was to go every day to give instructions. The person can do that. And I was doubtful why he is asking me to give instructions every day. So this is how I find the guided meditation. I find properly done in a particular way is a method by which we are introducing to the student the ability to keep off all the distracted thoughts through that has to seep in. Now, whenever I am doing my Sandhyavandana and I keep my hand here, I tell myself I am not getting disturbed. So my particular practice of pranayama and all also will help.
Sir, continuing with that, just one clarification. How to transition from the guided meditation to my own sadhana?
Yeah, that's very important. See, I have found after this, feedbacks have been coming and all that, and I need to share some points with you. Either I would have shared, or if it is not, it may be new. You see, one more point about this mind as an instrument is, for example, what happens to our, actually Krishnamacharya says, and our teacher used to say, mind is like a vessel in which we cook. As we cook every day, we have to clean, So what happens is, if the continued, actually what I'm doing, in fact, to start with, even the guided meditation, how far it will work for individual will be completely different. If I have 40 people, it will be 40 will be different. For some, they may even get the clue in 2-3 classes, and they will be able to get into that immediately, which I have seen in other cases also. But for some, it takes a longer time. It is not a disqualification, it is a feature or phenomena. That's all. Okay, it's not a disqualification at all. It doesn't mean that this person is this, that, that's all. Second is, as we grow more and more into the life transactions and all that, if we are going to go through more tense, terse transactions every day, we may need this guided meditation for a slightly more longer period, so that they come back. And in some cases, based on the feedback, not exactly on the meditation, but based on overall feedback, I now ask some of the students to go back. And I gave it to one person from Delhi, a professor, a psychology professor. I gave another 10 sessions I wanted to give. The person has attended, but has been doing over a period of time. And again, you should not get into the mechanical aspect. So maybe we will have to revisit. And so sometimes maybe that is why probably in ancient days, the Guru-Shishya relationship continued, like they call it as Ante was in, maybe they're not necessarily that they have to do the technique. But maybe the teacher will ask one day, maybe why don't you go and sit down in the presence of the teacher, for some time, or why don't you ask the teacher to give one more session, like that.
So thank you very much for those enlightening points, how to transition into an individual sadhana. One last question, which in a way will sum up the discussion on imparting experiences and imparting dhyana. So there are so many traditions of yoga, so many traditions of exclusively, again, there are certain traditions which focus exclusively only on dhyana, and certain other traditions, we have all the other limbs of yoga being incorporated into as a holistic kind of practice. Now, so there is a varied, such diverse traditions of practice, teachers of dhyana. There are individual dhyana practices or sessions, and these guided dhyana practices and sessions. So what will be your advice, being a veteran, having taught for so many decades? What will be a few general guidelines that you would want to give to the teachers of dhyana, which can be applicable universally?
Right. First class question. See, this is a very, very important and good question. Basically, what I have understood in this 40 years of my experience is, and which teacher has told me very clearly, in our tradition, in this tradition, we call it as Kevaim tradition now, that is Krishnamacharya, Desikacharya tradition, we don't teach dhyana in the beginning at all. No. Whether even if the person comes and says, I want to do spiritual, sir, some people very rarely, because we find a lot of people coming for therapy. Actually, in therapy, we have some sort of meditation we will be teaching that they may not know. You see, basically, one more thing that one must know is, meditation does not mean that you have to sit down and do a japa or anything. Our teacher Desikacharya has told a number of times and has also demonstrated, and I have also personally felt that the moment you start doing asana practice with a built-in breath into that, like your breath starts, movement starts and all that, and when you build in, if possible, a mantra Like if you do Surya Namaskara and proper breathing and with the mantra of Surya mantra, there is meditation there already. And so, only thing is, we should be very careful about the faith of the individual. In fact, I had occasions to people who do not have faith in God, do not have anything. They have been taught meditation. So, what one should do is they should not jump into teaching meditation immediately, even if the person asks. Sometimes, the doctor will write to us saying, "Please teach meditation only." We said, "Oh, we will do that." I think the first criteria that I would say that one should know is the person must be able to do some reasonable breathing. That is very important. In fact, if you can see, even the best of traditional classical dhyana techniques, breathing is always there. There is no japa that directly goes in. There is always pranayama, samantraka is there. If you go amantraka also, so the first thing is you first give the person some, when you do want to do breathing, you need your structure to be proper. So naturally take the person to some extent, tell them that we are going to go into it. And if they are very, very adamant about it, we ask the person to sit down towards the end and, not immediately recite, just sit quietly. That's what sometimes we will say. So my points before I end is that it is the teacher's important aspect, because unless if the person is not ready and you start teaching something, it will have a negative effect. The person may not even go anywhere near dhyana, and he will say, "I will not go near dhyana." So we have to be very, very careful into that. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. They say, means we might have heard about a particular saying where the bigger or the nature of the vessel that you have, that defines how much water you can collect from the ocean or the river or the source of water. So I'm not sure the vessel in the form of my questions, how big they were or how useful they were or how leaky that vessel was, I don't know. But still I tried within my own limited capability to place certain questions to draw from your immense experience in so many decades of teaching yoga, dhyana especially. So really immensely grateful for your time and participation and your insights, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman. Thank you so much for this.
This was a classical example of, means when we see of this conference is all about Hindu traditions and techniques. So these are insights, valuable insights from a living tradition. Textual sources are there, and how living tradition sees things very pragmatically, practically, and takes it to each and every individual. So that was exemplified by these inputs, sir. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman.
Now we move to the next paper session by Sri Subramaniam ji.
Namaste.
Namaste.
You can share my screen.
Yeah. Just a moment. I'll just give you a topic. So, Sri Subramaniam Chidambaram ji will be presenting his paper on Dhyana through the magical combination of music and words, analysis of the kritis of Tyagaraja, Sri Tyagaraja, and Sri Muthuswami Dikshita. Sri Subramaniam ji.
Namaste to all. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, perfect.
And my voice and the Shruti are audible, right?
Yes.
Okay. Namaskaram to all. So just a background before I get into demonstrating the magical combination of music and words and how that can induce dhyana. The Sangeeta Ratnakara and the various Sangeeta Shastra treatises, they say Nada Dhyana Mato Jagat. Nada is the foundation of the entire universe. We commonly call, we refer music. That is called as Sangeetam in our tradition. And Sangeetam does not just mean music, it is Geetam, Bhadyam, Katha, Nrityam. All these three are combined together to form music or Sangeetam. And these three, the Sangeeta Ratnakara says, originates from a subtler entity called as Nada. Now we know from the Upanishads that the highest thing that to be known and to be thought upon and meditated upon is Brahman. Brahma vidapnoti padam. The symbol of Brahman is Pranava. Tasya vachakaha pranavaha, says the Yoga Sutra, which is to be meditated upon. And when the Pranava and Brahman unite, the Sangeeta Ratnakara says, the Nada Bindu Upanishad says Nada is produced. So Nada is definitely the highest form of, one of the highest form of meditations and one of the highest objects to be meditated upon. So Nada is definitely worthy of meditation, which is why we find the term or the practice of Nadopasana, Nada as Upasana. Even the deities of Saguna Dhyana, whom we meditate upon in their Saguna form, in their formful aspect, Tyagaraja Swami says they gain their lustre because of Nadopasana. Nadopasana, Nadopasana, Jai Shankara Narayana Vibhu Velasirivo Manasana Pasana, says Tyagaraja Swami in the beautiful Raga Begada. That is, even Narayana, Shankara and Brahma, they attain their lustre because they are doing Nadopasana, meditation on Nada, that primeval form of Brahman. Now this is meditation on Nada. Now the further slides I am going to illustrate how Nada can aid even in Saguna Dhyana or Saguna meditation by the beautiful combination of the Nada, the musical aspect, as well as the lyrical aspect, the Sahityam and the Sangeetam together, which has been wonderfully interwoven by the great Bhagyakaras, Tyagaraja Swami and Muthuswami Dikshita. So I am going to take some illustrations of their kritis and highlight this to you. Let us take some abstract concepts. What is this? Akasha. When you have to meditate on Akasha, in the Brahma Sutras, etc., we find the meditation on Akasha. But how do you describe Akasha? How do you bring out the expanse of Akasha? If you were to purely do it through Nada, I would say the long notes of ragas like Devagandhari. And that is what Tyagaraja Swami employs when he says Akasha Shariramo Brahmamade Akasha Shariramo Brahmamade. So he brings that expanse of Akasha in that line of Devagandhari. You have to describe a calm, peaceful mind. Beautiful long phrases of Dhyāna. The same raga to describe a disturbed mind. Tyagaraja Swami describes his own mind, which is so flustered and going all around. He uses different phrases of the same raga to describe the fickleness of his mind, and in the beginning, the long phrases of the raga to describe the calm, stable mind of Lord Rama. Now, coming to Saguna Dhyana, Dhyana on various deities, the formful aspects. Here you have the beautiful form of goddess Meenakshi of Madurai. You have the famous shloka from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam of Adi Shankaracharya, Shrimat Sundaranayikam Vayaharam Jnanapradam Nirmalam Shamabham Amalasanarchitapadam Narayanasya Anujam. So this induces us a kind of dhyana in us. How is the same thing accomplished through music? The beautiful kriti of Muthuswami Dikshitar. Meenakshi Rajamatangi Meenakshi. The charanam he says, Shame Shankari Digvijaya Pratapini Shame Shankari. In classical music, you have this concept of neraval. That is, you expand on a line to induce that line to give you more and more meditative power and dhyana. So here he says, Shame Shankari Digvijaya Pratapini. Shame, that beautiful complexion, dark complexion that the mother has. Shankari, the consort of Shankara, Shrimat Sundaranayikam. Digvijaya Pratapini, she was the queen. So she had a conquest. She conquered the entire world through her powers. Shame Shankari Digvijaya Pratapini. Shame Shankari Digvijaya Pratapini. Shame Shankari Digvijaya Pratapini. Shame Shankari. So you expand more and more and more on the same line that induces more and more dhyana of the Divine Mother in us. The great form of Goddess Kamki in Chipuram. We have the verse of the Mukha Panchashati by Mukha Kavi. Harana Parachidrupa, Kanchi Purasimni, Kama Pithagata, Kanchi Simni Kumari Kachana Mohayati Kama Jetaram. The entire verse brings the dhyana of the goddess in us. How does music accomplish this? Kamakshi Kamakoti Pithavasini. In the Anupallavi, Kumari Kusumadhyati Hema Marana Bhushani. This is describing the form of the mother. So this again expands through the neraval. Kumari Kusumadhyati Hema Marana Bhushani. Kumari Kusumadhyati Hema Marana Bhushani. Kumari Kusumadhyati Hema Marana Bhushani. Can go on expanding more and more to bring the essence of the line and induce dhyana on the form of the mother. There is another beautiful kriti of Tyagaraja Swami in Madhyamavati. Vinayakuni Valagu Brogave Dipu Vinave Purevaram. The highlight of this kriti is the Anupallavi beginning, which is again induces. It is like a supplicant devotee wanting to take the mother into her fold. Anatha Rakshaki Shri Kamakshi. Anatha Rakshaki Shri Kamakshi. Anatha Rakshaki Shri Kamakshi. Anatha Rakshaki Shri Kamakshi. Anatha Rakshaki. Again, you can go on expanding and plead to the mother and bring again the meditation, the dhyana on the motherly aspect of goddess Kamakshi. Now we come to the Ishtadevata of Tyagaraja Swami, Rama. How many kritis? I am not getting into the aspects of the lyrical beauty because that is there in every kriti. But what induces dhyana on the form of the nature of the Ishtadevata? When you see Lord Rama like this and you want this form to get established in yourself, Tyagaraja Swami uses the royal gate of Darbar. Rama Virama Ramaniyana Rama Virama. How beautiful are you, Rama? This also describes the strength of Rama. This very form of Rama describes how strong he is, how firm and determined he is. Meru Samana Meru Samana Dhira Varada Raghu Veera Chutamu Rama Meru Samana. He is like Mahameru, very firm. Tyagaraja Swami uses the Maya Madava Gaula, which is that expanse, gives that firm stability to that kriti. When you move to the other form that you want to see, keep on seeing this form again and again, and hence you want the Lord's form to get established in yourself as a bhakta. Kana kana ruchira kana kavasana ninnu kana kana ruchira kana kavasana ninnu. The beautiful face of the Lord. Vanajanaya namo, Vanajanaya namo, Vanajanaya namo. He uses the lilting mohanam to describe the beautiful lotus-like eyes of the Lord. The form with the kodanda. The royal form of Devagandhari. You always have heard of Rama being Ajanubahu, that is, the long hands that reach till the knee. But how do you describe this long hands in music? Ajanubahu Yugam Shri Janaki Pate Ajanubahu, that expands of Ajanubahu. Even when you have to describe the place of the Lord, like Ranganatha is resting in the Ksheerasagara, the Sangatis of the music are also adapted. The Orangashahi Kriti of Tyagaraja Swami. You will feel the waves of the Kaveri, the slowly building up waves that are there on which Ranganatha is resting. And you feel that you want to stay in Sri Rangam. This is Vaikuntha. How does that dhyana come into you? Bhuloka Vaikuntha Hidayani Bhuloka. People do Naravel here to just establish their Vaikuntham in themselves. Bhuloka Vaikuntha Hidayani Bhuloka Vaikuntha Hidayani Bhuloka Vaikuntha. That is how the words and music bring Vaikuntham in front of us. Due to paucity of time, I probably will skip this one slide and move to the next one. This maybe I'll very quickly highlight. In the Kriti Sri Subramanyaya, Lord Muruga is worshipped by both the people on the earth as well as the Devas. So Dikshitar brings this out beautifully by saying, Bhu Suradi Samasta Jana Pujita Charana. He keeps it in the Madhyasthai. When he speaks of the Devas, Vasa Vadim Sakala Devadi Tayam Parayam. The Devas, the celestials worshipping Lord in the upper sthai or the upper octaves. I end with this last song and the last slide. The Pattabhishek of Rama, beautifully described in the Valmiki Ramayana, the last chapter of the Yuddha Kanda. The very form of Rama, the coronation part, the people who are present there. How to bring all this into your dhyana? Beautiful kriti of Dikshitar, Mamava Pattabhirama. Mamava Pattabhirama. In that, in the Charanam, Chatra Chamara Karadhrita Bharata Lakshmana Shatrughna Vibhishana Sugriva Pramukhadi Sevita Tri Vasishtadyanugraha Patra Dasharata Putra Manirangavalyalakrita Navaratna Mandape Vichitra Manimaya Simhasane Sitaya Sahasamstita Sucharitra Parama Pavitra Guru Guhamitra Pankagamitra Vamsha Sudha Bodhi Chandra Medhi Pala Ramachandra Mama. The entire scene, all the people, everything is brought to our mind through the beautiful lilting Manirangu. So auspicious, considered an auspicious raga for this auspicious ceremony, and he brings the whole thing into our mind. So these were few demonstrations, few illustrations. Due to paucity of time, I have not been able to do justice maybe to all of them, but I just wanted to give a glimpse how music itself can induce dhyana. Namaskaram and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Sri Subramaniam Chidambaram ji, for that melodious presentation. So, means how raga or the music is the vehicle that carries the content of dhyana into the dhyata was so beautifully elucidated by both your talk and also the presentation. But as a person with some background, a little bit of background in textual studies in yoga, this question comes to me. In Nadanusandhana, which is a part of Hatha Yoga practices, what we hear is Anahata Nada, the unstruck sound. So the sound which is not struck. Whereas the nada that was demonstrated here was Ahata Nada, means that's created with the combinations or vibrations outside. So as a musician, as a scholar, how do you think one moves into the Anahata realm from the Ahata realm? Or do you think that the Ahata realm itself is fine?
So that's a beautiful question, Jayaramanji. The Ahata is only for the Saguna worship for the beginners, I would say. So that is to take the person into the fold of Dhyana, into the formful aspect. But definitely, Tyagaraja Swami himself mentions in many of the kritis that this needs to move into the Anahata. It needs to move into the, so from the Sahitya, it needs to go into the Swara. It needs to go into Sangeeta first. After Sangeeta, it needs to go to where the Sangeeta is coming from. Then it needs to identify the source. And when you start going into the source, it goes into that nada, which is from which the entire thing emanates. So he does bring that concept through, but he puts this as the starting point. So whatever I demonstrated today was more on the ahata as a starting point, but I definitely agree with you that it has to lead to anahata, and it has to lead, that is the difference between nadopasana and just mere musical presentation. If you are a mere musician, you will stop with ahata and you will do all the gimmicks of musical itself. You will not get into the anahata. Only if you are an adopasaka, you will get into the anahata and then finally reach the source.
Thank you very much. It's a lifelong sadhana which makes a person graduate into that anahata state.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Subramaniam ji, for those thoughts and insights. So now we move on to the next talk, presentation, Dhyana in Shaivagama. A brief presentation by Dr. T. Ganeshan, sir. Ganeshan ji?
Yes. I'm coming. Yes. Am I visible?
Can you come a little more into the screen? Yeah, that's a little more, sir. Head, yes. Better, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste to all of you. And I am briefly presenting my paper on the how Dhyana is presented in Shaivagama. It is a very well analyzed topic, very important one, and I am taking only a few points from some of the yoga padas, and my paper is not an exhaustive one, so just presenting with textual support. I will share the screen with you. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, okay. Shaiva Siddhanta is one of the many branches of Shaivism with its own distinct Shiva revealed scriptures called Āgamas, which are 28 in total, which are also known as Moola Āgama, dealing with every aspect of religion, ritual, and temple worship, and with a well-developed philosophical doctrine, and as well as a well-developed yoga system. So these four are the major points and major parts of the Shaiva Āgamas. It is generally known as Kriya Pada, Charya Pada, Vidya Pada, and Yoga Pada. So all the four padas make a whole of the Āgama. The fundamental aim of yoga in Shaiva Āgamas. The Shaiva Āgamas clearly state the basic aim of all yoga sadhana as Atma Dhyata Mano Dhyanam Dhyaya Sukshmo Maheshwara Yat Paraparam Aishwaryam Etad Dhyana Prayojanam. The great power that accrues by sincere and regular practice is the supreme aim and purpose of yoga. So the power, as well as the power, is attained after attainment of Shivahood. So that is understood. So Shivatva Prapti and the Siddhis, the power. These are the aims of yoga. Benefits of yoga practices. One of the important and basic yoga practice prescribed in the Shaiva Āgamas is the Dhyana. Here, in the Shaiva context, Dhyana has a as a different connotation than that offered by Patanjali. Patanjali says in the context of Dhyana that it consists in deeply meditating on the inner meaning of the Pranava mantra, which is the expression, Vachaka, of the Supreme Being, Ishvara. Tajjapas tatartha bhavan. Patanjali also defines Dhyana as Tatra Pratyayikatanata Dhyanam, maintaining the same awareness, Pratyaya, of a particular object or point without any interruption by other thoughts is Dhyana. The Shaiva Āgamas clearly state that the basic aim of all yoga sadhanas is the great power that accrues by sincere regular practice, which I have seen, and benefits of other yoga practices as Dhyana are discussed in detail in the Shaiva Āgamas. Various visualizations, they are also included in the Dhyana, are also prescribed as part of different rituals. So the Dhyana of one particular form or the mantra, as well as during the various rituals, even during the daily rituals, various dhyanas are prescribed. There, the dhyana mainly deal with the form of the deity to be worshipped. So they are called dhyana and also known as dhyana shloka. The Matanga Parameshwara Agama, for instance, deals with dhyana in detail and gives a different definition and purpose. My paper will briefly discuss these important points. Methods of Dhyana, the proper and the suitable places for its practice, and the fruits gained, such as the experiencing of various divine enjoyments, are treated in the third chapter of the Matanga Parameshwara Agama. To reassure the aspirants about the enormous and multifarious benefits that an individual as well as an individual attains as well as to the world at large, Mrigendra Agama categorically states in verse 10, Yeshu vyassa samasteshu krita yatrasya yoginaha vibhanti shaktayo vishvam vyapya bhanoriva trishaha na tamishte narah kaschit na rakshodanavamaraha roruchanam atityaitan dhrikkriya prana rochusha. So he who puts into practice either one or all the limbs of yoga will definitely attain great powers, physical, psychical, etc., like sun, which cannot be countered or excelled by anything in the world. This is the one. Then the Shiva Dharmottara, which is one of the earliest Shaiva texts, speaks the importance of japa and dhyana as follows. Yasmat saukhyam cha moksham cha yogad ubhayam apniyat tasmat sarvam parityajya jape dhyaye cha shankaram. So these are the importance and the highest purpose of the yoga given in these texts. Now coming to the Matanga Parameshwara Agama, that it assures that regular practice of intense japa, intense dhyana and other related yoga sadhana definitely brings about a complete. I will just stop share. Because I find some difficulty in the screen, I am not able to share. So I just present. Yoga sadhana definitely brings about complete control of all prana activities, which eventually brings forth such high benefits as lightness, laghutva of the body, physical luster, and high improvement in the intellectual faculties. In the Yoga Pada of the Matanga Parameshwara Agama, the second patala, it gives a very clear and a beautiful definition of dhyana. It is an intense and unwavering love, achala pritihi, towards the goal, lakshyam prati. It gives a very apt and a practical example from everyday life. Just as a lover, fully attracted by the force of beauty of his beloved, arising out of love, is not able to draw back his eyes fixed on his beloved, which is his object of attraction, so also a person who meditates should fix his entire mind on his object of meditation. such a dhyana is definitely fruitful. The text goes, Dhyanan nama na gaunena chakshusha divya murtina lakshyam prati achala pritihi yatha raga baleranat pralajjannapi saubhagya shaktya akrishto nivaritaha kanta saktam drisham pritya na nivarayitum kshamaha. We have noticed that in this definition, Bhakti plays a very important role, that is raga. Shaiva Siddhanta does not hold that any constant and continuous thinking as dhyana, along with firm but unbroken mental focus on the object, chosen object. There should be the bhakti as the driving force for that continuous thinking, after which only it is held to be the dhyana. Further, just as the lover in the above mentioned verse is attracted by the beauty of his beloved, so also in the dhyana, the meditator, due to his bhakti, gets attracted by the deity, his chosen object of meditation. If we further analyze the above mentioned definition, we find the adjective nivaritaha for the lover. That is, even if the lover is prohibited or thwarted, he is not able to draw back his eyes from his beloved. In the same way, the devotee, even amidst many distractions that thwart him from his attention on his object of meditation, he continues his meditation fully impelled by his attraction, which in other words is his unflinching bhakti. These important points are highlighted in the commentary of Ramakantha on the above mentioned verses. He also brings out the difference from mere continuous thinking, chintana matram, which is of another level. So then samadhi, the same Matanga Parameshwara Agama, in the same chapter, we get the definition about samadhi, which is once again like a poetic piece of poetry in 3 verses. It poetically describes the state of samadhi using interesting metaphor. Bhogadvarani asheshani pidhaya parame vidhau triptidaru samuthena kavata yugalena tu panchadha samstitenatra lakshya shayya kritaspadaha shuddhau jasa samalingya buddhipatnim sulalasam manah pradeepa pradyota vitamaske sa yogirat hrin mandire sukoddama yoga nidra samakulaha jita darpam matim kritva sarvanga ahladitatmavan shayita suchiram kalam aprabuddhaksha gochara asamprapta bahirdvandvaha samadhau samstita sudhi. So it is like how he enters in the room and fully close all his organs, sense organs, kavatam badva, and he is vitamaske, only he is fully concentrated in the mind, which is the only lamp, and in his heart he is fully immersed in the, as if the yoga nidra, and he lies, that is shayita, as if he is lying in that room completely undisturbed, undistracted for long time. Then coming to the another Shaiva Agama, Sarvajnanottara Agama, it gives a detailed procedure for the performance of formal dhyana. Before that, the text speaks about the person who meditates, the object of meditation, and the fruit of meditation. The individual self is the meditator. The mind is the dhyana. The object of meditation is Maheshwara, who is most subtle, and the fruit is the attainment of, again, supreme power. We have seen earlier this verse, Atma Dhyata, Mano Dhyanam, etc. Then Aghora Shiva in his commentary on this verse explains that Mananam, the continuous thinking, that is, yes, thinking, and that is dhyana. Aghora Shiva also stresses that one should possess mental equanimity towards honor and dishonor, pleasure and pain, and should be free from fear, overjoy, and remorse. So only when these mental qualities are there in the meditator, then only he will succeed in meditation. Mana manau samau krutva sukha dukhe sametatha harsham bhayam vishadancha santyajya yogam abhyaset. Then in the same Yogapada commentary, Agora Shiva states that the relationship between the meditator and the object meditated is yogam. Yogam dhyaya dhyatra sambandhatmakam. So yoga, that is defined as one of the meanings of yoga. That is dhyaya dhyatra sambandha, the relationship between the meditator and the meditated object. Then the procedure of dhyana. Before commencing dhyana, one makes sure that the upper row of teeth does not touch the lower one, as well as the tongue does not touch the space between the lips, and then utters the Shiva mantra with eyes closed, slightly closed. Na dantai samsprishet dantan sirpinyaucha na jihvaya kinchit kunchita netrastu Shivam samyak tadocharet. The commentator Agora Shiva adds here that even during the performance of pratyahara, the preliminary limb of dhyana, one should mentally repeat the Shiva Mula mantra, that is of the form of the Bija mantra. Pranapanau samau kritva sushumnantara charinau tayor vrittim nirudhyatma shivam dhyaye vichakshanaha. That the dhyana is not mere mental concentration, but it should be accompanied by the kumbhaka pranayama, which is the prescription given in the Sarvajñānotara Āgama. Then in the Mrigendra Āgama, Yogapada also, we find that kumbhaka is to be practiced while doing dhyana, japa, etc. Dhyana archana japadyeshu dehatyagecha shankare kumbhako. Then rechakascheshto diksha samstapaneshu cha. So when kumbhaka is prescribed during these dhyana, archana, japa, etc., one should practice kumbhaka. Then rechaka during some other rites. Then the same Agama, Mrigendra Agama continues. Shiva, who is beyond all the tattvas, is to be meditated, or one may even meditate on each of the tattvas, such as the Kshiti, that is Prithvi, and other tattvas. For one may even meditate on these tattvas as they are the body, as if they are of Shiva, which we find in the Mrigendra Agama Yogapada. Then, by the regular and intensive performance of dharana, which is in fact the early stage of dhyana, one directly perceives all the tattvas beginning from the tanmatras and up to Sadashiva, and with the power of uttering the Kshurika mantra, he finally enters into Shiva, which is described in the Sarvajñānotara Āgama.
Sir, kindly sum up, sir.
Yes. Now we have concluding. We have seen just now that the repetition of the Shiva mantra is one of the basic accompanying rites of dhyana. The same point is also corroborated in the Shiva Dharmottara. Japashrantaha Shivam Dhyayet, Dhyanashrantaha Punarjapet, Japadhyanabhiyuktasya Prasidati Maheshwaraha. If one is tired of doing japa, one should start doing dhyana. And if one is tired of dhyana, one should start doing japa. So japa and dhyana are complementary and they should go together. This in brief is the various points that we find in some of the Āgamas of the Shaiva Siddhanta system. In the commentaries of Ramakanta and Agora Shiva on some of these Āgamas, we find much discussions regarding the difference between the yoga taught by Patanjali and that expounded in the Shaiva Āgamas on very important concepts and practices. So which is a very detailed study which I reserve for a future study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those insights and inputs from the Shaiva Āgama literature on the processes of dhyana and the prerequisites. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any questions here, but yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah. Now we move on to the next presentation. It is by Shri B.V.K. Shastriji, Dr. B.V.K. Shastriji. The title of the presentation is Dhyana, Gita 6th chapter, Technicality is connected to Patanjali Yoga Sutra 1.39. Shastriji?
You have to allow me to get to video.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to share the screen. Can you allow me to share the screen?
Yeah, yeah.
Share the screen as a point presentation. Share. Okay. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just what else is there to do this particular thing? I have notifications. Okay. Namaste to all of you. Thanks to Indica for allowing me to make this presentation. Dhyana, Gita 6th chapter technicality, connected to Patanjali Yoga Sutra 139. This is what I want to highlight. I understand that I am talking to a very elite audience. Therefore, much of the technical words which will be detailed in the detailed paper. The table of contents, my presentation sequence will be 3 resources: Vedopaniṣad, Gitopanishad, and Yogopanishads. Dhyana Yoga technicalities, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, binder thread of the 3 resources, Vak Yoga, a restoration of yoga tradition of Sanskrit language. Learn, use language like yoga for yoga and yoganga benefits. Scope for next action, and with some conclusions. But what am I trying to address? The intention is to develop positioning of Bhagavad Gita as anchor of all yoga dhyana traditions and technicalities marked Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Sikh. That is, all Hindu yogas accommodating all jati, mata, kula, varna, ashrama, gender cities have anchor root in Gita. All yogangas are anushasana for a viniyoga, custom prescription after yoga, yoganga diagnostics to deliver a guidance for utility application. Yoga, yoganga needs a viniyoga. My friend Dr. Yadu keeps talking of viniyoga in several contexts. My purpose is to establish a clarity on Sanatana, Sadatana Vedas as anchor of all yoga and yoganga technicalities condensed in Gita. Patanjali Yoga Sutras and all later works, Āgamas, Tantras, Puja Paddhatis, are anchored in Vedas. This is what Srinivasan sir pointed as the KYM tradition. Critical necessity to explore Gita root of several Abrahamic meditation practices in seminaries. Point to the need of restoring yoga way of learning, teaching, researching using Sanskritam. The Vagyoga Yaska as Vedanga Sampradaya. Explore new and current ways of scientific research into Dhyana, Vijnana Yoga, augmenting cognitive linguistics and consciousness research to develop bioenergy, healing models and applications. This is to carve out an Indian/Hindu yoga, health, wellness and public health solutions roadmap to get global leadership hold on markets marked at 7 trillion USD as a wellness market. Which gives the roots. The three sources are Upanishads and Upanishads. They are threaded for understanding Yoga Sutra. Upanishads are prior to 6000 BCE or earlier or Apurusheya. Gita technically around 3000 BCE or 3139, it doesn't matter. Upanishads come in the post period of Bhagavad Gita, and Patanjali Yoga Sutra circa 200 BCE. What is necessary? To recognize Patanjali Yoga Sutra for Yoga, Yoganga and Yoga Vedanta links. Recognize Patanjali, the concept of Vak Yoga Samskritam, critically to understand Sanskritam. Patanjali Yoga Sutra and the language Sanskritam provides connection and continuity of yoga, practice technicalities and posited benefits. Right from Shvetashvatara Upanishad, Dhyana Yoga teaching Nagagi streams in two lanes. One is the Yoganga model and the Yoga model. Other one can be seen as Vedic Shastra model or the Astra model following Tasmat Shastram Pramanam and non-Vedic or Nastika school or Avaidika Darshanas, Buddhism and Jainism. Teaching for moksha as ultimate goal, Paramartha, or for fulfilling Purushartha, desires in a certain context, a healthcare, a siddhi, these kind of things. Teaching can come as a Gurukul model or a Rishi Yogi one-to-one model systems, or the Dhyana Yoga teaching incorporated into Vritti, Siddhi, Kamana, a social profession oriented model. This is Yogasthaha Guru Karmani model. And is the meaning of technicality. Meaning of technicalities is to answer the W and WH questions, as they say: how to, when, where, for what, using what, how long, how many times. Basically, the Athato or Kim Kimartham Katham. Why diversity of practice technicalities? And why look at Dhyana as Parikshya Anushasanam? Anushasanam, we are having custom shelf pickup models, but what is the Parikshya model? That is very critical to be examined. So before prescribing any Dhyana Yoga, the seeker is examined for the following: competence, that is Yogyata, Samarthya and Adhikara; intention, Sankalpa, Ishtakama; prior practice and qualification, Abhyasa Samskara; commitment to traditional value system, Shastra, Guru Parampara, Sampradaya, Nishtha. Now this is the traditional model. What happens when these are violated or when they are customized is history. So I am making some bold statements. All currently known and practiced yoga meditation technicalities are derivable from language and pointers provided in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Shvetashvatara Upanishad is the first consolidation of Vedic Yoga Dhyana techniques prior to Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The Vedic yoga meditation techniques documented in Gita and later works as Yoga Upanishads have a continuity and connection and consistency with pointers provided in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. This seems to be missing in many modern interpretations and teachings of yoga. Buddhist and Jaina yoga meditation techniques are philosophical, view-specific adaptations and customizations of Dhyana yoga techniques from Shvetashvatara Upanishad and Bhagavad Gita. To the text of Shvetashvatara Upanishad, where the technique comes. The Upanishad is a part of the Taittiriya Samhita, wherein we get Taittiriya Upanishad, which is a part of the Krishna Yajurveda. Rishi is Shvetashvatara. The opening is Harihi Om Brahmavadino Vadanti. So the preliminary qualification, pre-qualification to understand what is told in Shvetashvatara Upanishad technique is one should be a Brahmavadin. And how do they ask their questions? Kim Karanam Brahma Kutasma Jata Jiva Makena Kvacha Sampratishtaha Adishthita Kena Sukhetaresho Vartamahe Brahmavido Vyavastham. This precisely is the Nasadiya Sukta model of questioning why, what, how, basically the scientific approach. Then, what do they explore? Kala, Swabhavo, Niyatihi, Yadrucha, Bhutani, Yonihi, Purusheti Chintyam, Iti Chintyam. So the lines of explorations are the Kala, time, Swabhava, one's own nature, Niyati, Yadrucha, whatever explore, Bhutani, Panchamahabhutas, Ashtaprakriti, Yonihi, causal relations, Purushaha, the consciousness, the Paramapurusha. And then Sanyoga Esham, Natvatma Bhavad, Atma Hyanishaha, Sukha Dukkha Hetuho. So the anchor comes down to the practitioner, the Sukha Dukkha, the Manasa Bhavas, which is anchored Yoganga to the Purusha, Purushartha, Viniyoga to this world. How did they explore? Te Dhyāna yoganugata apashyan devatma shaktim swagunair nigudham yaha karanani nikilani tani kalatma yuktya adi tishthatyekah. This one mantra which mentions Dhyana yoga is very potent for explanation. Gita 6th chapter is having the colophon Dhyana yoga, but if you go through the entire chapter, the word Dhyana is not there in Dhyana yoga chapter. Why? Because that section deals with the technicalities, how to. But Dhyana is used in different contexts in Bhagavad Gita. I will connect that later. And when they give the Kalas, all that, they use different models. I will not go to the text because that will call for a lot more reading time. I'll just say how the technicalities are used. In 1.4, we have the Brahma Chakra model, the wheel model, which is seen in Gita, Evam Pravartitam Chakram. And the wheel model, people know the wheel of dharma, which is used in Buddhist meditation systems. So where is the root of that? It is the Brahma Chakra. The next is the river model, the flowing, which resonates with the Gita 11:28. Yatha nadinam Bahavamba Vegaha, where the flow is used for meditation. Panchasrotaha, all that details, more technical details. And what does the Simple is explained in the Upanishad. Customization is seen in many Zen teachings and many modern teachings. This is the technicality for model. How to look at the permanence and the impermanence, which resonates with Gita 15, Kshara and Akshara model.
Dr. Shastriji, can you?
The perishable and the imperishable. Then,
Dr. Shastriji, can you kindly summarize? Yeah.
I'll quickly go through that.
Yeah.
Okay. Practice, which is Dhatva Devam. The details will come in the paper. Then meditation is there in Shaiva Siddhanta 2:15 to 6:9. Back to some of the Manusmriti and then Vajrayana Samhita and even Sankhya Darshana is accommodated in Shweta Shruta Upanishad. Ajame Gita verses 2 in the Yoganga part, Tirunnatam Sthapya, the next to Yogi Yunjita Satatam. That is the technicality. Then Patanjali connecting 139 Yathabhimata Dhyanadva is the summarization. Contextualize the technicality of Dhyana using the pointers given in Shvetashvatar Upanishad. Rest of it, Yoga, Dhyana in Yoga model and Yoga Samadhi model, and the post is advanced teaching. In Yoga Upanishads with whether Rudra or Nrisimha, Nadabindu, Kala, all that, these are expansions of the pointers provided in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Nana Varnakriti Dhyana based upon Gita 6:44 and 17:16. I'll put the details in the paper. Now, Gota's meditation does not deliver the technical essence of Vedic Yoga with the Vidhana Anushasanam. Shvetashvatara Upanishad provides a first consolidation of Yoga, Yoganga, Dhyana techniques and technicalities. All later teachings in all Dharmic Yoga traditions stand out as derivative of these teachings. Within tradition, Vedopanishad, Gita-Upanishad, Yoga-Upanishad preserve the extended understanding of Dhyana Yoga in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Patanjali Yoga Sutra provides the binding thread for the teaching. Vedic Dhyana technicalities are accommodative of plurality of faith, belief, culture, gender, profession, factors. Dhyana is not an off-the-shelf pickup item. Dhyana is a custom instruction for practice under supervision of competent master. Current meditation systems tied to yoga brand teaching are actually scaled down Yoganga Dhyana technicalities. Current research on yoga meditation techniques in the areas of consciousness, wellness, stress release, healing have started good, but have a big journey to catch up and continue before they can get Dhyana Yoga from the reference point provided in Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Last point, Vak Yoga is a revival of Dhyana Yoga technicalities related to act of thought articulation and in Vak to Vakya cycle, Akshara Brahmopasana. Dhyana research is needed to tap a 7 trillion wellness market, which is being projected as a next step to asana and pranayama. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very Yeah, thank you very much, BVK Shastriji, for that very clear textual delineation of the sources of Dhyana Yoga from those Upanishadic sources. Dr. Nagarajji, would you want to share your comments?
Yeah, nothing much special. As always, Dr. B.V.K. Shastriji brings some interesting points to the table. He brought Dhyana Yoga, the focus on Dhyana Yoga, and his pet philosophy of Vag Yoga he wanted to bring, but probably time was not sufficient. Thank you very much, Professor Shastri, for this wonderful elucidation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagarajji. Thank you, Shastriji.
Thank you. Any questions? You can just ask.
Yeah, I don't see any questions, Shastriji. Means if there is, if there is any, there will be in the question and answer box. You can directly type the answers away. Yeah. So I don't see currently any questions there. So
okay, fine. So I will share the detailed paper during the course of this one.
Yes.
Okay.
Forward to the paper, sir. Full paper.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to the next presentation by Srimati Anuradha ji on meditation in Akshamalika Upanishad.
Namaste. I'll start sharing the screen first and then. So my topic is meditation in Akshamalika Upanishad. Before that, we will start with the prayer. Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Akaradi Shakaranta Varna Jata Kalevaram Vikalevara Kaivalyam Ramachandra Padam Bhaje. So this paper actually examines the technique of meditating upon the Sanskrit alphabets as prescribed in the Akshamalika Upanishad. Shastriji just talked about Vag Veda and Vag Dhyana, and this is a small presentation in this on this Upanishad. I think a lot of people must have, many speakers before me have covered this, but I just want to briefly touch that Dhyana meditation, which is also called Dhyana and Upasana, is a very important anga of in the Hindu tradition, and it is one of the angas of Ashtanga Yoga. And Patanjali says that meditation is an unbroken flow of thought towards the object with concentration. And Shankara in his Bhagavad Gita Bhashya says that Upasana means a prolonged state characterized by the flow of an identical idea, like the flow of oil after the mind takes up a theme as its object in conformity with Shastric prescriptions. That means there's a single idea in line with the Shastras. Meditating is that. There are two types of upasanas in the Hindu tradition. Saguna upasana, where you meditate upon the form of God, the symbol of God, the name of God. And the result of this is punya and the purification of mind. So japa, manasa puja are some of the practices of Saguna upasana. In Nirguna upasana, one meditates upon the nature of Atman or Brahman, and self-realization is the fruit of such a meditation. This is also sometimes called Nididhyasana. Before we move on to Akshamalika Upanishad, a brief discussion on the importance of sound, because alphabets are the basis of sound. So in the Hindu tradition, sound is very important. Sound is the basis of creation. Sound is Ishvara. The Sharada Tilaka Tantra, in its very first verse, says, "Let the Supreme Being protect us, the Supreme Being which is ever enduring bliss, from which emerge the 50 alphabets that pervade the universe of movable and immovable objects. The wise call it Shabda Brahman, which is also the Chaitanya." So basically, the universe comprises of these alphabets. These alphabets are the same as Shabda Brahman and the same as Chaitanya Swarupa. We highlight Vak as a deity, as a goddess. And the Rig Veda says that I am the queen, the confluence of riches, the skillful one who is first among those worthy of sacrifices. The gods divided me up in various parts, for I dwell in many places and enter into many forms. So Vak is all-pervading, all-powerful. Okay, is the slide clear? I didn't ask. They've run like 5 slides. Is it clear? Okay. And again, what is the significance of alphabets? Like, as I said, sound comprises of words and words comprise of alphabets. And the very word akshara, that is to kshar, they're called aksharas. And the Sanskrit definition of dictionary definition of akshara means itself is imperishable, indestructible. Okay. And one of the schools of the Hindu tradition, Varnavada, they say that alphabets themselves have divine potency. It's not that they need to have a meaning. Words by alphabets by themselves are divine and are capable of revealing some truth. If we notice, there are several bija aksharas in the Hindu tradition, and there is alphabets in combinations, you see, like Hreem, Kleem, Shreem. They are all representing the goddess herself. Gam represents Ganesha. So alphabets in different combinations are called bija aksharas, and they represent the very deity. And of course, the most sacred of all alphabets is Om, which is a combination of A, U, and Now, sound is, these are some of the references in Upanishad, or what the Upanishad says about Om. Om is everything virtually. That's the most important thing. That syllable Om is truly Brahman. Brahma, Aksharam Brahma, Aksharam Param. So Om itself is Brahma. Now I will go to the Akshamalika Upanishad proper. Now the word Akshamalika has 2 parts, Aksha, which means seed, and Malika, which is a garland. So basically it is about the Japamala and what the significance of the Japamala. This is a Shaiva Upanishad, which belongs to the Rig Veda, and it's written in prose form. This Upanishad is a dialogue between Brahmaji and Kartikeya, and it's a later day Upanishad which incorporates both the Purana and the Tantra traditions. The Shanti mantra of this Upanishad itself starts with the word Vang. Vang me manasi pratishtham. That's the Shanti mantra. And what is the key teaching of this Upanishad? It superimposes tattvas on all the 51 alphabets, and each alphabet is considered sacred and has the ability to reveal some aspect of Ishvara. Brahmaji starts the inquiry. He asks Kartikeya, kindly tell me what are the distinct methods of Akshamala? That is, what are the characteristics of each garland? How many kinds of garlands are there? What are the kind of threads that one uses in a Japamala? What are the letters? What are the concepts behind the letters? What is the god representing these letters? And what is the result of chanting or using this Japamala? These are the questions of Brahmaji. And then Kartikeya gives these answers. He says that the beads can be made of gold, silver, rudraksh, lotus seed, sandalwood beads, and the threads can be made of gold, silver, and copper. This is what he says. The main teaching, of course, is, as I said, the Upanishad attributes a value or a quality to each alphabet from A to Kshar. For example, alphabet A, it says, you are the winner of death, be seated on the first bead. So that's how the meditation goes. You place your hand on each bead, you think of the alphabet, and you think of the tattva. Then A, you are omnipresent by virtue of your magnetic power of attraction. Be seated on the second bead. That's what it says. Then E, you are endowed of power and peace. Be seated on the third bead. And it goes on. And the final akshara is Ksha. And it says, Ksha is, of course, the very para or Brahman. And it says, you are the teller of the essence existing in this and all that worlds. Please enshrine on the Shikhamani. That's what it says. And and the interesting part is that because Ishvara is everything, it's not just only positive values that are invoked. For example, O, the Akshara O, it's represented as you create burns, jealousy, and fever. You are defaced, enshrine on the 43rd beat. Then this teaching, this Upanishad uses a very interesting Shastric methodology, which is called Adhyaropa Apavada. In Adhyaropa Apavada, what one first does is one superimposes certain values on Brahman, Ishvara, and then those very values are negated. So how does the Akshamala Upanishad use this methodology? For the first 50 alphabets, it superimposes certain values. And in the 51st bead, it says that everything is para, everything is Brahman. It kind of negates all the previous values. Negates doesn't not say that they're not valid, but it negates by saying that everything is encompassed by the Akshara Ksha. So this Adhyaropa Apavada technique is used in this Upanishad. This is a later day Upanishad, so there are a lot of influences of the Purana. For example, the fact that it's a dialogue between Brahma and Kartikeya. This is a Upanishad which is very friendly towards the other mathas. This is a Shaiva Upanishad, but it's friendly towards Vaishnava and Shakta traditions. It acknowledges the Trimurti and says, for example, one of the verses says the innermost thread of the Japamala, that is on which the beads are threaded, is Brahma, the right is Shiva, and the left is Vishnu, the mouth is Saraswati, and the tail is Gayatri. So that is, it shows that very inclusive nature. Then the Tantra influence on the Akshamalika Upanishad, the very fact that it's meditating upon the Aksharas, that is actually a very tantric tradition. Tantras make a lot of use of alphabets and the divinity of alphabets. And then one of the verses, verse 15, talks about the tantric concepts of para, pashyanti, madhyama, and vaikhari. Para is, of course, the same as Brahman. That is the absolute reality which makes any speech possible. Pashyanti, madhyama, and vaikhari are three aspects of speech. Pashyanti is a very, very subtle form of speech, which is actually in the form at the thought level. Madhyama is at the prana level, where you are, before it's literally residing in the throat before it is vocalized. And vaikhari is the gross speech. So what the Upanishad says is that all these alphabets are enabling this kind of speech. And then the Akshamalika teaching in line with the Upanishad teaching. Basically, what is the purpose of any Upanishad teaching is to relieve us, free us from samsara. So this Upanishad also does this by revealing the knowledge of Brahman. The Ksha is a knowledge of Brahman. And then it also fulfills the other purpose, which is Upasana for Chitta Shuddhi. And there it is between A and Sa, the 50 alphabets, it highlights and it teaches various aspects of Ishvara, which help in getting Punya and Chitta Shuddhi. This is, of course, this Upanishad provides the pramana for the 108 bead Japamala. That's another secondary teaching. And then before the Phalashruti, of course, it says that those who read this Upanishad in the morning, they will be absolved of all the sins committed in the night. And those who read this Upanishad in the night will be absolved of all the sins committed in the morning. And then Lord Guha says that whoever does a silent japa on this Upanishad, for them, all the results will fructify immediately. And then I want to end here by saying that what is the uniqueness of this Upanishad? The most important thing is the divinity of each alphabet. This association, each alphabet, we have seen Bija Aksharas, we have seen the significance of Om, we have seen Bija Aksharas being spoken in the Tantras, but the divinity of each alphabet, a standalone alphabet, is very unique. We don't see this in any other Upanishad. This Upanishad helps to inculcate a very prayerful attitude in seekers. For example, many values such as Ishvara is all-powerful, Ishvara is the Karmaphala Data, they are all mentioned in each of the beads, and these values are inculcated. This helps to inculcate a prayerful attitude. It highlights the importance of Japa Sadhana, and it's a really wholesome Upanishad. It has both the Brahma Vidya and it also reveals upasanas. And then it's very inclusive in its nature. Despite being a sectarian Upanishad, despite being a Shaiva Upanishad, it has immense respect for both the Vaishnava and the Shakta tradition. So that's what I have to present. And I will just end with a prayer here. Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. And if there are any questions, feel free, or comments, please feel free to share.
Thank you, Anuradha ji, for that crisp presentation on the interesting Akshamalika text. The aksharas means the pranavaksharas, a, u, ma, they have been discussed in the traditional or the ancient Prashnopanishad itself. So, and then probably taking inspiration from that, these Upanishads have developed it to each of the alphabet in the Aksharamala, it seems. So that might be the origins of, or the origins of inspiration for Akshamalika Upanishad. This was the only observation I just wanted to make. So it was an interesting Nagaraji, would you want to comment?
No, just this Akshamalika as an idea is widely prevalent. The Akshamalika in the hand of Saraswati as one of the Ayudhas in sculptures actually is a representation of this only. And these representations probably historically are older than the time of this later Upanishad. This Upanishad seems to be a later Upanishad. And actually the idea of Vyakarana as yoga that Professor Shastri keeps on campaigning for and working for is a very, very important aspect. And this, as Anuradha ji has already mentioned, this is also part of that Vag Yoga only, Vyakarana as yoga. For the West, the disciplines like linguistics or psychology or all these are not for any spiritual practice. Actually, they desist from making academic disciplines. For them, they look at it as religious. So making something as religious, they desist. But here, linguistics is being made into a spiritual practice. That is what the whole thing about Vakyapadiyam and Bhartrihari's Vag Yoga. Asannam Brahmanas Tatra, he says. And this particular Akshamalika approach is phonetics as spiritual practice. For them, phonetics also is there. They can talk about phonetics, teach phonetics, everything. But how phonetics can be a spiritual practice is all about Mantra Shastra. The entire Mantra Shastra is all about how phonetics and phonemics is a spiritual practice. And to meditate upon each of the alphabet and letters are not correct words. They are just poor borrowings from English. So the best word, our own Sanskrit words we can use, like Akshara, Varna, Varnamala is the word we use. We have our own word, Varnamala. And John Woodruff, who writes about Tantra, his first book he calls Garland of Letters. It is about Mantra Shastra. So those aspects of Dhyana on Varna, Dhyana on Akshara is all about phonetics being a spiritual practice, an inward practice. This is unique to Hinduism. And as we have been repeatedly saying, the artificial friction between science and religion that came because of modern day developments, modern European history developments in Europe, they do not fit for Hinduism. In Hinduism, there is no conflict between science and religion. Hinduism is a religion which is science. Hinduism is a religious culture which is actually science as a religion, science as a spiritual practice. This is an example of how phonetics as a science, a perfect science. Let us remember that through Siksha and Pratishakyas, for the preservation of Vedic pronunciation, the Vedic rishis excelled. They took it to the extreme through Siksha Shastra. the science of phonetics. It is as scientific as any science can be, that phonetics of Shiksha. And such a science is actually made into a spiritual practice here. And I keep repeatedly saying in my career discipline called anthropology that all indigenous cultures all over the world, all tribal cultures, what they call forest cultures or ethnic groups, have their own spell culture. Spell. They have supernatural powers. They have a belief that there are spiritual supernatural powers rested in spells, but they do not have a science about it. It is Hinduism that provides a science for what all ethnic groups of the world have as a spell philosophy, a philosophy of spell, mantra. Only in Hinduism we have a shastra for this. Thank you, Anuradha ji, for reminding us and for inspiring us to think about this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Indic, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anuradha ji. There is a question by Megh ji, so he will be typing it out. You can look at the question and answer box and respond, Anuradha ji. So as there is a time paucity, we have to move ahead. Thank you. So we move to the next presentation. It is by Dr. K.S. Balasubramaniam sir from the Upaniṣads Research Institute on Sahaja Marga meditation vis-a-vis ancient Indian schools of thought. Balasubramaniam sir.
Namaste to one and all. Thank you for this opportunity. India is the homeland of spirituality. There had been great sages, seers, and saints who emerged in this holy place down from the Vedic period, or perhaps even before that, who gave their heart and soul to reach their destination, which was their sole aim, that is God realization. We find from the hymns of the sacred Vedas, Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita and Smritis their noble and sincere attempts to attain the everlasting bliss, which they communicated to the masses according to their own level of understanding and approach. But later on, there was some degradation.
Sir, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt you. I think you are using a mobile phone, sir. Can you please rotate it, that mobile, in a landscape mode? Yes.
Is it okay now?
Please unmute, sir. It is okay. Just unmute and you can go ahead.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So later on, some degradation took place, and the result is the interpretation of these texts from the intellectual point of view. And we see a lot of schools of philosophy in the place of schools of Indian thought. And slowly, man forgot his source, where from he came. There was dilemma everywhere, even in the minds of those who were following the schools of different religions. At this juncture, the very nature herself blessed humanity with a great personality named revered Sri Lalaji Maharaj, as we call him, Samartha Guru Mahatma Sri Ramchandraji Maharaj of Fatehgarh, on the Basant Panchami day in 1873, and he discovered so many things and the approach through meditation also. And he had a worthy disciple called Sri Ramchandraji, whom we affectionately call Babuji Maharaj. He was succeeded by Chariji Maharaj and presently by Kamleshji Patel, who is well known universally as Daji. And the school of Sahaja Marga, as propounded by Babuji Maharaj, prescribes a set of 3 practices to be performed daily with dedication, namely meditation before sunrise in the morning, cleaning after the day's work is over, and prayer at bedtime. Meditation on the divine light in the heart is prescribed for all the aspirants in this system. Everyone without barrier of color, caste, religion, sex, nationality is welcome to practice this system, and be benefited. Since this paper is concerned only with meditation, an account of the same is presented here. Meditation is represented by the term Dhyāna in Sanskrit, which is derived from the root dhyai, to think. So meditation actually means to think of an object continuously. This idea is given by Patanjali in his Yoga Sutra as the seventh step of his Ashtanga Yoga, when he defines Dhyanam as Tatra Pratyaya Ekathanaka Dhyanam. Some may question how meditation plays an important role in one's spiritual pursuit, and whether it is possible to practice meditation without learning the scriptures, including Vedas, Upanishads, etc. It's not essential for one to have the mastery over the Shrutis or Smritis for the realization of the ultimate. For both the Shrutis and Smritis themselves do not recommend it. The Shvetasvatara Upanishad says, Tusho akshare parame vyoman yasmin deva adhi vishve nisheduhu yastam navedakim rucha karishyati ettat viduhu ta ime samasate, which means, about a while are the Vedas to him who does not know that indestructible, highest ethereal being in whom the gods and Vedas reside. Only those who know that are satisfied. Further, the Kathopanishad says, Nayamatma pravachanena labhyaha na medhaya na bahuna shrutena. And Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, Trayunya Vishaya Veda Nistrayunyo Bhavarjuna. So he says one should go beyond the three gunas, and the Vedas pertain only to three gunas. And further he says, Yavanartha Udapane Sarvatas Samplutodake Tavan Sarveshu Vedeshu Brahmanasya Vijanataha. When the whole place is surrounded by water, how much is the help from the well? Similarly, for a Brahmajnani, the Vedas are of little help. And in Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Na Veda Yajñadhyayanair Nadanaihi Nachakriyabihi Natapobirubraihi. So he says, not through the Vedas, not through the sacrifices, not through the offerings, nor by various activities, and not even by severe penances, one can reach me. The same idea he repeats, Naham Vedairna Tapasa Nadanena Nachejjaya. But in the Shvetasvatara Upanishad, the means is given, as was quoted by one previous speaker, where it is said, Te Dhyāna Yoga Nugata Apasyan Devatma Shaktin Swagunair Nigudham, as to how to reach the ultimate, which is the cause of the entire creation. This Upanishad says, practicing the method of meditation, they realized that being, who is the God hidden beyond the three gunas. In the Bhrigu of the Taittiriya Upanishad, Varuna instructs his son, Bhrigu, saying, Tapasa Brahma Vijñāsasva Tapo Brahmeti, which is self-explanatory. In yoga texts like Goraksha Samhita, the saint says, Ashwamedha Sahasrani Vajapeya Satanicha Ekasya Dhyana Yogasya Tulam Narhanti Shodashi. All the thousands of Ashwamedha sacrifices, hundreds of Vajapeya sacrifices are not equal to even 1/16th of one Dhyana Yoga. And in Mahanarayana Upanishad, we find the importance being given to renunciation. Nagarmanana prajaya dhane natyage naike amritatva manasu, etc. Where the word tyaga means renunciation, but Sahaja Marga does not recommend anyone to renounce this world. There is no contradiction at all in the statement of the masters of Sahaja Marga. The contradiction is only apparent because of the misunderstanding of the term renunciation. Renunciation does not mean that one should leave off everything in this world and lead an ascetic life in the forest. For Pujya Sri Babuji Maharaj says, renunciation truly means non-attachment with worldly objects and not the non-possession of things. Renunciation is in fact a condition or inner state of the mind which brings to view the transitory and changing character of things and creates a feeling of non-attachment to such objects. His eyes are fixed every moment on reality, which is unchanging and eternal, and is free from the feeling of attraction and repulsion. This is Vairagya in the true sense. Lord Krishna says in the Gita, Dhyanat karma palatyagaha. Hence, it is clear that Sahaja Marga prescribes the best method, namely the meditation, for attaining ultimate reality. Now, on what object should we meditate? According to Sahaja Marga, it is advised to meditate on the heart with the suggestion that the divine light is in the heart. Some may question, while there are many other objects, many other gods, mantras for meditation, why should one fix divine light as the object of meditation? Then does it mean that God is light? Surely there are many points or objects of meditation, but we take only the divine light as the object of meditation. The Kathopanishad says, Angushta Matra Purushaha Jyotiriba Dhumagaha. So the Purusha of the size of a thumb, the Lord of the past and the future, is like the light without smoke. He is verily today, tomorrow, and everywhere. This is verily that, says Kathopanishad. The Babuji Maharaj's own words regarding meditation on the divine light are given here. In our system, the Abhyasi is advised to meditate on the heart, thinking of the divine light there. But he is directed not to view light in any form or shape like that of an electric bulb or candle, etc. In that case, the light appearing therein will not be real, but one projected by his own creative speculation. An Abhyasi is advised to proceed with a mere supposition of light with the thought of divinity at the bottom. What happens then is that we meditate upon the subtlest which is to be attained. He further says, every saint has used the word light, and I too cannot avoid it because that is the best expression to reality. But that creates some complications because when we talk of light, the idea of luminosity comes to our mind. Sorry. The luminosity of the idea of luminosity becomes prominent and we begin to take it as glittering. The real light carries with it no such idea. Under our system, the Abhyasi, no doubt, sometimes sees light, but the glittering light appears only in the beginning when the matter comes into contact with energy. In other words, it is only a clue that energy has begun to work. The real light has dawn color or a faint reflection of colorlessness. Although light is not the exact translation of the thing, because light is really far more heavy a thing than what actually it has been expressed so merely for the sake of understanding, because in that case, it means actually light means one should feel lighter and lighter, and light means loss of weight of one's own thought. Thus, the real light refers only to the real substance, or more appropriately, substanceless substance. Dr. K.C. Varadachari, explaining on this suggestion, says the Upanishads say, Asato ma sadgamaya. It is a very big statement. We go from unreality to reality, and tamaso ma jyotir gamaya. We go from darkness to light. Now, we are not going towards the light. Light is not our goal. We go beyond both darkness and light. Natatra suryo bhati, na sasankaha, na chapavakaha. There, the sun does not shine, nor the moon illumines, nor the fire burns. In other words, it is neither hot nor cold. Now, if such is the condition to which you go, how can you say that you are going towards Jyoti? Either the word Jyoti has been improperly translated as light, or that it emerged when you merge in God. So the word Jyoti is difficult for translation or explanation of the commentators. It is something beyond darkness and light, something which merges when you enter into the divine. That is the goal. Now, as our master says, light is not our goal. Light is equated with Vidya, darkness is avidya. Our goal is not within these two terms or the two experiences. Both of them are experiences in the language in which we use it. We must enter into that and merge in the divine. These are the words of Dr. K.C. Varadachari. It may be asked that there are many parts in the body on which one can meditate, especially Trikuti, the point in between the eyebrows, navel chakra, and by projecting one's attention on the tip of the nose, and so on. Then why should one meditate on the heart? Surely, there are many parts in the human body on which one can meditate. But the best way is the meditation on the heart. Puja Sri Babuji Maharaj says, the most appropriate point for meditation can be only that wherefrom the current flows on, either upwards or downwards. It can be only heart and nothing else. The Shruti also recommends the same. For example, Mahanarana Upanishad says, Anantama Vyayam Gavigum Samudre Entam Vishwasambhavam Padmakosha Pratikasagam Hridayam Chapyadho Mukam. And the Shvetasara Upanishad says, Yesha Devo Vishwakarma Sada Jananam Hridaye Sannivishtaha Hrida Manisha Manasabi Klipto Yaetad Viduhu Amritaste Bhavanti. This divinity who created the universe and who pervades everything always dwells in the hearts of creatures, being finitized by emotions, intellect, will, and imagination. Those who realize this become immortal. And Mahanarana Upanishad says, Dakram Vipapam Parame Eshma Bhutam Yat Pundarigam Buramadhya Sadhyastam Tatra Vidakram Gaganam Vishogastasmin Yadantastadupasitavyam. Small and pure like a lotus is the heart of man in the center of his being. There abides the Lord, subtle and formless and untouched by the sorrow. He is to be adored. He who is thus, who resides within the heart itself. And Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Kriddeshe Arjuna Tishtati. But the best explanation as to why one should meditate on the heart is given by Puja Babuji Maharaj himself. He says in Sahaja Marga philosophy, generally, I advise meditation on the heart at the point where you feel its beats. Meditation on other points can also be undertaken, such as fixing the attention on the tip of the nose or between the eyebrows, etc. But in my opinion, meditation on the heart is the easiest and most beneficial. There is a great philosophy underlying meditation on the heart. The heart is the pumping station of blood. It sends out purified blood to all parts of the body and to the smallest cells. Now, we have taken the heart as the center for meditation. The blood that runs through our system is affected. The solidity due to our own thoughts and actions begins to melt away. This is the first thing that we begin to gain from the first day by this method of meditation on the heart. It is thus the nucleus and creates the vibrant motion wherever it is directed. This is the field for the mind to work, and this is the instrument by which we develop the discriminating faculty. The subtle force works in this place for the descent of divine energy. If somehow our thinking conjoins with it, or we train it so that it may percolate the right thing and direct it towards reality, the problem is solved. People may ask why it is necessary to proceed with meditation. The answer is quite plain and simple, that by meditation, we gather ourselves at one point so that our individual mind may leave its habit of wandering about which it has formed. By this practice, we set our individual mind on the right path because it is now metamorphosing its habits. When this is done, our thoughts naturally do not go astray. The heart is the only place in which the connecting link between the animate and the inanimate is most clearly felt. This is the reason why meditation on the heart is very useful.
Sir, can you summarize, sir? Sorry, can you please summarize and conclude, sir?
Yeah, I will do that. I think I have not even crossed 15 minutes, but anyway. So that is why the meditation in the heart is recommended in this system to help the abhyasis, or those who practice the system of pranahuti is used only in this system, which is called pranasya prana, which is defined as the utilization of the divine energy for the transformation of human beings. This has been worked in earlier texts. We find it in Upanishad, we find it in Yoga Vasishtha, 3 methods of this yogic transmission. We find in Sutta Samhita 4 methods of yogic transmission called Shaktipata, which is gross, subtle, subtler, and the subtlest. The transmission through thought power is supposed to be the subtlest, which is being used in this system. And for those who are interested in realizing God within this lifetime itself, this is the safest, surest, softest, and the shortest spiritual path. We welcome you all to come and reap the benefit out of this system. It is absolutely free, and this is a very simple system. Therefore, it is known as Sahaja Marga. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for showing the textual philosophical moorings of the Sahaja system of practice. Nagaraji, would you have comments on this?
I can only say that the Ramachandra mission is lucky to have Dr. K.S. Balasubramaniam in its.
No.
That is the only thing I can say. Because I know Ramachandra Mission in Hyderabad, they have their biggest center in Thana village here, and very close to my house in Liberty area, they have very old meditation center, and I have many of my friends who are followers of this, but none, I would say exactly none is like Dr. Balasubramanian. Such an erudite scholar and such a learned person, both in Tamil traditional practices, spiritual practices, and also on the Vedic side of practices, textual knowledge, everything. So I think if Ramchandra Mission is lucky or wise, it would make use of the services of Dr. Balasubramanian for giving a textual strength, scholarly strength to their cult and practice. That is the only thing I can say. And I'm also surprised to see that such traditionally learned people like Dr. Balasubramanian are attracted towards these contemporary practices. When such a thing happens, they are lucky. Actually, those contemporary practices are lucky. Thank you very much, sir.
My blessings.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to the next presentation by Dr. Vinod and Dr. Tyagarajan. The topic is understanding meditation and its allied techniques with special reference to Vedanta Deshika's Sankalpa Suryodaya. Over to Dr. Vinod and Tyagarajan.
ज्ञानानन्दमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिं ममदारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवं उपास्महे विशेषवित्पारिषदेषु समराङ्गनेषु जिगीषतो मे कवितार्किकेन्द्रां जिह्वाग्रसिंहासनमण्डितेयाः. Namaste one and all. Thanks to Jairamana for providing this opportunity and also for the Indic Academy. Sorry, due to some unavoidable and unexpected reasons, my co-presenter Dr. Tyagarajan could not participate in this. So
Vinod, can you be a little bit louder?
Oh, just.
Your audio system is fine. Kindly be.
Yes.
You can be a little louder. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Screen is visible. Fine.
Yes. Thank you. So, I would like to highlight the views on meditation of Vedanta Deshikacharya from his Sankalpa Suryodaya, and that's what especially this paper concentrates about three important things, that is the right place for meditation and the absolute form that fits for meditation and the way to overcome the obstacles faced during meditation. So before entering into the subject, I just want to give a short note, as we all know this. So the Indian School of Philosophy is majorly divided into two major divisions, Astika and Nastika. And among Astika, there exist six Shad-darshana, six orthodox schools, Astika Darshana, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, Yoga, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. And again, the Vedanta has three subdivisions, which is called as, that is called as Dvaita, that is dualism, Advaita, and Vishishtadvaita. So this Vishishtadvaita is considered as a prominent doctrine for Shiva Vaishnavas. Some notable acharyas are pointed here, like Bodhayana, Nathamuni, Yamunacharya, Ramanujamuni. Ramanujamuni is the famous proponent of this philosophy, of course. Then Pilelokacharya and Vedanta Deshika, the poet philosopher. And he is remembered through the ages for his incomparable works. See, for example, for Bhakti literatures, he has given us so many stotras. For karma literatures, he has given so many texts that explains the Agamic elements. And for Jnana literature, he has given few kavyas and many Shastric texts. And Sankalpa Suryodaya is one among them. So a short note on Sankalpa Suryodaya. Actually, this play is centered around the liberation of the human soul. So it is said that a proper or a bona fide religious doctrine, that is Mata Siddhanta, is must for liberation, and it is perfectly and it is handled and explained to us perfectly by Swami Vedanta Deshika in this play. So such human qualities like wisdom, that is Viveka Jnanam, Sumatihi, goodness, delusion, Mohaha, Kopaha, anger, are depicted as characters of this play. So whenever I say Viveka, we have to think like this is our wisdom, Sumati, our goodness, delusion, our Moha, like that. So a short content of the complete Sankalpa Suryodaya. The first act explains to us the importance of Vedantic knowledge. Doctrines other than Vishishtadvaita are repudiated through a conversation between a guru and Sishya in the second act. The tools and the ways to attain liberations and the importance of liberations is explained in the third. The victory over materialistic qualities such as Kamadi, desire, etc., are explained in the fourth one. Dambadapadi Dambadi Upalamba, removal of hypocritical actions are explained in the fifth one. And the acts from 6th to 10 deals with the way to attain liberation, especially the important yogic elements like the right place for meditation, the absolute form that fits for meditation, and the way to overcome the obstacles faced during meditations are explained in 6th, 7th, and 8th acts. And the 9th explains us the attainment of samadhi, and the 10th one explains the rays of the divine grace, that is Divya Sankalpa Udaya, and the Sayujya. So it may look like a Tirtha Yatra, Kshetra Yatra, but we have to understand the intention of the author. So now the Viveka, the sixth act starts with the statement of the Stamba. It's also one of our qualities, human qualities. Stupefaction. He is the chamberlain of the king Mahamoha. He is the counter hero of this play, who try to dig the human in this samsara. But the king, the hero of the play, Viveka, wishes to liberate the soul, that is the Purusha. This is what explained. So the sixth act starts with the statement of the Stambha. He understands that the Viveka, the king Viveka, along with his chariot Tarka, started finding out the right place for the Purusha to perform the yogic practices. So which means Viveka, says to Tarka that drive the chariot towards the earth, which means actually now they are trying to find out the right place, the first point of this pattern. So he says, Dvisapta Bhuvanatmaka Druhina Datvara Prekshane Chitistu Parishishyate Sarva Dharmaspate Trivarga Puta Vedana Pradesha Yogya Varsham Tyajanna Pravartaya Rathottamam Sapati Bharatai Konmukam. Which means he says among the 14 worlds, the earth alone fits for our meditation, our examination to find out the right place for meditation. And on the earth, Bharata Desha, Sarvadharmas Padatvat is fixed for the virtuous acts. So he instructs, Viveka instructs Tarka, his charioteer, to drive the chariot towards Bharata Desha. Thus, while driving towards the Bharata Desha, they cross Kailasha mountain. He says, yes, even it is even it is inhabited by Lord Shiva, it has to be avoided by Paramaikanti, as our author is in Paramaikanti. Paramaikanti is nothing but who has the intense devotion towards such Lord. Here it is Sriman Narayana. So he says that even it is inhabited by Lord Shiva, Kailaya has to be avoided for performing yogic practices. So initiate at least the yogic practices. Then Tarka points out the Gandamadana Parvata. So he says that Vidyadharana Mitinubhogasthana Mitina Samadhi Yogyam And he says that it is a place for the Vidyadharas for their Maithuna Yoga. And it is suit for Siddhas, that is who has accomplished the yogic practices, but not for the sadhakas who is try to accomplish or who is commencing the yogic practices. So after that, Tarka points out the Gandhamadana yield. He says whether it suits for the meditation process. He says no, it also won't suit because it always abounds with Ram bhajans sung by Hanuman with Meena, Mridanga, etc. So the sounds may be the distraction for the Purusha to perform yogic practices. Also, he points out the noble women who dance here for the bhajans, their sound, their anklet sound is quite enough to distract the Purusha. He says also here, Kathina niyamopi Purushaha sahasa navanita kumbhavat bhavati vara yuvati vanni kunde sannihite sapati liyamana. Like a ball of butter looks stiff until it is taken near to a hot pot. A person with a steady mind thinks that I will not be distracted by anything, but you will also be distracted when a woman is nearer to him. This is all for the initial stage, that is to commence a samyama. That is the 3 stages, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Now, Viveka says to Tarka to drive the chariot toward Himachal, whether it is the right place to perform the meditation. He says, no, it doesn't suit for the person who wishes to perform samyama, as it is filled with the noise of the Ganges falling from the mountain, and it will be a distraction for him at least in his initial stage. Then they take the chariot towards Aryavarta region. But he says Aryavarta region is nothing but the region between Vindhya and Himalayas. He says, that means Viveka says, no, it won't suit because as it is contaminated, polluted by the Pashandis now, and no good place could be found here, as the 4 legs, that is Tapas, Shaucham, Daya, Satyam, Itipada, Prakititaha, the 4 legs of the Dharma. Among these 3 were already broken by the adulteration of these Pashandis, etc. Then they drive towards the Mokshapuris now, and they are examining whether they suit for meditation. They first go to Ayodhya. Here, now, Viveka says, Pashandi Mandala Pracharakandita Karti Yuga Dharmaha Nivritti Dharmanishtahi Anishtira Buddhivihi Parityaktaha Deshaha. He says that this place, that is Ayodhya, is quitted by the virtuous ones. There, the Kali Yuga Dharma, that is the Tapa penance, was cut by the propagation of these Pashandis. So, feeling that, then Tarka moves the chariot towards Mathura. He says, actually, first Viveka rejoices at first by thinking that about the incarnation of Lord Mahavishnu, who is in form of Krishna, established the Dharma there. But he says, Imam Adarbhena Vibhavya Viplutam Udanvata Dvaravati Vivaduna, which means he says like, this Madura is now immersed in Dharma, which looks similar to the Dwarakapuri. Dwarakapuri's immersion into the sea, which we heard earlier. So it is not the right place. He points out that important one, Nakalata Kasya Guna Vyatikramaha, which means which will not lose its qualities, good qualities maybe, because of the change of the time. So drive the chariot to some other place. Now Tarka takes him towards Shalagram Desha. He says, no, it is ill-rated now for realization, as it is polluted by the covetous people who came here often to steal the gold that exists naturally in the idols. So here also means it doesn't suit for the meditation process. Now he takes him towards Varanasi, which means Tarka takes him towards Varanasi. He says that it is also polluted by Avaidikas, Yavanas, Turkish people, and he says here there are some people who already forgot to worship lords. Even there exists a few, they were also made indifferent by the people, weaker ones here. So he says that it won't suit for meditation here. Now Viveka feels bad for these mokshapuris that doesn't suit for meditation. He says, Sakashiti nachakashiti bhuvi sayodhyeti na Itihāsate Savanti in a kalmasha davatisa kanchiti no ranchati datte sa madureti nokta maduram manya pinanya puri ya vaikunta katha sudhara sabujam rocheta no cheta say, which means Kashi doesn't shine actually for meditation. Ayodhya doesn't become the abode of sadhus. Avanti doesn't protect us from purities. Kanchi doesn't attain the highness. Madura doesn't provide us the ultimate good. And so all these sacred places considered are familiar only for their names, but not for suitable for the meditation, at least for the initial stage. Then Tarka tells, why don't you look at the Dakshinapatha, where it is said to be pervaded by the people who always think of Lord Narayana. He says, Kalaukalu Bhavishyanti, Narayana Parayana, Pachin Pachin Maharaja, Dravideshu Bhurishaha. This is a verse of Shravanamuni, Shukamuni in Bhagavata, Srimad Bhagavata. He says, certainly there will be devotees who dedicate their life to serve Lord Narayana here and there in other regions, but there will be plenty of people in South region. So they came to first Yadavachala. He says, okay, it may be considered because Yadavachala, Melkote is the favorite place of Vedanta Deshana. That's why he says, okay, it may be considered as a place for performing yogic practices, but the Pavana Vega, the power of the wind, may distract the person who is of an unsteady mind now. So better to find some other place. So Tarka takes him towards Kerala Desha, that is Parasurama Kshetra.
Dr. Vinod,
yes,
please
sir.
summarize. Okay. Out of time, please summarize.
Okay. So he takes him toward Kerala Kshetra. He says that here Parasurama is now preaching Pravritti Dharma instead of Nivritti Dharma. Thus, wandering all around the south regions, he points out one reason for rejecting them. And in the end, he says that, of course, each and every place is polluted, each and every place is influenced by the Kali Purusha. So the right place to find, the right place that fits for meditation is nothing but the Hrit Pundarika. He says, we should think of the ultimate in our Hrit Pundarika only. So just one more minute, I will just conclude with the absolute form and the obstacles. Only 1 minute it takes. So he says, what is the absolute form? He says, no worldly things will help us as the objects of meditation. Abrahma stamba paryantaha jagadantar vyavastitaha praninaha karmajanita samsara vashavartinaha te dhyaninam upakarakaha na. They won't be the, they will not helpful as the objects of meditation. Then what has to be meditated if it is asked among the 5 forms of Lord Sriman Narayana? Para, Vyuha, Vibhava, Antaryami, Archa. Vibhava, Para and Vyuha are not experienced. And so the Vibhava has to be meditated upon. That's why it is said by even Lord Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita, Janma karma cha me divyam yo veti tatpataha evam yo veti tatpataha tektva deham punarjanma naiti maneti sojana. So during that meditation, definitely we will find or we will encounter by these obstacles, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, matsarya. But this time, this is the conclusion, but this time, while meditating upon the incarnations, we have to overcome the bad qualities by the sadguna, that is the good qualities. Desire by the jugupsa, that is kama by jugupsa, lobha by tushti, kopa by kshama or titiksha, and ahankara by the Atma Vidya, which is explained to us by Vedanta Deshka in the second act. Thus, it is clear that we have to think or we have to meditate upon the Lord in our Hrit Pundarika. So this is what Vedanta Deshka says in the end, that one should find a place that is not disturbed by any external object, especially sound. A pavilion with 4 pillars, Jnana, Vairagya, Shanti, then Bhakti, has to be built in the inmost art, and Supreme Soul, Sri Hari, would be, has to be imaginated in that pavilion. And after seeing the continuous efforts of the Purusha by overcoming the distractions or the obstacles, the Lord himself will shower his grace on us, and the intimate union with the Supreme will be attained by His own grace. That is, Aham Enam Mochayami. I will liberate the soul. So we have to find, it's better to sit in an ekanta. That is what he said, monastic place. Ekanta upavishya ekastapaha dviradhyaya, as Jayaraman said in the initial stage. It's better to meditate in such place where we will not be distracted by any external object. And we should meditate upon the incarnations, those leelas have been experienced by us. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Namaste, Vinodji. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. It has introduced an Ataka literature, which is centered on Dhyana, and it brings out the Desha for Dhyana in a very beautiful manner. So the great contribution of Sri Vedanta Deshika emerges through this. So as such, it's a wonderful presentation. The content of the presentation, it was a spirited, wonderful study and presentation. But I just have one comment to make. In one of the maps that you presented, the boundaries of India, this has to be placed on record, and means the boundaries of India has to be represented properly as accepted by the Indian government. In one of the maps, the Kashmir was not shown as an Indian territory. So henceforth, please be careful about representing the Indian map appropriately.
Sure. Sorry for that, sir. Just I was concentrating only on the particular place. That's a big mistake. I know. Sorry for that. Sorry.
That is very important. As Desha Bandha Chittasya Dharana, for Dharana and Dhyana, we have the Desha is important. Otherwise, also Desha is very important for us. So kindly note that as
Sorry for that. I was concentrating only on the particular Himalaya and so on. Sorry for that. I will correct it.
So, shall we move to the final presentation, Nagaraj? Any comments on this paper?
No, nothing. Just I wanted to share with Dr. Vinod that this dialectics, this swinging between the external aids for spiritual practice and the inward sources of spiritual practice has been there throughout Indian tradition. Particularly in the Bhakti centric traditions like Sri Vaishnavism, the Archavatara concept and the Sthala Mahatmya concept are very, very important. So if that movement from the Kshetra to the Hridaya is happening here, it was probably a radical movement within Sri Vaishnavism that is taking it from the Kshetra to the inward practice. It is not typical of Vishishtadvaita tradition. It is a little different from the traditional approach of Sri Vaishnavism. Probably we could see some other argument inside the book for why it wants to take that position. Let us discuss this over phone or some other place because we are approaching lunchtime. Okay, thank you.
Just only one sentence. Actually, it is around more than 100 verses. I just tried to shrink up. That's why maybe some important points may be left, but I try to incorporate with the presentations in the publications if it is planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinodji. And we move to the final paper of this session by Srimati MC Vijayantiji, meditating on the Archa, Amalanadipiran and Bhagavad Dhyana Sopanam. Vijayantiji.
Thank you. Give me a minute to share the screen.
Yes.
Have you got it full screen?
The screen is not yet visible, madam.
Okay. Is it full screen right now for you all?
The slides are visible, but it's not at full screen. Probably you should stop share. Yeah, now it's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Lakshminada Samarambam Nadaya Manavatyamam Asmatacharya Paryantam Vante Guru Paramparam Apada Chuda Manapuya Harim Shayanam Madhye Kavera Duhitur Mutitantaratma Adrushtatam Nayanayor Vishayantaranam Yo Nishikaya Manavai Munivahanam Tam Kattave Kandapada Kamalanallada Yundi Tettarum Udarabandam Tirumarbu Kandam Sevvai Vattamil Kangalmeni Munieri Tani Puhundu Pattinal Kandu Vaazhum Panarthal Paravinome. Thanks to Indic Academy and thanks to all of you for giving me this opportunity. As Nagarajji pointed out, I'll be differing in this presentation a little from what Dr. Vinod presented in the earlier paper, because this is going to be speaking about Archavatara of Sri Ranganatha located in Sri Rangam. Probably the Sri Rangam that which we see today, or even Sri Vedanta Desika saw in later days, was different from what Alvar himself saw and what Sri Vedanta Desika himself saw when he sang the Bhagavad Dhyana Sopanam based on the Amalanathi Piran, which was a text written by Tiruppan Alvar. So I'll start my presentation here. I may not stick to the slides sometimes because I have a problem adjusting between the text and the screen. So kindly excuse me for any omissions. And I also want to make a disclaimer that there are pictures in this presentation which are not mine and I have taken it from the internet. The invocatory verse, or what is called the Taniyan here for the Tamil Prabandham Amalanadi Piran by Tiruppan Alvar says, "Let me contemplate on Munivahana." Tiruppan Alvar was carried on the shoulders of Lokasaranga Muni to the sanctum of Sri Ranganatha, whose inner soul became enraptured at the sight of the reclining Ranganatha between the two streams of river Kaveri, and who, having experienced the vision of the Lord from feet to head, declared that his eyes would not see anything else. Meditating on the Archa as a means of achieving moksha takes us to the primary question of who's eligible. There is this belief in the Sri Vaishnavism, like as Nammalvar in one of these verses says, Kulam Tangu Sadhigal Nalilum Kizhindi Ettanai Nalandan Ilada Varahinu. That is, even if I have to be a servant of somebody, that servant has to be one of the servants of the Bhagavata. So being a Bhagavata is of primary importance. Notra non bilen nun arivilen ahilum. Even if I don't have that knowledge or education, that I became capable. How do you become capable? It is through sadhana that you will achieve it, and that is also by God's grace. God, in order to shower his grace, looks forward to a sincere desire for the release on the part of an individual. Tiruppanar was one such devotee who, though born in a kulam that kept him away from the shrine of Sri Ranganatha, who could not have his darshan, he was recipient of his grace and attained the ultimate that a devotee can attain. From what little we know of him through the Guru Parampara text, he was from a community of singers, portrayed as carrying the veena, and in iconography he is also represented as carrying the symbols, the talam in his hand, and who continued to sing on Ranganatha sitting on the shores of Kaveri, even as he could not get his darshan. Panan, as per the legend, was hit by a stone one day by Lokasaranga Muni for obstructing his path to fetch waters from Kaveri for the Abhisheka of Sri Ranganatha. Panan, who was lost in his meditation, realized he was obstructing and gave way. Later, Lokasaranga Muni was forced to make amends for his mistake by Ranganatha, who commanded that the Muni bring Panan to his Sannadhi. Since Panan was barred from setting his foot inside the temple, Lokasaranga Muni carried him on his shoulders. He had the vision of Ranganatha once he was inside and composed the 10 verses of the Prabandham called Amalanadi Piran, describing his vision in indulging in the Padadi Kesha Varnanam of the Archa Murti at Sri Rangam. As I said, like the Padadikesha Varnanam is also a practice which has been followed by many. Here he specifically concentrates on the Padadikesha Varnanam of Sri Ranganatha and also talks about the Vibhavavataras and the Archavatara both. And the interpretations bring us the various other embedded meanings in them. I am not going into details onto many of those points there. The Tanyan quoted above sets the tone and outlines the theme of meditation on the Divyamangala Vigraha of Ranganatha. In fact, the Tamil Tanyan gives a gist of what we are going to read in offering praises to the holy feet of Tiruppanazhvar, who sang the physical attributes of the Murti as shown to him by the Lord himself: the lotus feet, the silk garment, the navel, the waistband, the holy chest, the neck, the red mouth, the eyes, and the full Tirumeni, the divine form. We delve into the verses of both the Alvar and the verses from the Acharya Vedanta Desikan Sanskrit text Bhagavad Dhyana Sopanam, which has been composed on similar lines based on the experience, the Anubhava of Tiruppanazhvar of Sri Ranganatha. While Alvar plunges into the description even as he is ecstatic with the vision straight away, Desikan prepares us for what is to unfold with his title that clearly indicates that it is a step-by-step, the Sopanam, the ladder of Dhyanam on Sri Ranganatha. It is the Anubhavam experience akin to Alvar's, but is explained as the meditation on the Kalyana Gunas, the auspicious attributes of the Lord. Amalan Adipiran Adiyarki Ennai Aatpaditha Vimalan Vinnavarkon Virayar Puril Venkadavan Nimalan Ninmalan Neethi Vanavan Neel Madil Arangathu Amman Tirukkamala Padam Vandu En Kannin Ullana Okkindrade. Alvar begins with a description of the qualities, calling him a blemishless, the primordial one responsible for Jagat Karanam. The lotus feet of Lord of Arangam has entered my eyes, he says, as his vision falls on the feet of Ranganatha. Desikan first offers a broader salutation and clearly says that the one who resides in the middle of Srirangam is a vessel of perfect liberation, healer of the sorrows of the poor and afflicted. It is in the second verse Desikan talks about the Tiruppadam, the lotus feet of the Lord that are reflected in the pool of his memory. Tiruppanazhvar's 10 verses are clearly describing the Archa as we talked about earlier. And we hear from the commentators and others who have said that that is how the great Vaishnava saints and mystics got themselves submerged completely in the contemplation of the idol, enshrined in the various holy places. Earlier speaker spoke about the Vibhava and Archa, and I am skipping all the points about the differences and all that, but would like to only talk about the Archa that is enshrined in Srirangam. As we see, like it was worshipped by Brahma, Ikshvaku by Sri Ramachandra, and then given to Vibhishana by Sri Ramachandra. It might seem incongruous that Nammalvar could think of the same God who is the primordial cause of the universe being fully present in the small man-made image. To him, it is a sign of God's greatness that he can be fully present in the small as well as in the large. I'm quoting Keller and Venkatachari here. Alvars, as Nammalvar mentioned here, place a deity at a particular place to be the only refuge, even as they describe all the avatars, creation, and the mighty deeds, and who's also present in the image at a particular kshetra. Thirumangai Alvar in one of the pasurams in Periya Tirumozhi gives the essence of who is the deity who presides over at Srirangam. Pandai Nanmare Velviyum Kelvi Padangalum Padangalin Porulum Andamum Tanai Nindra Emberuman Arangamanahar Amardane. The timeless Vedas, the sacrifices, the Prashnas, the Vyakaranas, their meanings, the cause of all these. The earth, the clouds, the wind, the 7 oceans, the 7 mountain ranges, the Lord stands as all these and as the resident of the Arangamanahar, Srirangam. And in Ranganatha Ashtaka, Sri Adishankara says, Brahmaswarupe Shrutimurti Rupe. Tamarhuhandad Evuruvam Avuruvam Dane sings Poigai Alvar, that the Lord takes the form of what the devotees wish, takes the names they wish, and is of the nature they contemplate in their hearts dearly. There are various pramanas from Vishnu Purana to the Pancharatra Āgamas, Ahirbodhanya Samhita that all attest to the Dhyana and the Archa Vigraha. In the In the essence of immersing in the Archa, Panan in the second verse takes a step further and says, Araichivanda Adayin Mail Sendradam in Sindanaye. That is, mind strawled onto the red cloth on his waist. And Desika takes a few more steps in between to talk, dwelling on the Janga, and then he goes on to the waist. Desikan in his Tanyan to his commentary on Amalanadi Piran, the Munivahana Boham says, he is venturing on the commentary of Sukavi Thirupanarvar's Prabandham with bhakti and restraint over the senses. On the worship of the beautiful Janga, he says, it leads to the cessation of mindless wandering. Next, the Alvar and Desikan both move to the beautiful shining navel, that divine beauty of the navel that created the creator Brahma. Andipol Nirathu Adayum. Andipol Nirathu Adayum Adalmel Ayanai Padaitha Doril Undimel Adandro Adiyen Ullatin Innuire. Ramya Varta Dyuti Sakachari Ranganadasya Nabihi. The image of the Archa with his waist belt is now, like commentators who talk about the Damodara, how he got the lines are compared to the lines Krishna got in his Krishnavatara from when Yashoda tied him, the rope, the lines of the rope. Thiruvayitru Udarabandham in Ullathinul Ulakintrade. By the time we reach the fifth verse, the full impact of the grace, the results and the impact of the vision gets clear. It was his grace that cut loose the Alvar of the burden of his old self. He made him his own and entered him. The phrase Yennul Puhundan, he entered inside, that we find this Ennul Puhundan, he entered me in Alvar's verses, indicating the Antaryamitvam many times. Though the personal poetic outpourings are classified as emotional bhakti, as distinct from the intellectual and philosophical expositions, like the speaker who spoke yesterday on the Āgamas, it is very clear that there is no distinction here when we are looking at the Alvar's verses or the Bhagavad Dhyana Sopana, which throws lights on it, or the commentary Munivahana Boham, that these texts are not what they would classify it, like Nagaraji also mentioned yesterday about what the Bhakti movement, which is exponents write about it and what they try to make of it, stripping it off the intellectual and philosophical moorings. But these verses show that these verses contain not just the Bhakti Pravaha, but also the understanding of the theistic principles behind the Archamurti. Though it has only an emotional element, it is an intellectual insofar as it presupposes some knowledge of the divine being, says SMS Chari, while refuting the distinction that is being made about the emotional and the intellectual bhakti. Desikan, while following Alvar and reflecting on the chest with similar descriptive passage, says, the chest soothes the fever of my mind, removes all the afflictions of the mind.
Madam, can you kindly summarize?
Yeah, I'll summarize here. So I am skipping all the portions on the Dhyanam and some of the verses, and I'll go to the later verse. The exclamation, he moves to Ayyanar, Ani Aranganar, Aravin Anamisi Neya Mayanar, Seyavai Ayo in Sinde Kavar Daduve. It comes with the exclamation of Ayo when the expression goes to how his mind is ravished by the red lips. Both Alvar and Desikan have the most beautiful expressions reserved for when they go to the Tirumukha Mandalam of the god. I'm skipping all the verses again. The last two verses of Amalanadi Piran are so beautiful and it captivates the readers and listeners alike. And it has become even part of the Carnatic music and the Bharatanatyam repertoire. Kondal Vandanai, Kovalanai, Vennai Unda Vayan in Ullam Kavardane, Undergone Aniyarangan in Amudine Kanda Kankal Matrundrine Kanave. Just as the cowherd boy who stole butter, he had stolen the heart of Alvar. He says after having seen his nectar, his eyes will never see anything else. If we say Dhyana, and in the previous verses when there was an ecstatic exaltation, was there an unsteadiness, a loss of composure? No. It was that getting drawn into the nature of the Lord and being bewitched by him, that finally leads to the realization of his nature and the nature of oneself. That is why in Munivahana Boham, Desikan points out how from in the earlier verses talking about my eyes, my thought, the Alvar in the final verse has gone to say, Kanda Kangal, only the eyes he says, he doesn't say my eyes. This is the distinct pointer to the dawn in him of the Tattva Jnana and the resultant detachment from the self and the material things around in their totality. While the Tamil Prabandham did not leave a Falashruti, which has been a hallmark of many of the Alvar Prabandhams, we can see how the Alvar, after having the vision, merged with Ranganatha, and therefore we do not have either a signature or a benediction as a last verse. As per the Guru Parampara Prabhavam, Alvar never looked at anything again. And even as all intelligence being looked on, the saint entered bodily into the holy body of the great Perumal, mercifully purifying those whose minds were muddled by confusion, is what it says. However, the Bhagavad Dhyana Sopanam ends with a benediction. Recitation of this stotra and Lord Ranganatha will grow bhakti for the Lord, making them proficient practitioners of Bhakti Yoga, and those who aspire to ascend the ladder of moksha will be blessed with the attainment. Actually, the indication for this is already given in the first verse when he said, unlike the wish-granting gem Chintani that is not accessible to humans, that is also not capable of giving moksha, the gem that resides in Srirangam is granting wishes for this life, the Bhoga in this life, and also liberation hereafter. As Desikan himself says in other work of his called Navamani Malai, Nin Vadivalaku Maravadar Piravadare, that is, those who remember the beautiful form would not be born again, emphasizing on the aspect of meditation on the form as a tool of liberation. Alvar Acharyan Tiruvadigalai Saranam. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. If I have made any mistakes, it's all my own. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, madam. Nagaraj, do you want to comment? Thank you, madam. For the great presentation on the contribution of Tamil literature, especially the Sri Vaishnava Tamil literature on the Dhyana dimension. Those were very enlightening inputs. Thank you.
Thank you.
We conclude the forenoon session here. So we completed all the paper presentations. Thank you for all your patience and participation. So we will resume the session post lunch at 2 p.m. with a couple of interesting special lectures. Thank you. Namamsi Mahodayah. Unmute asti Mahodaya. Sorry, mute asti.
इदानीं दृश्ये खलु?
सम्यक् दृश्यते, श्रूयते च. धन्याः वयम्.
अहं धन्योऽस्मि सर्. मम भाग्यं यत्किञ्चित् जानामि तद् सर्वैः सह.
आरभामहे वा?
एवमेव, अहं सिद्धोऽस्मि सर्.
Madhusudan sir.
Sir?
Please rotate your mobile. I think you are using mobile now.
No, this is tab, but shall I rotate? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Will it be okay, sir?
Yes, sir, like that.
Namaste to one and all. Welcome back to the post-lunch session, the final session of this two-day conference on Hindu Dhyana traditions and techniques. Now, in this, we commence this post-lunch session with a couple of very invited special lectures on very interesting topics. The first lecture is by Professor Madhusudana Pennaji on the significance of textual inputs for the practice of Dhyana. Professor Pennaji is a professor and dean, Department of Indian Philosophy in Kavikula Guru Kalidasa Samskrita University, Ramtek, Maharashtra. And Professor Pennaji specializes in Yoga Shastra, Nyaya, and Vedanta philosophy. He has been awarded the Sahitya Academy Award in 2019 for his Mahakavya on Gulabarao Maharaj. He has 2 Mahakavyas, 8 Laghu Kavyas, and 30 translations and edited books to his credit. A great Sahityakara indeed of our times. Professor Pennaji is honored with honorary D.Litt by the National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, for his unique contribution to Indian philosophy. He has traveled to the Netherlands and was also the member of Indian delegation to Canada in the World Sanskrit Conference 2018. And that's where I got the bhagyam of meeting Professor Pennaji for the first time in person. Though I had read his papers and also books and known about his contributions. That's where that was the first occasion where I met Pennaji and got to know him. Now in these years, that connection has only strengthened by me learning a lot from Pennaji. And he knows 6 languages including German and has made DVDs on yoga, Indian philosophy and Samskrita literature. The Tirumala Peetham, established by Bhagavad Ramanujacharya in the 10th century, conferred Shastra Ratnakara on him, the title Shastra Ratnakara on him. And he has also received Pandit Satpalekar Award, Pandit Latkar Shastri Award, and Pandit Ghatate Award, and Somanath Trust Award with gold medal and title of the best scholar, and many such other very prestigious awards for his academic contributions and original insights that he has contributed to the system of Indian philosophy, and especially to the yoga philosophy in particular. Now it's an immense bhagyam of us to have such a very esteemed, distinguished professor among us to deliver on his invited talk on this very important topic of the connection between the textual inputs and the practice of Dhyana. Professor Pennaji.
Sir, pranam, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, but the screen froze for a moment.
Is it okay?
It's okay, sir. Now we can hear.
Shruti Smriti Purana Nam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpada Shankaram Lokashankaram Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacham Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarottam Pravaram Muninam Patanjalim Pranjalirana Tosmi Asmat Gurubhyo Namaha. Dear participants, at the outset, I first thank the organizers for remembering me on this occasion, because this is a very important topic that the organizers have thought of. This is meditation and textual inputs. And for this, I thank Dr. Jayaraman sir, a very close associate and a very good, promising young scholar of this time. Because Dr. Jayaraman sir has established for himself a very good name in the yoga circles. Now he is serving the institute, and I am confident that he will receive good encouragement there, and the institute will get benefited by his profound scholarship and sincerity. Now, the topic is textual inputs in the practice of meditation. This is very interesting that I have come across several people who have been practicing yoga, meditation. People think that yoga is different from meditation because some of the students say that yoga is asana, pranayama, shatkarma. Meditation is something different. So some people say without practicing asana, pranayama also you can practice meditation. Some others say, no, for that you require the asana, pranayama. So that being the case, now a common man is in a state of flux that what to do, what not to do. Whether we are supposed to practice asana pranayam before meditation or directly can we go to meditation. Similarly, whether we should study the text or not. When we means the Kavikula Guru Kalidas Sanskrit University introduced the MA Yoga Shastra, the first one in the state of Maharashtra. So our university was the first one to introduce this. So when it was introduced, many of the yoga people, many of the yoga students complained that, sir, we are the students of yoga, and we are supposed to practice asana, pranayam, dharana, dhyana, etc. Shatkarma, of course. Then how can you insist on the study of these texts? Because it deviates. So by studying these texts, we get deviated. So we think that such study should not be made compulsory. It should be made optional. Some people complained. Then I had to explain to them that a true yogi does not need, of course, any study of scriptures like Ramana Maharshi, like Sadashivendra Saraswati, though he was a scholar. So I know that a true yogi does not require any textual input or study or scholarship, but people are of different types in the society. Some are of Uttama Adhikara. So we say that some people are of high standard, their qualification is high. So they are directly eligible for the experiences of yoga. But when it comes to Madhyama and Adhama, they are not directly and naturally qualified. Such people also should get the result of yoga. Then what to do? Who are these Madhyama and Adhama? In the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, we come across some sutras related to the Adhama, Madhyama, Tama. So you remember the sutra, Tivra Samveganam Asannaha. So Tivra Samveganam Asannaha, there he has made very clear that among the human beings also, we have people of different caliber, different qualification, different temperament, and according to that, the yoga method needs to be devised. So it is not the same for all, but at the same time, everybody is eligible for it. gradually. So that being the case, the Uttama have no doubt at all. They have no doubt regarding the efficacy of yoga. But when it comes to Adhama and Madhyama, they very often get doubts. And doubt is, as you all know, an obstacle in the practice of yoga. Vyadhi, Dhyāna, Samshaya. Samshaya is the problem. And Jayanta Bhatta also says in the Nyaya Manjari that people are of different temperament and eligibility, that there are Ajnani, Jnani, Samshitamati, Bhrantamati. So people are there. Some people doubt. Some people do not doubt, but they get the wrong comprehension. That means they get the thing in a wrong manner. They are known as Viparyastamati or Bhrantamati. So such people are being there. How can we say that only one method is useful for all? Therefore, the textual input is very much necessary for the Adhama and Madhyama. Now, if we compare between these two also, the Adhama may be interested in the practice of yoga, but not really equipped with the necessary knowledge of that. They are interested, but not equipped with necessary knowledge. Madhyama, they are in the practice of yoga, unlike the Adhama. Madhyama are in the practice of yoga, but they may very often face the problem of anavasthitatva and alabdha bhumikatva, the higher levels. And Uttama is, of course, who has already reached alabdha bhumikatva and the bhumi, and who has transcended the obstacle of anavasthitatva. So these are very subtle, but very practical. So when a yoga practitioner reaches from the Adhama stage to the Madhyama stage, he naturally requires some textual inputs. If, of course, if he has a very good, efficient teacher, a Sadguru, then no text is required, he can directly go. But I have observed that the Sanskrit texts, especially the texts on Hatha Yoga, Raja Yoga, even on Vedanta, these texts help us a lot in our practice of yoga. Sometimes we don't get clear idea about the nature of yoga, the various types of yoga, their mutual relation, and the steps in the practice of yoga, especially meditation. Just as Aravinda Yogi has given right inputs in the poem Savitri, our ancient rishis also had given wonderful inputs in their texts. But we must be careful while choosing these texts also, because just as Kalidasa said, Purana mityeva nasadhu sarvam. Similarly, Purana mityeva nasadhu sarvam nachapi karyam navamityavadyam kavyam ar karyam. The problem is, you cannot just discard something because it is old. You cannot outrightly accept something because it is new. All you are supposed to do is to discriminate, and you have to churn out the essence and accept it. So whatever is written in Sanskrit may not be useful. Unfortunately, many people have this understanding that if it is in Sanskrit, it must be chaste, it must be acceptable, authentic. But it is not the case in all matters, because so many Sanskrit books are there, but not all Sanskrit books give you right idea. And especially when it is a topic of this nature, yoga, that is practical, and meditation, it is practical experience, and of course it is personal experience. So when something is absolutely personal, how can you generalize that? How can you give inputs to others? How can you make it useful? So in this, our ancient writers on yoga had given some tips to us. For example, let us start with the Upanishads. In the Upanishad, especially the Shvetashvatara Upanishad. That is a beautiful Upanishad, and it contains a lot of information on the practice of yoga. And in this practice, when it came to the commentators, they had explained some of the matters in a clear manner. In the second chapter, the 8th mantra, the mantra says, this is Dhyana Yoga. So the mantra says, Trirunnatam sthapya samam shariram hrudindriyani manasa sanniveshya brahmodupena pratareta vidwan srotamsi sarvani bhayavahani is the mantra. Now, trihi unnatam sthapya shariram. This is a kind of, the reflection of this you can find in the Bhagavad Gita also. So, not Ruju. Rujukaya is not accepted. Samakaya should be there. So, unnatam, trihi unnatam sthapya shariram. That means when you sit for meditation, so you should see that your body is straight, in the sense balanced. Then hridi indriyani manasa sanniveshya. This thing you find in the Bhagavad Gita also. That manaha, indriyani, hridaya. These three are to be taken into account. Now this text says that hrudi indriyani manasa sanniveshya. So the instrument is manas, and the place of their mergence is hridaya. And what are to be merged? They are the indriya. Now indriya are not just physical, they are mental. That means they are energy only. They are of the form of energy. So the indriya, the various faculties that the nature has given to us, the indriya are required to be merged into the hridaya, but that you can do only with the help of manas. This is bhavana yoga that Patanjali Maharshi speaks of. So through your bhavana, that means with the help of your bhavana only, you take each indriya, merge it into your hridaya. This is shanai shanai ruparame dhritya buddhya dhritigrihitaya. Bhagavad Gita also says that it is buddhi dhritigrihita. So that dhriti is required there, and buddhi is the instrument. So what is this dhriti? Dhriti is dhairya. And especially one sits in meditation, he should have this dhriti, that internal, a kind of conformment, or you can say it is your conviction, a full conviction that now I am going into the state of meditation. Otherwise, if we are so excited, we don't get that state, or even if we get that state, it will not continue for long. So that being the problem, this manasa indriyani hridi niveshya. So this is the order, and lot many things can be explained in this regard. Only one sentence, but very, very important in the practice of meditation, that hridaya, indriya, manas, all the three are stated. If we remember the statement of Ramana Maharshi also, hridi visha manasatvam chinvata majjatava. Somewhere he stated that hridi visha, that means you enter into yourself, your hridaya, manasa, with the help of your mind. But two ways are prescribed there, chinvata, majjatava. Either through Jnana Yoga or through Dhyana Yoga, you can get into yourself. And he has specifically mentioned the word hridi, hridaya. And thus we find that the Shvetashvatara Upanishad mantra gives us a very clear step-by-step procedure for the practice of meditation. And not all the Bhashyakara, but Shankaracharya, he explains this in a very useful manner. He says, pranayama kshapita manomalasya chittam brahmani sthitam bhavati. Now he says, mantra says that hrudi visha manasa, or you can say Hrudi Indriyani Manasa Sanniveshya. Both mean the same. Okay, Manasa Sanniveshya, this is the instrumental case with Manas Shabda. That means it should be the instrument. Man, Vichar, Bhavana. So, Shankaracharya understands the importance of this word and says, Pranayama Kshapita Mano Malasya. He says the mind can enter into Hridaya only when the impurities are destroyed by the practice of pranayama. And we can note here that the original mantra of Shvetashvatara Upanishad does not contain a direct reference to pranayama, especially in the 6th mantra. So it doesn't, 8th mantra, there is no reference to the pranayama. But Shankaracharya understands, because he is a yogi, though he is called as Advaiti, he is a yogi. That's why long back, maybe 30-40 years back, some German scholar wrote an article, is Shankara their yogin or their Advaitin? Is he a yogi or an Advaiti? And he has given plenty of references saying that Shankaracharya is a yogi. And we in our tradition understand, know and believe that Shankaracharya is an Advaiti of high standard, and a high Advaiti is definitely a yogi. A high yogi may not be a definite Advaiti, but an Advaiti who has reached the top level, he is definitely a top yogi. But those people who practice or follow the Sankhya Yoga only, they understand only the Kaivalya, and they are not complete Advaitin. So that is the difference. But Shankaracharya explains several such subtle matters related to practice of yoga in many of his bhashya. And here also in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad bhashya, he explains that in order to get into the Hridaya, you require the help of mind, manas. But that manas, if it is filled with impurities, it cannot allow you to get into that state. So it is the main hindrance there. What kind of hindrance? Your vasana. And these vasanas being very strong, naturally our mind cannot get into the state of meditation. So how to get rid of these? Then the practical help is suggested by this great Acharya, that pranayama kshapita mano malinyam. That means the thought waves, they do occur. But if you constantly practice pranayama, then automatically you can get hold of prana. Then the prana and mana are interrelated, and sometimes it appears that they are the two sides of a single coin, prana and mana. So mana is also in your control. Then you can think of getting into your own hridaya. Hridaya is not physical heart, but the essence of being. So there we can enter, because mind, antahkarana, these are all not exactly physical, but they are the forces. Here, after saying this, Shankaracharya again explains, Prathamam Nadi Shodhanam Kartavyam. See, this is a very clear instruction by a very adept yogi to the interested aspirant. So what does he say? Prathamam Nadi Shodhanam Kartavyam. He doesn't just leave there with the instruction that one should practice pranayama. That's all. And here we find the difference between commentator and commentator, that even among the bhashyakara, some bhashyakara leave it to the student. And here, Adya Shankaracharya takes the student further, holding his hand, says, Prathamam Nadi Shodhanam Kartavyam. For what? In order to become eligible for the pranayama. So pranayama is a big word. It contains several things. But Shankaracharya understands the problem and says that the pranayama should begin with Nadi Shodhana. Prathamam Nadi Shodhanam Kartavyam Tataha Pranayame Adhikaraha. So this is a very clear admonishment to all the modern yoga practitioners who believe that yoga and of course pranayama can be practiced in any manner. Some people say without asana also pranayama can be practiced. Some people say without pranayama dhyana also can be practiced. But Shankaracharya records his instruction here out of his personal experience that without Nadi Shodhana, Nadi Shuddhi, one cannot be eligible for the next level of pranayama. So that adhikara, eligibility, one acquires through the practice of Nadi Shuddhi, tataha adhikaraha. And he doesn't stop there. Again he says, tataha dakshina nasika putam angulya avashtabhya vamena vayum purayet. So first he says, you close the right nostril and inhale through your left. So this is one. Vayum, vamena, vayum purayet. So when you sit for meditation, first you do Nadi Shuddhi, then other pranayama, because we have several types of pranayama. So according to the season, according to your body requirement, you can practice any pranayama for some time. Then you let your body relax and get into the state of meditation. So here he says, you breathe in through your left nostril. That is also an underlinable word is there. Yatha Shakti. Yatha Shakti is according to your capacity, as per your capacity. Because when yoga is practiced beyond our capacity, it leads to problems also, physical and psychological. Because psychological is nothing but the reflection of physical problems. Because psychosomatic, they are all related. So we get some problems when we do yoga excessively. That means going beyond our limits. That's why in Kumara Sambhava also, this Shankara says to Parvati, Apiswa Shaktya tapasi pravartase. So this is a very clear instruction that be in your limits and practice. So thus Shankaracharya says, Tataha Anantaram. After that, Utsrujya Enam Dakshinena Putena Samutsrujet. In the second one, he says, now gradually you breathe out through your right. This is Nadi Shuddhi, but Shankaracharya does not leave it to the student. He says, you practice step by step. And such valuable inputs we get from the texts. For example, in the Abhinavagupta Tantra Loka, very typically, this is a Tantra text. But that Tantra text also contains several valuable inputs in the practice of meditation. And Abhinavagupta gives several categories of yogi, Akala, Vijnana Kala, Sakala, all these. And then he says, what is the importance of Sat Tarka in the practice of yoga? And how much is to be taken into consideration from the Anga also? Because people, they generally forget the importance of Yoga Anga. Patanjali Maharshi has given Dhyana before Samadhi, but he has not started the yoga with direct Dhyana. So therefore, if a person wants to experience the beatitude of Dhyana, then he should not ignore the two, Yama Niyama. Then all the Yogopanishads, they give valuable inputs about Yama Niyama. That means self-control, control of senses. So this kind of Yama Niyama are to be practiced rigorously. Then one can be eligible for asana. Then, okay, Sthira Sukham Asanam, that's good. Then after that means asana sthairye prapte pranayame adhikaraha. Then he can get to pranayama. But here Shankaracharya adds that pranayama also you start through this Nadi Shuddhi. So Nadi Shuddhi is not directly mentioned in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra or in the Bhashya also. So these are the practical inputs that we get from the textual, the various commentaries, direct texts, even the Yoga Vasishtha. So these texts are in Sanskrit, okay, but they are of immense help, especially when we practice yoga. If somebody is there, he is giving instructions, we practice, okay, we believe in him. But when we practice meditation and try to get the higher level of spiritual life, then these inputs, they stand us in good stead, I believe. And the Yoga Vasishtha also, especially in the Upashama Prakarana, when we read the story of Uddalaka on the Gandhamadana Parvata, we find that Uddalaka step by step practiced that, and he reached the higher level of meditation. So I have personally derived a lot of benefit from them, because these books are not to be taken as books. These are direct instructions from those accomplished yogins, I believe. So therefore, whether it is Shankaracharya's Bhashya, whether it is Yoga Vasishtha text, or Bhagavad Gita, or Abhinav Guptacharya in his Tantra Loka, or take any name, but these are the instructions. Sometimes they may not be explicit, but we require to take that is as per our capacity. We must take each sentence, analyze, and gradually practice and derive the benefit. So this is the gradual progress in the practice of yoga. Thus, in the story of Uddalaka also, we find that he thinks that Nirmalatvam, Adainyam, these are all the forces with him. That means all positivity one acquires before getting into the state of meditation. Many people have a kind of fascination for the state of meditation, but many people are not qualified for that. That's why students also complain very often that we want to sit in meditation, we close, but we get all the thoughts. Then I explain to them, throughout the day, when you put yourself to all worldly attractions and you give importance to them, so naturally mind takes them and thinks that this is important. And that's why, because of its natural quality, the mind recollects all. And in subconscious mind, something is already stored, that something is already stored in the subconscious mind. And when the time comes, subconscious mind says, is this the thing not to be remembered? Is this the thing not to be remembered? Actually, we remember everything. When mind recollects things unnecessarily, especially in the state of meditation, one gets disturbed. But Buddha Bhagavan says in the Vishuddhi Magga that, especially when he was in the Vidisha, he had experienced these, that when you sit for meditation, why these rake up? Then he says, I have given importance to them. So when you yourself attach importance, these are bound to disturb us in the state of meditation. Now, I read the Upashama Prakarana Uddalaka story. First, Uddalaka sits in Padmasana. Then Omkara, he chants Omkara. That chanting reaches the top of his head, Brahmarandhra. Then Akara, Ukara, Makara iti, Tanekadha Samabharat, Tadetad Omiti. So all the Matra Traya, Omkara he chants. Then the prana, the energy that fills his body, total, complete body. Then he now exhales. See, this Rechaka, he practices now, and through Rechaka, total that prana gets out, and now he empties up himself. So this point, this passage is very important. So first in asana, then he practiced Omkara, then he filled his body with the vital energy prana, then he did Rechaka. Through that, he emptied up himself. See, the practice of Omkara is very useful in the practice of meditation. Because when people complain that pranayama, we don't want to practice, but we want to get the state of meditation, I would like to ask them to study such texts like Yoga Vasishta, so that definitely they will get valuable inputs. And these will, when to practice Rechaka, when to practice Puraka and Kumbhaka. Of course, Shankaracharya, he is given a different explanation of these, that it is not just pressing your nostril, but getting the feeling that Rechaka means just thinking that the entire universe or the world is mithya, and Puraka means Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, and Kumbhaka. So these are all taken in the Advaita sense, but very useful. I think the time is over. So I stop here. There are so many things that Abhinav Guptacharya also has explained. Various Sanskrit texts explain the movements in the practice of meditation, but time limit is there. So thank you all. Namaste.
Namaste, sir. I felt really bad in to indicate the time limits. Extremely sorry for that. Such a
no, sir. No. That is as organizer, that is your duty, and I am obliged. No problem.
Such a pravaha of wisdom means from a varied sources, right? From the yoga literature to Abhinav Gupta, Tantra Loka, then to the views of Jayanta Bhatta and even Vishuddhi Magga of Bodha. Plus, so you have traversed the entire spectrum of Indian philosophical wisdom, and emphasize the importance of textual study. Cannot be emphasized in any more emphatic manner than this. So that was and I was reminded of this Vyasabhashya Vachana, where we see Āgamena Anumanena Dhyānabhyasa
Rasena Tridha Prakalpayan
Labhate Yogam Uttamam.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful.
So Āgama is at the source of Abhyasa Rasa. So that has been very, very, very profoundly brought out through your lectures, and we are greatly benefited, sir. Thank you. Nagaraj.
Thank you so much, sir. And I pay my namaskarams to Nagaraj sir also. Just I saw him. So pranam, sir.
Namaste.
Namaskar, sir.
I am so glad to have Professor Penna in our conference. Actually, I remember his early research study began with yoga only. And repeatedly he is coming back to yoga area. It was his MPhil. I remember his MPhil days.
Correct.
He started with Abhinav Gupta's commentary on Yoga Sutras. And that beginning in yoga is not leaving him, or he is not leaving it. So it is
I am not leaving Penna, sir.
He is repeatedly coming back to this area, and all these decades of his university career, he contributed to textual research enormously, and the world is also getting benefited at large from his vast references, vast textual knowledge. So I am so glad to see all this progress in him, and I'm grateful in behalf of Indic Academy for his contributions perpetually to our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Namaskaram, sir. And I really feel blessed that I always say that I see Nanagaru in you. So Nanagaru is blessing me, and I'm very, very happy, sir. It is his Bhiksha. Thank you. Namaste, sir.
Sir, there is a question, just a question. That is the Shankara Grantha that you quoted. Was it the Vivarana Vyakhyana of Yoga Sutra?
Which one, sir?
The Shankara Grantha, the Shankaracharya Grantha that you quoted. There is a question.
No, That is Shvetashvatar Upanishad Bhashya.
Bhashya, Shvetashvatar Upanishad Bhashya. Yes.
So Adi Shankaracharya.
Yeah.
But Shankara Vivarana, it is also very useful, but more logical. That is dialectical. So you find more syllogistic expressions. Yeah, that's true, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot
Thank you,
for
sir.
taking the time out on a Wednesday, Sunday afternoon and joining.
Sir, it is our work. So I'm really happy, very happy. Thank you so much, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir. So, so after that very enlightening presentation by Professor Madhusudhana Pennaji, we again move to another very interesting, important, foundational a topic of very fundamental importance to the entire conference here on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. That is the role of Dhyana in Shrauta Yajñas, because Vedokhilo Dharma Moolam. So Veda is our Vedic tradition, Vedic practices are the foundations for all that emerged later in our Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So this talk by Vidwan Nityagnihotri Shri Ramana Sharma Mahodaya is on that, is going to trace that the Dhyana sources in the Shrauta Yajñas. And just to introduce Vidwan Shri Ramana Sharma Mahodaya, that is his Adhyayanam was under very great gurus. He learned his Veda Adhyayana was under Kotemane Aravinda Bhatta Mahodaya, and then Shankara Bhashya Adhyayana under Kotemane Ramachandra Bhatta Mahodaya, whose talk we earlier had in the previous day, first session. Then Mahabhashyam under Acharya Sri Mahabaleshwara Bhattaha, and then Mimamsa Adhyayana under Sri Manidravada Shastrinaha Acharyaha Manidravada Shastrinaha Pratasmaraniyaha, and then Shulba Sutram was learnt under Sundararama Vajpayee Mahodaya, and then also the Veda Bhashya Ratnam was that title was attained under the Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha Samstha. So in this way, the traditional education of Vidwan Shri Ramana Sharma Mahodaya can be seen here, and along with that, all these the undergraduate, postgraduate, and other degrees also came, and he's also a PhD in the Vedanta Shastra from Mangalore University, and Shri Ramana Sharma Mahodaya is regularly teaches in the Nerur Shankara Matha of Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha, where he teaches Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Shakha, and then he has taught Shatapatha Bhashya and Taittiriya Bhashya to Vedikas, and then he has taught and also teaching Tarka, Vyakarana and other Shastras to deserving seekers and students. And then he has again given rich inputs to Vedadhyayis on Shiksha, Chandas under various platforms. And then not only in Adhyapana, in written contribution also, his Lekhanam, his writing, he has enriched the contemporary Shastra scene with his very wide contributions in various disciplines, be it the Shiksha Prathama Klipti, which is a primer on the Shiksha Shastra, and then Yajñatattva Prakashika, articles on Yajñatattva Prakasha, and introduction to Shrauta Paddhatis in Tamil, and then Jyotisha Pravesha, and Vedas and environment, and then so many such topics, and so many intricate knots and questions in Shastras have been addressed and resolved, like the Avagraha in Samskrita, and then the Samskrite Rakaraha, Samskrite Sankhya, Punyashlokaha Khalu Shlokaha, Kavargasya Sthanam Kantaha Na. So in this way, various such subtle aspects from the Shastras have been brought to light, and then the audience and the students and people in general have been enlightened. And then he has also composed stotras on acharyas, stotras on nadis, Kaveri and Brahmaputra Nadi, Gitas, songs on various devatas and gurus, so a Shastrakara and also a Stutikara, Kritikara, so Sangeeta Kritikara, Sri Ramana. So these are the dimensions of his personality, his Vidvatta, and then Patha Nirnaya. He has done this editing, Patha Nirnaya on Puja Paddhatis and Ashtottara Namavali, and he's also a Bhashana Karta and Upanyasa Karta on traditional subjects, on Advaita Akshara Malika, on works of Sadashiva Brahmendra, Acharya Sadashiva Brahmendra, and then Upanyasas on Aditya Stotra of Appaya Dikshita, and Kshetra Mahatmya, Gajaranya Mahatmya, and Venuvana Mahatmya. So all these, that is, be it the Shastradhyayana, be it Lekhanam and Kriti Rachanam, or editing, or Upanyasas, and also, of course, he is a regular scholar in various prestigious Vakyartha Sabhas, Advaita Sabha Vakyartha Sadas, Dharmashastra Sadas, and Vyakarana Vakyartha Sadas. And he's also a convener of the Panchanga Sadas, and also a convener of Agnihotra Sadas. Being a Nityagnihotri himself, he is also a convener of the Agnihotra Sadas and also the Advaita Sabha. And there is one more very important and another interesting dimension is he is also equally competent in the software and computer related operations. He is part of government Unicode panel, and then he has been awarded the Unicode Bulldog Award from Unicode Consortium. So he has created many fonts for Samskrita related content and also Grantha also. So his contribution to Unicode specifications for Vaidika characters and Grantha characters are notable. And then he has again designed various fonts and keyboard layouts and development of tools to recognize Chandas in Samskrita and Tamil. So I am just as I introduce Sri Ramana Sharma, Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma. So I am just reminded of the Naishadha Charita Shloka. Adhiti bodha acharana pracharanaihi dashaschyatasrah pranayan upadhivihi chaturdashatvam kritavan kutaswayam navedmi vidyasu chaturdashaswayam. So adhiti, bodha, acharana, prachara, all that has been stated by the Naishadhakara can be seen just when we look at the profile of Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma. So we really blessed to have the presence of Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma here. Now I invite him. And I should also mention this as a footnote that I had the opportunity to study along with him in Veda Vijnana Gurukula as a co-student. So this can be put under the footnote with the smallest size because nowhere I am when compared to his scholarship on these various Shastras. So humbly I invite Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma now to enlighten us on this very critical topic of Dhyana in Shrauta Yajñas. Namaste.
Before Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma starts blessing us with his important speech, I would like to mention that while we were preparing the concept note, when Dr. Jayaramanji was preparing the concept note for this conference, when this topic of role of Dhyana in Yajñas came up, at that point, we thought we were only mentioning it and there will be nobody to elaborate on it. There will be, we hardly get anybody who can substantiate this topic. But now when Dr. Jayaramanji invited him as his friend and Sahadhyai to this conference, I felt so excited. Really, I'm feeling so blessed to have him. Really blessed. Now, when Dr. Jayaramanji presented the whole profile, oh my, this amazing. My Sashtanga Danda Pranamas to Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. We are eagerly waiting for this because the entire Indological world will receive a jolt with your talk. Thank you.
This was Dr. Nagaraj Paturi Mahodaya,
He is a very distinguished professor in various aspects of Indian Vedic studies and Shastric studies, and he also hails from a very traditional family of very eminent scholars, and he is currently the academic director of Indic Academy.
All right. Namaste. Jai Jai Shankara, Hara Hara Shankara. Kamakshi Karunarupam Kamakoti Jagadgurum Sidmurtim Kalaye Chitte Shankaracharjam Abjayam Pustaka Japavata Haste Parada Bhajachinha Charu Bahulate Karpuramala Dehe Vagishwari Sothayashu Mamacheta. The role of Dhyana in Shrauta Yajñas. A topic which is interesting in many ways. For people who are specifically interested in the Dhyana, and as is the overall topic of the conference, the role of Dhyana in our Indian tradition, as Sri Jayaramanji mentioned earlier, because the Shrauta Yajñas form one of the earliest manifestations or practical manifestations of our tradition. This is definitely something that needs to be known both from the angle of understanding the practice of Dhyana, and as well on the other side also, for those who are practicing the traditional Shrauta Yajñas, the role of Dhyana also needs to be reiterated. That Dhyana, the Shrauta Yajña, is not something that is merely being physically performed, but which is in which the mental involvement is very important to a great degree. As we very well know, Mano, Vak, Kaya are the Trikaranas by which all our actions in this world are taking place. So these Shrauta Yajñas, as Sri Jayaramanji mentioned earlier, they are the Yajñas which are directly prescribed in the Shrutis or the Vedas, whose descriptions are given in the Brahmana Granthas and whose mantras are found in the Samhitas. And these Shrauta Yajñas are a very, very, very important discipline. That is how I see them. They are a mental discipline, they are a vocal discipline, and they are a physical discipline. In the Bhagavad Gita, we have reference to Manasam Tapa Uchyate, Vangmayam Tapa Uchyate, Shariram Tapa Uchyate. So basically, the Shrauta Yajñas have aspects of all three kinds of tapas. So that is why the Yajña itself is, on the whole, it's a form of tapas. So the discipline aspect of it, I would like to start off by, mainly here I will be giving quotations from the Apastamba Shrauta Sutra. And basically a lot of similar content can be, because it's most convenient for me, as I am myself a follower of the Apastamba Shrauta Sutra in my daily Shrauta practice. And similar content can also be found in the Bodhayana and other Yajurvediya Shrauta Sutras also. And to an extent from other Shrauta Sutras of the Samaveda and Rigveda also, but mainly I will be concentrating on Apastamba. Because here the goal, because we have in our half-an-hour time period, the goal is to give a taste of what is available. And of course, more research can be done and definitely needs to be done on a more comprehensive investigation into how Dhyana is treated in Shrauta Yajñas. So my intention today is to give a few indications or a few samples for taste. So I hope it will induce the taste and instigate further research into this topic. So as I was saying, this is the Shrauta Yajñas are a discipline. So as we well know, the stotra which is ascribed to Bhagavan Shankaracharya Maharaj, no shakyam smarta karma pratipadaganam pratyavaya kuladhyam shraute varta katham me. So Acharya says that smarta karmas, here we have Shrauta karmas, smarta karmas, and other karmas also in the sense of karma anushtanas, the rituals, the procedures and practices which are prescribed for us, both daily and in various stages of life. So the smarta karmas are typically simpler, or we can often see that they are simplified forms of what the Shrauta karmas were actually prescribed in the Vedas. So obviously the Veda or the rishis themselves knew that the accomplishment or the complete execution of the Shrauta karmas is a very difficult thing. So they tried to simplify the procedures and give them in a more accessible manner. But of course, even performing of Smarta karmas is difficult today for various reasons. So Acharya says that even Smarta karma in every step, pratipata gahanam. So, and on top of that, if that even the pratipada gahanam Smarta karma is difficult for me, then what is the possibility of my entering into Shrauta Varta Katham, into Shrauta karmas? So the difficulty is that each and every action, the Shrauta karmas is a long, in one sense, I think we can say that the Shrauta karma itself is a kind of a yoga. That each and every action of as part of the yajna has a mantra, has particular place and material with which it has to be done. So in Smarta karmas, mostly, see, we might have seen many havans. There will be fires, and there will be people sitting around that, and there will be some general procedures, starting procedures and all that. But the majority of the main part of the yajna will be avriti of the pradhana mula mantra or whatever they are taking up, and this will be done in counts of 1,000 or 3,000 or whatever as per the requirement. But in Shrauta Yajñas, avriti is almost not there. But the sheer number of individual actions, that itself is staggering. And the thing is that if you are going to take a piece of fire from the Homakunda and move it to a certain place in order to boil the milk, for moving the piece of fire, the ember, there is a mantra for taking up the instrument, the metal or wooden piece which is going to be used for moving that, and there is a mantra for moving, and in this direction you have to move. So when Shrauta Yajna, the most basic of which is basically the daily practice is what is called the Agnihotra. It is a procedure of anywhere between 45 minutes to 1 hour daily, morning and evening, and 15 days once during Amavasya and Purnima, we have what is called the Ishti. There is a Purnamasa Ishti, and actually strictly speaking, it has to be started on the day of Purnima and finished on the day of Prathama, again on Amavasya and on Prathama, the next Prathama. So total procedure, even though it is encompassing 2 days, but the actual procedure, the time required for the procedure is about 2 to 3 hours. So within these 2 to 3 hours or the 1 hour for Agnihotra, this is the most basic. And on top of that, if you go to higher yajnas, the Somaya, what is called the Somayaga, is something that needs to be done for at least 5 days or 6 days. And there are Somayagas which are extending to almost 1 month or even more than that. And even there is something called the Samvatsara Satra, which is to be performed for a whole year. But anyway, I'll come to the basic. So this 3 hours, it will be chock full of individual procedures which need to be paid attention to. So when the matter of paying attention to comes, that is where the role of Dhyana comes in. Dhyana, so when Acharya in the Taittiriya Bhashya, he gives the Vyakhyana for what is Upasana, Sajatiya Pratyaya Pravaha. So there, most often in the actual, normally when we think of Dhyana or the practice of meditation, we think of a single form of the deity or the mantra, and we keep our mind in that only. But here, as I mentioned earlier, this is an entire series of individual actions. So how can it be qualified as Dhyana? A question may come. But the way I see it is, see, we very well know that asamshayam mahabaho mano durnigraham chalam. It is not possible to easily keep the mind in one particular object. So that is why for Upasana Paddhatis, we have so many. See, if you go into other practices like Sri Vidya and so many other Upasana Paddhatis are there, you have the Pradhana Devata and the Pradhana Puja, and on top of that, you have the Avarana Devatas or Parivara Devatas and all that, and the Upacharas which are to be given to all those Devata. What is this for? Because it is not possible to immediately keep the mind in a single object. So a series where you have the word Sajatiya Pratyaya Pravaha. The word Sajatiya, Sajatiya means, I think it can be roughly translated, very roughly translated as similar, a sequence of thoughts of similar nature. A very, very superficial translation might be. But even though it is not about the same object, the entire yajna is a series of interrelated procedures which has to be performed with utmost concentration, failing which, that is why that the Visheshana is there, Pratyavaya Kuladhye. If a small procedure is lost, say for example, once in a yajna in which I participated, a mantra of the Saraswati Devata. The mantra, there are many mantras of Saraswati, and one particular mantra was to be chanted in that particular yajna. And the Ritvik who was officiating there, by mistake, because there is a phrase Vajinivati, which comes in one of the, in the mantra, it comes in two different places, in two similar mantras. So what happened was that the Ritvik, or the priest officiating, he started with one mantra and finished with Vajayabhir Vajinivati, and unfortunately the flow jumped to the other mantra, and he chanted the mantra, and the oblation, the ahuti was given, and immediately, and this happened so fast, and I was watching and I said, "Arey, what happened? Can you kindly repeat the mantra?" Oh, then he realized the mistake, and then what happened? What we had to do? We had to do the same ahuti. We had to go back and restart it and do it again, and later give prayasthita ahutis for correcting the mistake. So this very factor of penalty, if you do a single mistake in your concentration, there is some penalty to be paid. So this forces you, this trains you to be very, very careful, have the utmost concentration in what you are saying, in what you are doing. And this is a very, very important training for later on focusing your mind entirely on one single object at whatever later stage that may come in our spiritual evolution. So that is why, if you see the Apastamba Shauta Sutra, he says, Apastamba says, see, the Adhvaryu is the main Ritvik who overall controls and he conducts the yajna. So Adhvaryu says, one should know the home of the Adhvaryu. He says, Yova Adhvaryor Grihan Veda, Grihavaneva Bhavati. What is the home of Adhvaryu? Home is a place where we are comfortable. Home is a place from which we can accomplish what we seek to accomplish. That is why we have work from home and even conference from home nowadays. So, what he says is, Chaturthat karmanaha abhisamiksheta idangarishyami iti eteva dvaryor grihaha ya evam veda grihavan bhavati iti vijñāyate. So whenever Apastamba uses the word vijñāyate, it is a quotation from some Veda Shakha, and sometimes the Veda Shakha, original Veda Shakha is available today, sometimes it is not available today. What he says is, what work you are doing, what action, as I said, it is a sequence of related procedures. The particular, if you are readying the habis, the oblation to be given to the Devata, if you are readying it right now, you have to keep in mind the next 4 actions that you are about to perform. So, chaturthat karmanaha abhisamiksheta idam karishyami. See, as we well know, chess game. The people who are playing chess, they have to have so much concentration in their mind itself. They have to play out so many possibilities. If I move this piece here, then that person, the opponent will move that piece there, and this is what will happen. This is what will happen, or otherwise this may happen. So that is yet another excellent example for a practice which leads to development of concentration, again which leads to Dhyana. So this is what Apastamba says, chaturthat karmanaha abhiksamikshes. So keeping in mind whatever the very, very next actions that we need to perform, that itself is a very, very an important discipline. And this is where he almost, it is one of the very, very earliest sutras of Apastamba, earliest in the sense, in the very, very first section of his Apastamba Sharota Sutra, this is the instruction, this is the admonition he gives to whoever wants to follow the sutras. Be very, give utmost concentration on what you are about to do. So, and apart from that, okay, this is a general admonishment on being careful about the procedures, fine. But the thing is, as I said earlier, See, physically, we have to collect all kinds of material for the yajñas, and vocally, we have to utter particular mantras during particular physical actions. And on top of that, on top of the attention which is already required for doing all this correctly, in various particular actions, he specifically gives, or the Shruti itself, Apastamba is merely giving a summary of what is given already there in the Shrutis. And the Shruti specifically says, Prithivim Manasadhyayet, in one particular procedure, when the sacrificial, the water which is to be placed towards the north of the Ahavaniya, the main Agni, when that water is being brought, the Shruti admonishes to meditate upon the earth. In yet another place, Tarihi Hotar Mikshamano Vayum Manasadhyayet. One should look at the Ritvik who is chanting the mantras, and one should meditate on air. The eye is fixed on the Ritvik, on the priest who is there in front of you, but the mind is to think about the entire atmosphere which is surrounding you. So like this, in various places, the action of the mind, not only the action of the body, not only the action of the voice, the vak, but also the action of the mind is also prescribed. And in this context, I may mention yet another important and very surprising thing. See, in Samagana, in the Samaveda procedures, which is part of the Somayaga, there is something called Aniruktagana. So the mantra which is there, which I already mentioned, a mantra, and in which the mantra, the letters of the mantras are similar. Two phrases were similar between two mantras. So it led to the flow, the chanting flow, jumping from one mantra to another. In one yajna, the procedure prescribes to replace each and every syllable of the mantra with okara, but to think about the actual akshara, which is to be pronounced there. So with the mouth, he has to pronounce okara only there, but with the mind, he has the priest has to think about whatever actual akshara is there in the mantra, which is something that is very difficult to do. You see, children will be saying one game. You have to, one arm should rotate forward and the other arm should rotate backward. So if you keep trying to do, what will happen is after some time, both arms will start rotating forward only or backward only. So it is very difficult to rotate one arm forward and one arm backward. Like this, when you are pronouncing okara, an entire series of okaras in various swaras, the same okara in various swaras, but the mind should remember whatever the actual akshara is there from the mantra. And this is something, just let us think of what kind of mental discipline is required to do this. So, and on top of that, there is an Arthavada in one of the Brahmana texts. See, between Vak and the Manas, the mind, there was a competition. So, Vak says, I am the most powerful. So, I shall be responsible for taking the oblations to the Devas. Manas says, no, I am the most powerful. So, both of them went to Prajapati, Brahma, to decide between these two who is correct. So Brahma says, whatever is thought by the mind, only that is being expressed by the Vak. So you are merely Duta of the Manas. So Manas is the winner. On hearing this Vak, and unfortunately it also happens to be Saraswati, his own Dharmapatri, she got angry with him. And she says, so whatever oblations to be given to Brahma, may it be done without utterance of any mantra at all. So what happens? Prajapatim Manasadhyayet. So whenever most of the ahutis which are to be given to Brahma or Prajapati, as he is mentioned in the Yajñas, so here Prajapatim Manasadhyayan. So you have to keep meditate on the form of Prajapati. So what is the form of Prajapati? Whether he has, like they show in the movies or whatever, that he has a big beard and all that, or whether as per the Mimamsakas, the word Prajapati itself is the form of Prajapati, that is yet another topic for discussion. But the point here is that the utterance of the mantra is being replaced by the mental meditation on Prajapati. And in so many other places, as I also mentioned earlier, Samudram Manasadhyayed. that is also like Vayum Manasadhyaya. So meditating upon the elements, Prithivim, Samudram, Vayum, Manasadhyaya. So here directly you are interacting with Agni. So here mostly Agni Manasadhyaya will not be there. And later on, I will be quoting yet another sutra where we have to meditate upon Akasha. So the Panchabhutas also are involved here. And one Bhuta we are directly interacting in the Yajñas, which is Agni. And the other Bhutas, they are meditating upon. And one other procedure, in the procedure called Agnyadhana, which is the starting of the Agnihotra Agnis, what they call in translation, the kindling of the sacrificial fires, right? So there is a Brahmana which says that whatever was the most pure and pure aspect of earth, which was suitable for sacrifices, it somehow got transferred to the sky, and it is there in the form of the dark aspects of the moon. So the Brahmana says that we have to bring that here, and we have to include that here when kindling the sacrificial fire, so that the sacrificial fire becomes powerful and suitable for the sacrifice. So how is it possible to bring something from the moon? Whatever the lunar samples, they are keeping it very safely in NASA, that it is not possible for us to get for Yajñas. So the sutra says, Tan nivapadn yadadash chandramasi krishnam tadihastu iti manasadhyayati. Whatever is there. So see, on the face of it, this may seem to be something laughable or child's play. But the thing is, again, it is a mental discipline. That is how I look at it. So it is, otherwise what happens? See, we know what will happen when we are going and sitting for puja. Whether our mind is getting concentrated on this, or physically our body will be doing all that archana or whatever it is, and maybe we are by mouth we will be chanting the shlokas or verses, but our mind will be going somewhere else. And that is the nature of the mind. So the whole point of Dhyana is to bring that mind chitta vritti nirodha into ekagra sthiti first, and then take it into niruddha sthiti, right? So these are, so here very now and then, very often in the Yajñas, we have these admonitions to do things with our mind, specific things, meditate on specific things with our mind, so that we bring all those aspects and include them in the Yajña. See, if we are attaching any metaphysical importance to these Yajñas at all, it is because of the discipline involved in them, to bring particular search for and procure and bring particular physical, materials for doing the actual physical actions, and to utter the mantras, and to also bring in things via meditation. And I think I spoke too fast when I said that there is not necessity for meditation on Agni. In yet another part of the Veda, it is said, what happened was, see, Agni, sometimes when people keep bothering somebody too much, they leave and go away. So the Devas, they were, every day they are sending Agni to the Bhuloka to go and bring oblations, So he also wants some leave. So what happens? So he, without giving leave letter, sometimes he takes leave. So this kind of story is there many times in the Vedas. So what happened? One time he sometimes he goes inside water, and Matsya, it points out, Agni is here. So in so many places he tried to escape. So finally what happened was, he disappeared into the directions. So in that particular Yajna, it is said that meditate on the fire which is present in all directions, so that you bring that Yajna, so bring that fire here. Okay. And one more thing, in something called the Dvadashaha, which is a big Somayaga, as I mentioned earlier, is to be conducted for 1 month almost. There is something called the Prajapatya Manograha. As I mentioned earlier, whenever Prajapati is the Devata, procedures are to be done by the mind. So in this particular procedure, it says that you have to take the Somarasa from Akasha by your mind. So Somarasa is something that is produced by the crushing of the Somalata and mixing with water, etc., etc. But here, in this particular Somagraha, it has to be brought from the Akasha by mind, and all the mantras which are to be presented here are to be done by the mind only. So this is yet another discipline. So that is why in generally itself, not only in this particular Somayaga, the Aitareya Brahmana says, Yassi Devataye Havirgrihitam Syad. How is it possible for us to bring Devatas? Devatas are not visible to our eyes. How is it possible to ensure that the devatas are participating in our yajñas? So the Veda says, Tam dhyayed vashatkarishan, before giving the actual ahuti, the person who is responsible for chanting the mantra to give the ahuti has to meditate upon the devata and request by the mind. And by this, saksha devatat devatam prinati pratyakshat devatan yajati. By this, he directly makes the devata pleased and to directly offers to the devata the oblation. And in yet another part of the Shukla Yajurvedi Shatapatha Brahmana, it is a procedure is given of the Garuda Chayana, we might have heard, where with 1000 stones or bricks rather, an entire altar is built. So the entire Garuda Chayana, after giving the procedure, physical procedure, there is a Brahmana which says, meditate upon this procedure by your mind. So that entire Brahmana shows how it is possible to execute these entire yajñas by the mind itself. So, and Tadidam Manasrishtar Avirabhu Bhushat, in the 10th Kanda of the Shatapatha Brahmana, this is there. So, because time is short, I will conclude with giving a short story from the Mahabharata about the Shrauta Yajña and how it was entirely performed by the mind alone. Okay, so this is from the Shalya Parva, and it is about the Saraswati Nadi Tirthayatra undertaken by Balarama. Because as we well know, he refused to participate in the Mahabharata Yuddha and he went on Tirthayatra in general, we know. But the Mahabharata specifically says that he went on a Tirthayatra along the Saraswati river. And on the banks of the Saraswati river, there is a place called Udapada. So the Mahabharata gives the story, what is the speciality of that place? What happened was, there was one Rishi who was traveling after completing some yajna. He completed a yajna for some other, he was acting as a priest for some other person, and he completed that yajna and he was going back home. And he was thinking that, I am acting as officiating as priest for so many others. I myself have not performed yajna, so I want to perform so many yajna. Like thinking like this, he was going home. At that time, what happened was suddenly in the path, suddenly a wolf came. So he got afraid, and by running helter and skelter away from the wolf, somehow he fell into a big well, which was there near the Saraswati river. But as we well know, the Saraswati river, it started drying up, and by this point in time, as the telling of the Mahabharata, the Saraswati was not flowing above the ground and in that particular geographical region. So he fell into that well. And then he thought, I was thinking of so many great things. I was thinking that I wanted to do Somayaga after going home, but I have fallen into this well. This is a huge well. Who is going to, this is a very remote area. Who is going to listen to me even if I shout? And he thought, okay, he saw that there was a small creeper there. So it was not the Somalata. The Mahabharata doesn't say that it was the Somalata. He saw a small creeper there. And then he said, okay, I will meditate upon the Somayaga. So what he did was he dug a small source of water in the sand at the bottom of the well, and from that he got some water, and by his mind he meditated. He Agnin Sankalpayamasa. So he meditated that he had the fires there, and Richo Yajumshi Samani Manasa Chintayan Munihi. Whatever the Rigveda mantras, Yajurveda mantras, Samaveda mantras which needed to be uttered during the Somayaga, the entire procedure is there in his mind. He was such a scholar, and whatever item, the material he was not able to procure, all those materials he meditated upon. He meditated that this is placed here, that is placed there as per the Shastras, and he meditated that he was thinking of this particular creeper as the Somalata, and he crushes that creeper with the help of the water, and he, by his meditation itself, he did the Soma Abhishava. He crushed the Soma juice for the Devatas. And this news from this Bhuloka, it reached the Devaloka, and the Devas were afraid. We well know, whenever somebody starts doing some Ukra Tapas, they get afraid as if somebody wants to usurp their position only. And they all went to Brihaspati. Brihaspati says, no, don't worry. This person by the name Trita, he is doing a yajna there. Let us go there. So, Sutva Chaiva Bravid Devan Sarvan Deva Purohitaha Tritasya Vartate Yajnaha Tatra Gachamahe Suraha. Te tatra gatva vibudhaha tam kupam yatra satritaha dadrishustam mahatmanam dikshitam yajna karmasu. So they saw that he was performed this entire procedure by his mind only, and then they came in front of him inside the well, and they asked him, Pritatmano dadus tasmai varan yan manasechati, whatever varas boons that he prayed for, they granted them. He prayed to them to, of course, obviously to save him from that well. And then whoever partakes of the water of that well, he should attain the fruit of Somayaga. And what happened was, immediately, Tatra Chorbibati Rajan Utpapata Saraswati, from the bottom of that well, the flow of Saraswati suddenly came up with such great force, and it pushed him up and outside of the well. So this story from the Mahabharata, which is related to a Somayagya, which was performed entirely by the mind. So it shows the power of the mind. It shows the power of the concentration, which is which itself is enough to execute an entire yajna, even without the physical procurement of all the materials which are required. So the way I look at Shrauta Yajñas, my concluding lines would be that the way I look at Shrauta Yajñas is, as I mentioned at the very beginning, they are a physical, vocal, as well as a mental discipline, and they are a great training for Dhyana. They are a great training for making your chitta, manas, into ekagra sthiti, so that after that, whatever greater what shall I say, meditation or spiritual practices that we would like to enter into, we will be all the more qualified to enter into all those dhyana practices. So I'm sorry if I have taken more time than was allocated, so I would like to conclude this. I hope this was useful. Jai Jai Shankara, Hara Hara Shankara.
Nagaraji, you would want to?
I am speechless. I'm so excited to hear this. Only those who are engaged in academic debates about the conflict between Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda, and the Indological and historical artificial conflict that has been created between Karma Kanda and the Vedanta part, creating artificial theories that the Jnana Kanda part is all borrowed from Buddhism. They would understand the significance of this talk. They would understand the significance of this talk for this debate. For others, it might sound as though, because they are all tradition insiders, they might think that, yeah, naturally in any yajna there is dhyana, there is manas, and there is manasa dhyayet and all that. But only those who are engaged in these debates would understand what a jolt this talk is going to give to all those who have created the artificial schism between the Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda. Sri Ramana Sharma ji, we have to showcase you, particularly this talk. We have to take you around, give this jolt to all these people. And Meghji is also, he is engaged in these debates, so he also is saying that this is such a significant talk. And Meghji, not only for this debate, Megh Kalyana Sundaramji is the director of our classical library, Indica Classical Library. And I tell you, Meghji, we have got this treasure today. We are grateful to Dr. Jairamanji for bringing this treasure to our notice, this Nidhi. He is a Savyasachi. He is speaking such an idiomatic and fluent and lucid English. Very, very rare among Nityagnihotris and Vakyarthasara scholars, traditional scholars. So this treasure should not be lost. We should make use of this treasure to the extent possible. Meghji is going to approach Sri Ramana Sharma ji to give us translations of very important Shrauta works, Kalpa related works. Shilpa Sutras, Sri Ramana Sharma ji, we are thinking of reviving Vakyarthas about Shilpa Sutras also. Veda Ganita is missing in most of the Vakyartha Sadas. In Benaras, when we conducted Vakyartha Sadas with a very great number of scholars, Sri Dattaraj Deshpande ji tried for scholars who would be able to participate in a Veda Ganita related Vakyartha. We were not able to get sufficient number of scholars. I think you should take lead in this area, and particularly Sri Ramana Sharma ji, we have to create the next generation. So if you are taking students, Indic Academy will fund the entire program. We have a scheme of grant in Indic Academy for Griha Gurukulas. And one of our members has got a vast space in Chennai where you can locate your Gurukula also. It is in a very eco-friendly area. For that reason, it might not have very good water supply from the city and all that, but it will have natural water.
I will stay in contact via Sri Mahadevanji. Sorry, Sri Jayaraman Mahadevanji.
Yes, yes. So there is so much that we can do with your help, Sri Ramana Sharma ji. Today, it's such a great discovery for us that you are here. And we'll greatly appreciate if you publish these arguments that you brought in today in the form of, to begin with, in the form of some articles, and gradually it can be graduated to a big book about this argument. That will be really very useful in scholarly circles. In your own circles, it may not be surprising. For traditional scholars, they might say, yeah, I know it. But in our circles, where Marichas and Subahus are actually shooting everything into our Yajña, we are fighting them. So you have to provide these astras for us.
Sure.
Okay, for our fight. Okay, thank you.
Very nice. Nice to meet you people also. We'll stay in touch.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Namaste.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj, and thank you very much, Sri Ramana Sharma ji. I knew that you will deliver this. Your Savyasachitva was very well known, but still I have to state this. Ascharyavat pashyati kaschidenam, ascharyavat vadati tathaiva chanyaha, ascharyavat chainam anyashrunoti, shutva penam kinchit veda.
Okay, I was wondering about the last part. You corrected it.
Yes. Thank you very much. It was the inputs were immense, and this is a chapter of history of yoga which is not touched at all. These pages of history of yoga has not been touched at all. So I would really, from the textual research perspective of yoga, I will certainly take your inputs and guidance and
definitely
in this direction. And one small request, Sri Ramana Sharma ji, there is a question in the question answer box. If you could just respond it in typing. We will continue with our sessions.
Yeah, sure. That I can do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Anugrihitasma. So we will continue with our subsequent sessions. I know we are some half an hour behind the schedule, but still these are very important, critical aspects of yoga, which is and Dhyana, which is seldom discussed. So hence this is the platform for all those discussions. I apologize to the subsequent speakers, but I know that in the interest of the subject, they will understand. Now, without much delay, invite Abhijit Sadale ji to present his paper on meditative practices in sacred landscapes of Himalaya, symbolism, association, and transformation. Abhijit ji.
Namaste. Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Can you put it in the slideshow mode?
Yes. Yes. Namaste.
It's not yet in the slideshow mode.
Is it now?
You have to just say from the beginning, the first one.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, is it there? Yes. Thank you.
No, it is not yet come up. Please do it on your desktop and select it from screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. Can you see this?
It is still in the app mode only.
What
do I
do?
No, sir. Is visible.
Sir, you please stop the screen sharing.
Yes.
And again, you please start. When you start, sir, when you click on the green button, you have to take the first option. One pop-up window will open.
Yes.
You please take screen, the first one, screen.
Okay.
Now after that you can do, sir.
Yes. Okay. Look at that. You are sharing the screen.
Now please. Yes. Okay. That one only, sir. Current slide are from the beginning.
Correct? Yeah. You're getting it? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
No, sir. Not. It's still in this mode only. I think you are selecting the particular PowerPoint window.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm doing actually.
No, so, you have to take the first option, screen.
Okay.
Now you
screen.
please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Namaste. Namah Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnaneka Murte Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurte Namaha. With the salutations to the Guru, I present a slightly different but a very important topic. I am focusing on meditative practices and the legacy of it in terms of meditative spaces created in a sacred landscape of Himalayas. The symbolism associated with also the association of it and the transformation that is being brought about in these spaces. As we all know, meditative practices is the essence of our dharmic way of life. Not only that, it has shaped our cultural perception of how we see our surroundings or how we see the geography around us and transform them over the years into sacred realms, which were again conducive for its development. So it was a kind of a symbiotic relationship. And as you find, these sacred realms, which are frequented by yogis, sannyasis, and different seekers of different nature, they can be documented or they can be seen throughout the years in terms of certain paintings or over a certain period of a time. These sacred realms over the period evolved into a larger geography with the interrelationship of nature and culture, what is called as the sacred landscapes. Now, that is a concept which is identified worldwide as a cultural landscape by UNESCO as an important cultural heritage category in a human history. The origin of that you can find in variety of our treatises. There has been a references to Dhyana traditions. There has been the references to rishis, the kind of the natural surroundings which they are bounded with, and it can be observed in variety of treatises. They not only depict the association of Dhyana with our natural elements, but also shape our perception or understanding of this geography. As you can see, over the period, what has happened is that these Dhyana traditions have significantly evolved into a very complex system, which I describe as a cultural landscape. In our context, it is a sacred landscape. which involved, it was not sideline, it was a part of multitude of things, and it became interface of multitude of components such as natural resources, biodiversity induced human activity in terms of the trade, belief systems, enhancement of trade activities along these spiritual spaces, and community at a large in terms of their cultural mindscape towards the divinity, towards the sadhana, or towards the sannyasis. As we all know that when we speak about a divine abode, or when we speak of meditation, or this, Himalaya is one place which was very much associated with saints, seers, and seekers. It was an attraction back then also, and now also it draws a lot of attraction. And we need to understand here that Himalaya is also a highly religious place. Here we need to understand a differentiation between a meditative practices or meditative spaces from the religious association. And if you look at it, the origins of this, you will find that this has been reflected in terms of sacred geography, has been reflected in a variety of treatises. If you look at Himalaya, especially the part Uttarakhand, you'll find it being reflected in Manas Khanda and Kedar Khanda. There are a lot of passages describing about this. And then you will find another valuable resource, which is generally overlooked, is meditative practices and outlook towards a meditative outlook towards divinity and the surrounding. For a variety of philosophical concepts, which you find reflection in the folklore also. Siddhashram. Now, this is one of the most apex. This has also been considered synonymous with the Buddhist Shambhala, though there is a debate about it. It is a mystical hermitage or ashram where Siddhas do live. And it is a place which exists on an altogether different plane, and where enlightened yogi can only visit with his astral bodies. You find references to this in our many of the treatises. Now, if you look at it, you'll realize that this evolution of Himalayan sacred landscape as an important meditative space or important meditative venue for meditative practices has been for quite a long period of a time. It has flourished, right? You can see, you can go back to different tribes, unnamed tribes also. Then you have Pashupat Lokuleshwara Pantha. Then you have Natha Sampradaya, Naga Sadhus, Kashmir Saivism, Vaishnava sects. All have frequented and enriched this tradition also and the spaces also. Now, not only the sects, but you will find a lot of trade routes also happen to be connecting along these spaces. So unlike Buddhism, this has not directly derived benefits from the trade routes, but there has been synonymous development with reference to royal patronage, trade routes in these areas. And this has been very beautifully summed up and described by Huan Sang in the 7th century. See, when he visited India, he traveled through all these places also. And he was a religious purpose for that he had visited. So he had described very beautifully the sacred geography in terms of variety of groups, sects who mingled without distinction, where arhats, rishis came for meditation in caves. Now, if you look at the caves part of it, you'll find that the use of cave has been from very times immemorial. There are certain caves which have been consistently used by a particular cultural group or particular subsect. And there are some caves which have been taken over by different groups over that and adapted culturally. And you will find caves also which have evolved, meditative spaces in form of caves which have evolved for contemporary gurus of maybe in last 2-3 centuries. And they still hold a lot of energy, lot of inspiration for young people. And there is still a search for the guru and their caves for the experience. So you find this legacy is a continuing legacy, though sometimes adapted or modified. There is a continuation to that actually. Now here we need to understand, when we speak about Himalaya, we have to understand the difference between religious experience and meditation practices. Now, both are synonymous or overlap each other. There is a slight difference to that. In religious, there is it is an mass being experienced, and that experience happens through pre-ordered religious rituals and where emotional responses are culturally adapted in a particular way. Whereas a meditation practice is a largely individual. And there is a process of self-realization, anubhuti. But like kshetra, there is no limitation of space and time. But like kshetras also, there are certain spaces which facilitate yogi or dhyani or seeker to attain a particular state of mind very easily, much easier rather than the others. Now, why does this happen? How do we really look at and experience meditative spaces? Now, meditative spaces are actually to the real sacred landscape, which are a geo-ecological reality. Now, for that, you have to perceive the manifested spiritual reality. So there is another dimension, which is a revelatory in a nature. There is something to be discovered, perceived, and to be revealed to each person. Now, this is a very interesting process, and this is worth looking at it actually. There is again, like most Indian fields of thought, there is a metaphor of a body and ascension. There's a metaphor to ascension of one state of mind or one state of purity also within. And it is very closely associated to the mountain and mountain peaks. That is one of the reasons. There is a connotation of sikha. It is a cultural, architectural, and geographical symbolism, I would call it. A Brahmin is initiated into Gayatri Dhyanam or made capable of doing that only after going through a process of initiation, which involves Sutra as well as a Shikha. Similarly, a temple is initiated into worship with consecration of Kalasha Sthapana on top of it, a Sikha, that is Sikhara. Similarly, Sikhara of a mountain is also a very important symbol. It is something which each dhyani has to ascend to, not physically. So this is a lot of metaphor of our philosophy with reference to energy centers, with reference to chakras, with reference to especially when it comes to mountain and the cave. It's a dual axis, I would say. One is the topmost point, one is the lowermost point. Now it has a different connotations. Though it's a lowermost point, it has altogether different connotations. So cave is an inversion of mountain in many ways, and it signifies a process of going deeper within actually. So you will find that caves and mountain peaks have been very much popular, or very popular is the wrong word, very much conducive for meditative practices. Now, if you look at this process of self-realization, anubhuti, or self-discovery, I would not get caught up in a terminology, but there is a process of culturing of mind and culturing of individual involved, wherein a person is able to identify and arrive at a sacred landscape. I would sum up it in the two categories. One is a collective stimuli and second is an individual stimuli. Now, how does a collective stimuli works? It works through a variety of, definite features. Like some of them are in a formative nature, some of them are enhancing nature, some of them are able to contemporary experience popularize, and it creates traditions, customs, ritual, which draft our mindscape to respond to a particular sacred geography in a particular way. Now, this is again a dhyan or meditation is a individual esoteric kind of a process. So there is a sensorial, emotional, and intellectual responses to that also, stimuli to that also. So there is a physiography which is to be perceived, received, and there is accumulated knowledge which allows you to process it in your mind. Now, all of this help us in achieving a particular state of mind more easily by responding to the sacred geography around us. Now, if you look at the meditative spaces in Himalaya, there either could be an element in the veneration, could be a single cave, or maybe Vyas Gufa or some other cave like that, or it could be a holistic landscape which comprises of like Kailash, inner Kora, outer Kora, then you have Manas Sarovar, Rakshastal, and string of religious spaces of root all around that. So it's a combination of that. And even if when I looked at it, I could also look at it in this manner in terms of use and association. Now, these caves also can be categorized in order to understand which of these elements, spaces have been associated with the yogic dhyan meditative practices by seeker, which of them are in a continued use, and which have undergone a transformation or adoption by a different group, and which have been associated with accomplished guru, saint, religious figure. And there are places of manifestation of divine in Himalayas. those are also very active meditative spaces. And then there are places associated with meditative practices in the contemporary period, new spaces. This process is continuing on. New spaces are being opened up by contemporary gurus. So if you look at the entire landscape of Himalaya, you will find that physiographical features vary from rocky outcrop, caves, mountain slopes, tree groves, patches of forest, river confluences, lakes, mountain peaks and range. But out of them, each one of them has a different purpose in terms of meditative spaces. Cave is the one where they've taken refuge to. Now, why we are doing this? The purpose is that in relatively, you will find a Buddhist cave have been well patronized because of certain philosophical difference. I would speak about it later. And much of this Hindu meditation practices and the caves and areas associated have been vastly undocumented and thereby unprotected also. So when we seek of conservation of these spaces, for the posterity, for the new generations to come, we have to look at it in a holistic manner because they are a part of a much larger geography. So if you look at a sacred geography, you will realize it has multitude of purpose. It is of strategic importance. It has a cultural niche, which is a home to certain ethnic community. Then there is a touristic potential being open. And other two factors which are very close to meditative, this is a religious association, because many times religious associative places overlap with meditative roots or roots taken by the sannyasis. And then you have ecological aspects, which are very much part of this meditative spaces. So we have to understand both dichotomy of identity also and overlap of forms also here for its conservation. Now, in order to understand what are the changes taking place here, because change has been very pivotal here. A natural landscape has been claimed as a sacred landscape by a cultural adaptation. There has human beings have put some use to it and adapted culturally and started using it. That is why it is a sacred landscape. Whereas owing to its minimum change, it has still can retain its meditative aspect of this places. So this is a change and transformation or adaptation is in a dynamic equilibrium. We have to maintain this equilibrium if we have to still retain meditative aspect of our sacred landscape, which is one of the greatest heritage of Bharat, I would say. So for that, we have to think in terms of whether we should be allowing a certain changes in physical form in terms of additions. We should think of use capacity of those places. We have to seriously think about institutional and non-institutional involvement. We have to look at the non-Dhyana stakeholders being a part of that entire landscape. So overall, when I looked at this region, I have, in a very generic process, I have looked upon it because it's a vast region, few lakh square kilometers. So there are primary 4 impacting entities. One is a government agency, second is a private entities, general tourists, local inhabitants, and they have their needs of development infrastructure. And there is a economic activity, tourism activity. These are impacting activities. And the kind of the impact these activities have on the sacred landscape and especially meditative aspects, because religious association is fairly protected by many ways, but meditative spaces are fairly undocumented, unidentified, and unprotected. So the purpose of this is to understand. I'm not saying we should stop a particular activity. All I'm saying, once we identify what kind of activity is having what kind of an impact, we have to think of the ways in which we can mitigate or try to work around by still having that activity, but how we can work around that to mitigate the damages done to this meditative spaces. I come to my last slide. Finally, we have to remember that it's a living heritage of meditation practices in the Himalaya. It has been continued for quite a long period with different cultural groups, and it's still being continued. We are today at a crossroads. We can choose whether or not we live for next generations, the wonder, the mystical living Bharat with its meditative spaces in Himalayas, or we simply package, sell it, and exhaust it, and leave them museum full of artifacts, epics, granthas, where they can look at the memory. That is all left to us. And it is of time for us to act also. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. I think we had a hat trick of sorts. This is 3 successive presentations, 3 brilliant presentations on, and we are on a streak.
So this was again a very, when we think of Dhyana, we normally perceive it as an intangible kind of a conceptual abstract principle, but you have brought out the significance of the tangible dimensions of Dhyana, which also need to be taken care of. And even in our Shastras, there is Asadharana Karana and Sadharana Karana. We will focus more on the Asadharana Karana. What is whereas we normally don't take it for granted the Desha and Kala, which are normally the Sadharana Karanas, but the Desha, the significance of Desha has been very importantly brought out, and we are really thankful for this paper, sir. Nagarajji, your observations?
I would like to share with Sri Sadhaleji that Indic Academy now has initiated a project called Chitrayana. We want to bring out a coffee table book with the photography-rich coverage.
Yes.
Your book will be certainly deserves to be one of those 100 books. We want to bring out 100 books under this Chitrayana project. Please keep in touch. I'll introduce you to Dr. Jai Jinaji, who stays in England and who is in charge of this project. You have to be, I request you to be one of the important contributors to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one last thing I would like to just say, thank you very much for your response. If you look at the caves and tangible heritage with reference to meditation, the Buddhist caves have been fairly documented. One of the reasons is that in the Hindu tradition, ascetic, there was a complete renunciation of the place itself. So our places have remained very simpler forms, but yet enriched in terms of spiritual things. So they also deserve a lot of attention, and I'm happy that you have well received it. Thank you very much, sir.
Did you cover, Vijayji, the cave-like structures inside temple-like structures and temples, both?
In fact, there are multitude of spaces actually, and most of it lies into the borderlines of that is higher reaches of Himalayas actually, and so documenting them is a very difficult task. But you'll see them into different stages of evolution. Some of them are distinct caves, while some of them are cave-like structures, and some of them are rocky outcrops which are built over by kind of a rough rock formations. So there are different stages of evolution and use in terms of this tangible heritage actually.
And Tamil Nadu and other places have constructed cave-like units inside these places.
Yes.
And there are the Panchamatha locations in Srisailam,
yes,
which is significant for Veerashaivas.
Yes.
And all the Panchamathas are cave-like structures, and then at the top matha, which is called the Sarangadhara Matha, it has got its own cave-like units, and we have many such similar places. I think all these need systematic work like that of yours.
Yes.
And if you know any other people also working in this area, please introduce them to us.
Yes.
Let us take this work forward in a big way.
In fact, I'm working on a sacred landscape of Sapta Konkan, that is coastal Goa actually, right from Goa till this, because there are a lot of such things which you have mentioned, rightly said. I'll definitely be in touch with you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's stop sharing.
Yes. Yeah. And now we move to the penultimate paper of this session, Role of Dhyana in Indian Sculpture and Poetry by Srimati Lakshmi Subramaniam. Lakshmi ji?
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Namaskarams to everyone at Indic Academy, all the scholars and all the viewers present. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Is there some sound in your background there?
Yes, it is there.
Or from your
now it's on.
Yeah.
Yes. My gratitude to Dr. Jayaraman sir, Dr. Nagaraj Paturi sir and Hari Kiran sir for giving an upcoming scholar like me to present my study. My humble pranams to my guru, my mother, Mrs. Rajeshwari, and my grandmother, Mrs. Parvati Ammal, who has shown us the path of Atma Vidya, and also to be steadfast in the path despite the circumstances. My Odissi gurus, Guru Deepak Roy, Bharatanatyam Guru, Mrs. Vasanta, who has broadened my perspective to look beyond dance into sculpture, painting, and my mentors, Dr. Anusha, of Sanskrit professor of Ethiraj College. And also my respects and obeisance to Pujya Shri Shankaracharyas of the Kanchi Mat and the Sringeri Mat, who have molded me to who I am today and is a guiding light in my spiritual path. My presentation today is Dhyana in the context of Indian sculpture and Indian poetry. I shall begin with an invocation to Lord Ganesha. So I'm just switching on my Shruti box just for a couple of minutes. Gajananam bhutaganadisevitam kapittajambu falasarabhakshitam umasutam shokavinashakaranam namami Vigneshwara padapam gajam. So I'd like to just start off by giving a highlight as to how I started my inquiry with regard to this paper. So basically, in Indian arts, it is important to see how different arts are linked to one another, and how looking at different art forms in this paper with regard to poetry and sculpture, with the intent to help to draw out different methodologies in understanding the creative process. So that was my intention. A brief intro about myself is I started off as a Bharatanatyam dancer, and then I delved into Odissi classical dance much into my college years. My first guru, Guru Deepak Roy, who was a sculptor and a dancer from the Shantiniketan Vishwabharati University. So as I went deeper into studying Odissi choreographies specifically with regard to Mahaguru Guru Kelchan Mohapatra's compositions, I pondered at how did he actually, how his thought process, how was his choreographic process in dance, how did it evolve? So he, in his works, he has incorporated the metaphors in Indian poetry, the finis with which he has reflected upon the Pattachitra paintings, as he came from a family of Pattachitra painters, and the sculpturous poses of the temples of Odisha, thereby giving us what we have as the modern Odissi classical dance that we practice today. That's a snap of Mahaguru Kelchan Mohapatra in performing the Ashtapati Kuru Yadunandana, and this is just a Pattachitra art form. So my key questions as I began with dance was, is the process of choreography brought about just by spontaneity, or was there a more methodical approach with which they worked on for years that was probably borrowed or inspired by other art forms to give us masterpieces like we see on stage, be it an ensemble production or one-off pieces like even the Pallavi pieces that is performed as part of Odissi repertoire. As I said, Indian classical art forms are very much linked between one another. This conversation that is taken from the Vishnu Dharmottarama Purana, which is a text that covers basically visual arts, is a conversation between the king and the sage. So the conversation goes as follows, wherein the king asks the sage to teach him the methods of image making or sculpture, to which the sage responds that to that you must know the laws of painting. And the king responding, okay, then teach me the laws of painting. Then he says that you must know the laws of dancing then do so, teach me the laws of dancing. And to know dancing, he says you must know instrumental music, and to know instrumental, you must know vocal music. Vocal music in turn is connected to poetry and the laws of grammar. So this is taken from the book Hindu View of Art by Malkraj Anand. So any discussion on the interrelationship of Indian arts at the level of theoretical or practical is meaningful only if we realize that all the Indian arts are as if the myriad petals of a single flower. Each petal is clearly definable, has autonomy in shape and form, but has life and vitality only as part of a whole. This is taken from Kapila Bhattacharya's speech at IGNCA regarding the interrelationship of arts. So having said that, drawing on the similarities in the process of creation in different art forms, with regard to that, we'll be seeing Dhyana in the context of Indian poetry and sculpture, so that we may be able to see it as a template in propelling our own creativity and also in designing modern meditative techniques. Your creativity is the language of your true self. Don't resist it. Let it use you wholly. This is taken from healthroughwords.com. I just want to add a small note on modern meditative practices. Of the modern meditative practices, we have seen guided meditation. We had a session yesterday and today also. And there's something called as contemplative art practices, which use a mix of both ancient and modern techniques to propel creativity. So guided meditation, for instance, guided meditation relies on the process of scripting, focus on breath control and visualization to achieve desired outcomes of better sleep, relief from post-traumatic stress disorder, and improved creativity. Contemplative art practices. Now, in this slide of mine, I've just given an example of what exactly is contemplative art practices involve. So, when you basically are at a museum and you look at a painting, you just don't walk by it, but rather you ask questions as to what did you first notice about the painting? What else did you notice as you keep looking at it? What colors are used? What thoughts went in through your mind while looking at the image? Or what feelings or memories did it actually bring about? So that's an example of contemplative art practices. So to be an artist or just to enjoy an art form, you don't need to be really a genius or a connoisseur. You just need to be mindfully present to the movement, be it a movement that you're performing while dancing or just feeling the note on the piano foot. Getting immersed is what is key in contemplative art practices. Now coming to the main topic, that is Dhyana in the context of poetry. So basically looking at the Valmiki Ramayana, which is the very first work of poetry that we have, how did sage Valmiki give us this masterpiece? Did he compose it spontaneously? What was the process that was involved in giving us this work of art is what we'll be exploring. So I have divided Dhyana in the context of poetry as 3 divisions. One is intention of the artist. In this case, it is Valmiki. Am I audible? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So one is intention of the poet, that is your Rishi Valmiki, the darshana that he obtains, darshana that he obtains, and contemplation on that darshana that leads to the creation of the work that lends us the masterpiece. So first is the intention of the poet. So Saint Narada visits the hermitage of Valmiki, and the following account is taken from the chapter 1 of Balakanda, Valmiki Ramayana. It goes as follows: Tapasvadhyaya niratam tapasvi vagvidamvaram Naradam paripapracha Valmikir muni pungavam. So Valmiki inquires Narada, the preeminent among sages, engaged in the practice of religious austerities and eloquent in the Vedas. Now, what does he inquire him? Kunvasvim sampratam loke gunavan kascha viryavan dharmajnasya kritajnascha सत्यवाक्यो दृढव्रतः चारित्रेण च को युक्तः सर्वभूतेषु को हितः विद्वान् कः समर्थश्च कश्चैकप्रियदर्शनः आत्मवान् को जितक्रोधो द्युतिमान् को न सूयकः कस्य बिभ्यति देवाश्च जातरोषस्य संयुगे. So he asked, tell me about a human being endowed with such qualities, endowed with Divya Gunangal like prowess, righteousness, gratitude, truthfulness, firmness, good conduct and compassionate, so on and so forth. Tell me about such a person. With this he says, Etat icchamyaham shrotum param kautuhalam hime maharshi tvam samartosi Jnatumevam vidambaram. He says, O Maharshi, I intend, etat icchamyaham shrotum, I intend to hear about such a man whom you are able to place. Indeed, great is my curiosity. So, the Valmiki Ramayana, the first part is the intention of the poet, with which we have the first part, following which Saint Narada gives us an account of the story of Rama as Samksheva Ramayana, which is chapter 1 of Balakanda. So, upon sage Valmiki's inquiry whether there is a perfect human being living on earth, sage Narada narrates the story of Lord Rama, who is Vishnu's incarnate, and urges Valmiki to write the story of Rama's life. So, Valmiki's inspiration doesn't stop once he hears the story of Rama from Saint Narada. It's not that he hears the story and just goes on to composing his work of poetry. No. It is his darshana. So basically in this case, I just want to add one note. There is something called as raga darshana that is there in music. Now if you ask any of the esteemed musicians, have you had a particular raga darshana of this particular raga? Yeah, very well, the Ragamala paintings give a pictorial representation to ragas. But if you ask anybody, did you see the Raga Devata? Did you see the Ragini Devi as you were, probably meditatively singing or while you are doing Sangeeta Upasana? It's not a very straightforward question that one can answer. But there is a novel that was written by Indra Soundarajan called the Rudraveena, wherein there is the protagonist of the story is basically a musician having the Rudraveena, and he goes about from different village to village, and he comes across situations and circumstances which propel him to play a particular raga so as to solve a particular problem. So this can be Draught, where he plays Amritavarshini, or Rag Megh in Hindustani, or in order to bring unity about in a village, unity in a married couple, situations like these. So the darshana or there are circumstances or difficult circumstances which propel an artist to find a solution for that particular situation, which brings about a beautiful work of art. So in that line, in this case, the darshana of the male crownjaw bird being shot down by the hunter overwhelms Valmiki with grief, and he expresses the reflection of the sorrow of the female companion by bursting out in sloka in metrical form. And that Viravatapam is what brings out the birth of the very first sloka of the Ramayana. Manishadam pratishtatvam Āgamas samaha yat kraunchamitunadekam avadikama mohitam. So is that all? And we have the Ramayana? No, that is not all that happens. We have Lord Brahma appears at the hermitage, and this occurs in Sarga 2, and directs him to compose the great poem in the same meter describing the story of Rama as related by Narada. And he grants him, through the power of clairvoyance, to view the events that had happened during the period of Rama, and also the events that are to come forward that we have as the Uttara Ramayana, Uttarakanda, the Uttara Ramayana. Rahasyam cha prakasham cha yadvrittam tasya dhimatah Ramasya sah saumitri rakshasanam cha sarvashah Vaidehyāschaiva yadvrittam prakasham yadivarah Tatchapya viditam sarvam viditam te bhavishyati. So the incidents pertaining to Rama, together with Lakshmana, Sita, Bharata and the Rakshasas, their deeds, thoughts unknown or known to everybody, and even not known to you, will be revealed to you by my grace. And meditation then in the context of artistic contemplation. So here what I'd like to say is, the poet is but an instrument who by the grace of the divine, after polishing his faculties, is granted the poetic eye or perception, contemplating on the darshana, goes on to compose his work of art. Shrutva vastu samakram tad dharmatma dharma samhitam vyaktam anveshate bhuyo yadvrittam tasya dhimataha. Hearing the entire story of Rama from Narada, the righteous Valmiki sought to know clearly about the history of Rama endowed with wisdom. Upasprishyodakam samyak munistitva kritanjalihi prachinagreshu dharbeshu dharmena veshate gatim. Having performed Achamana, Valmiki, seated on the kushagras with folded palms, searched for the course of past events in the history of Rama by the power of his penance. Rama Lakshmana Sita Virajñā Dasharatena cha Sabharyena Sarashtrena Yat Praptam Tatra Tatvatah Hasitam Bhashitam Cheva Gatirya Yaccha Cheshtitam Tatsarvam Dharma Viryena Yata Vatsam Prapashyati. So by the power of his penance, the holy sage Valmiki visualized clearly Rama, Lakshmana, Sita, Dasharatha, his wife's kingdom, all that they had observed, experienced, endeavored during the course of events. He also visualized clearly their laughter and conversation exactly as in real life. Tatav pashyati dharmatma tatsarvam yogamastitaha pura yat tatra nivrittam pana vamalakam yata. With the power of yoga, the righteous Valmiki saw clearly, like an amla fruit in the palm of the hand, the entire course of events that happened in the past relating to Rama. So with this, I end my section of poetry. I'll go on to Dhyana in the context of sculpture.
Lakshmiji, can you summarize?
Yeah. Yes, I can summarize, sir. So basically, in the context is like how, for instance, in talking to a layman, if you're going to ask, like let's say for instance Kalidasa, did he actually see the Kumara Sambhavam happening right before his eyes? How did he actually get to the finer details in the Ramayana? So, or how did this particular poem come into reality? I mean, it's not something. So what I'm trying to say here is that any poetic work of art doesn't just occur by a spontaneous flow. Yes, it does at times, but there is some kind of abhyasam, a quest for a certain question that the Kavi or the Rishi goes towards. And in that quest, he gets answers, he gets the darshana, he gets situations that evoke rasa in him, and contemplating on the darshana, he is able to give us beautiful masterpieces. This is how the creative process in the context of poetry does take place. That's my and in order for you to be a medium to get so, you need to polish your vasanas, you need to follow some niyamas to be granted that darshana, to be worthy of that darshana. That is my conclusion. I have a small presentation with regard to sculpture. Shall I go through that? Or yes, I have another 5 minutes. Okay.
It was sent 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So what I would like to say is, I'll just go to the my last slides in the case of. So what I'm trying to say is, Dhyana in the context of sculpture also follows a similar process. There are steps in the creation of form, that is an intention of the artist, and there is also a deliberate invocation of dreams that the artist must do. And this process is different from our ordinary recalling of images. That is the thing. So I just go to my final conclusion. So hence, to make ourselves a worthy medium, we need to polish our vasanas, break our sheets that limit us, and thereby increasing our perseverance to contemplation in our prospect to give the world beautiful works of art. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Lakshmiji, for bringing that beautiful connection between dance and poetry and Dhyana.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We move to the final presentation last, but certainly not the least. We have the presentation of origins of Dhyana and a survey of its occurrences in the Upanishads, an analysis in 2021 by Sri Megha Kalyan Sundaramji, who is the Director of Special Projects in Indic Academy. Meghji, over to you.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, perfect.
Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavat Padam Shankaram Lokashankaram Purana Nyaya Mimamsa Dharma Shastranga Mishritaha Vedaha Sthanani Vidyana Dharmasya cha Chaturdasha Ayurvedo Dhanurvedo Gandharvaschaiva Tetrayaha Arthashastram Chaturtham tu Vidya Ashtadashaivata Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste. At the outset, I'd like to thank Indica, specifically Harikiran Vadlamani ji, Dr. Paturi, Dr. Mahadevan, Vade Srinivas ji, Koti ji, and whoever else contributed to making this conference Hindu meditation tradition and techniques possible. To attempt ensuring commensurate academic caution, I'll be reading from a script at a higher than planned speed, given the time, and I hence request the careful indulgence of the listeners. The title of my paper, as Dr. Mahadevan just announced, is Origins of Dhyana and a Survey of its Occurrence in the Upanishads, an Analysis in 2021. The abstract reads thus: can it be concluded with complete certainty that Dhyana originated in the Shramana traditions? This is the central question that animates this paper. To look for an answer to this question, if you Googled using the phrase origins of Dhyana, and if Google showed you exactly what it showed me, then the first search result you would also see is the Wikipedia page titled, interestingly, Dhyana in Hinduism, but with the following sentence highlighted, quote, the various concepts of Dhyana and its practice originated in the Shramanic movement of ancient India, which started before the 6th century BCE, and the practice has been influential within the diverse traditions of Hinduism, unquote. As can be seen from the sentence above, there is a conclusive declaration that various concepts of Dhyana and its practice originated in the Shramanic movement of ancient India. In this paper, the veracity of the reasoning cited to substantiate the above claim, footnotes 3 and 4, which are highlighted on your screen, are studied along with the attested evidence for Dhyana from the knowledge system Ashtadasha Vidya that contains and begins with the Veda. Additionally, and to facilitate future research, pointers to the string Dhyana, as found in 196 Upanishads, are foregrounded. Now, the structure of my presentation is on the top of this slide. I will start with a prelude about why the study of chronology should not be, in my view, wholly ignored. I'll follow that up with a very brief overview of my work till date and spend a few minutes on some pertinent examples from my previous work. And thereafter, I'll present the analysis proper of this paper in 2 parts, followed by my conclusions. A request, if anyone plans to post screenshots of this presentation in social media or elsewhere, a request that the same be done with the source link to the presentation, which I'll be updating to my academia profile. Now, to reduce the study of the past only to chronology would clearly be reductionist, and such reductionism would do no justice to genres such as Itihāsa, which are a storehouse for, as scholars have reasoned, far more meaning, for example, Indic notions of ethics, values, governance, etc. Therefore, when some scholars warn about reducing the study of the past, at least the Indic past, to only chronology, that is a warning I find utterly meaningful. While every study of the past need not be focused on only chronology or reduced to only chronology, and while everyone studying the past need not focus again on chronology, it can't be too sound a case, in my view, that chronology can be or is to be completely ignored. Vamshavalis did exist, for instance, in our own traditions, and one doesn't have to look further than Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 461 for a very detailed listings of Vamshas, which is a pre-Buddhist text. Ignoring chronology altogether in current times, however, can lead to inventions of new cause and effects, new ethic comparative histories with anachronistic distortions, appropriations with reattributions, digestion, and more. With this case for not fully ignoring chronology understood, here's a single slide overview of almost all my papers till date. Reading the individual titles is unnecessary, but all these papers can be accessed at my academia page, which is on the right side bottom. Allow me to briefly mention here that I was part of a citizen mechanisms-based academic institutional engagement, first in 2017 and in 2020, which was followed by changes, 7 changes, to the ancient Indian narrative on our country's website called the National Portal of India. Moving now to a pertinent example from my previous work, here's an example of a reattribution facilitated by change to chronology, all on the origins of the genre of Dharmashastras. I don't know how many of us know that there is now quite literally a new history of Dharmashastra. A new history of Dharmashastra being part of the title of this volume on the left, published by Oxford in 2018 and edited by Patrick Oliver and Donald Davis Jr. This book builds on various works of Oliver in preceding years, including the book, The Dharma Reader, published in 2016. What you see on the screen right now is an abstract of a paper I wrote last year titled The Earliest Textual Attestation of Dharmashastra and More, an analysis of chronology in a Dharma Reader. This paper has been read by some scholars, including Mahamahopadhyay, Kurada Subramaniam Ji, Padma Shri recipient Dr. Subhash Kak, amongst others, and some of their views expressed are on the screen right now. Moving on to another example, which is pertinent, an example of a previous attempt by Dr. Bronkhorst to revise downwards the chronology of Yaskar's Nirukta to after 300 BCE. Again, while I'll not go into the nitty-gritty of this issue here, for those who are interested, they've been detailed in a paper I had written last year, and it's accessible for academia profile. This paper too has been read by some leading scholars, including Mahamahopadhyay, Kurada Subramaniam, and his view expressed on Bharatiya Vidvat Pradishad is on the right. Last example from Bronkhorst's scholarship again, this one pertaining to the early history of karma, the idea of karma, presented earlier this year in Indica's conference on Western Buddhism. Coming now to the analysis proper of this paper written for this conference. Part 1, Bronkhorst's The Two Traditions of Meditation in Ancient India. When seen along with the index of his book, it should become clear that page 53 in the last page of the subsection Meditation as a part of asceticism in early Hindu scriptures, and which follows the subsection Early Jaina Meditation, with both these subsections belong to what Bronkhorst has titled Part 2, the Mainstream. Now, let me draw attention to 3 sentences in particular from page 53. Excerpt 1. It is clear that all, quote, it is clear that all the important features of Jaina meditation are found in the early Hindu scriptures, unquote. Excerpt 2. There can be no doubt that the early Jaina in Hindu scriptures described forms of meditation which belong to the same tradition. Therefore, we shall speak of a mainstream meditation. From excerpt 2 above, it should be clear that Bronkhorst has posited a category called mainstream meditation, to which he thinks early Jaina and early Hindu scriptures belong. From the excerpt 1 above, it becomes evident that he has posited that important features of Jaina meditations are found in early Hindu scriptures. At least one question presents itself. What are those early Hindu scriptures he has referred to? Here's what I came across in a subsection, meditation as part of the asceticism in early Hindu scriptures. One way to group the information is the following, which you see on the right side. Of the 21 pieces of evidence he quotes, 8 are from the Mahabharata, including from the Gita. 9 from Upanishads, 1 from Yoga Sutra, 1 from Vishnu Smriti, 1 from Yajñas Smriti, and 1 from Apastambiya Dharma Sutra. It would not at all be unreasonable, in my assessment, to reason that the above listing does not do justice to the entire category of early Hindu scriptures in the context of meditation as part of early asceticism in early Hindu scriptures. Of the many omissions one can foreground, I will summon only a few, and I'll begin with what should be obvious to anyone who has read the call for papers note of this conference, the Rigveda Samhita and the Aitariya Brahmana. There were 5 pieces of evidence which were provided. I am not going into all of them over here. Just one sec. Yeah, I'm not going into all of them over here. It's there in the call for paper document itself. Now, in his 2015 paper, Early System of Nakshatras, Calendar, and Antiquity of Vedic and Harappan Traditions, Bagh has concluded the following about the antiquity of the Rigvedic tradition, and particularly Rigveda Samhita. Note that this is published in INSA, Indian National Science Academy's premier journal, Indian History of Journal of Science. Rigveda Samhita, he pegs it to at least circa 6500 BCE. It would not be out of place here to invoke the following excerpt from the Springer published 2020 book by Amitabha Ghosh, titled Descriptive Archaeoastronomy and Ancient Indian Chronology. Quote, so ancient texts mentioning Dhruva and again its running away must refer to Thuban, and the era dates back to early 3rd millennium BC, establishing the high antiquity of the Vedic texts and the corresponding period of their composition. This rules out any possibility of the Vedic text to be younger than 4,500 years old, written in 2020. So he's talking about roughly 2,500 BCE at least. When talking about meditation broadly, especially when one is talking like how Bronkhorst has made a case for mainstream meditation, unless Bronkhorst, or for that matter anyone else, can demonstrate a reference from Shramana traditions that is older than the ones considered above, that is from Rigveda Samhita and Aitariya Brahmana, or explain why the references seen above cannot be considered to be related to meditation, I posit that it would be premature to conclude that meditation originated in Shramana traditions and before the Veda. To not even consider the references when discussing early Hindu scriptures is an omission that, in my view, betrays the norms expected from rigorous and tending towards comprehensive scholarly surveying of related literature when talking about meditation in early Hindu scriptures as a whole. While the discussion and the analysis thus far has been more broadly about meditation, let me now get to Dhyana in specific and foreground more related excerpts from Bronkhorst, 1993. Quote, probably the earliest surviving detailed description of the road leading to liberation in the Jaina scriptures is Ayaranga. All this gives us a clear and intelligible picture of the way to liberation in early Jainism. Activity being the source of all unhappiness, the attempt is made to put a stop to activity. This is done in a most radical way. The monk abstains from food and prepares for death in a position which is as motionless as possible. The passage translated above does not say a word about meditation, jhana, or dhyana. For such information, we turn to a slightly younger text, the Uttara Dhyana. Here we meet the term pure meditation, Sukha Dhyana or Shukla Dhyana. Excerpt 4, the most interesting result in the above observations is that, and pay attention here, probably in the 3rd century BC, a Buddhist gave a description of a non-Buddhist, probably Jaina, method of cultivating the mind called meditation, jhana, dhyana, unquote. From the excerpt 4 above, it becomes clear that according to Bronkhorst, dhyana was already a prevalent non-Buddhist method about which a Buddhist had given a description in the 3rd century BC. What is not at all clear, though, to me at least, is why should that non-Buddhist method be probably Jaina? The text does not make it clear that it was Jaina, which is the reason why Bronkhorst had to prefix a probably in the first place. Why can't other possibilities exist? For instance, non-Shramanic, let's say a Vedic tradition. Recall here that Bronkhorst himself has implied that the earliest explicit attestation of Dhyana in Jain texts is in the Uttara Dhyana, which, as per Bronkhorst, is younger than Ayaranga. Sagarmal Jain has written that the Ayaranga or Acharanga is considered the oldest of all works of the early period, and that according to the scholars, the first of the Acharanga belongs to circa 5th to 4th century BCE. If Sagarmal Jain and Bronkhorst are both correct, then the earliest attestation of the word Dhyana in Jain literature is certainly not before 5th to 4th century BCE. Now, Dhyana, though, is attested in the Chandogya Upanishad, and two amongst the verses where Dhyana is found attested in the Chandogya Upanishad are included on the slide on the right side. I'm not going to read the full attestation. About the chronological epoch of Chandogya Upanishad, Fritz Stahl has written that it may be assigned to 7th or 6th century BCE. Even Patrick Olivelle, whose attempts to revise downwards the early chronology of the genres Dharmashastras and Puranas have recently come under scrutiny, even he has written that Chandogya Upanishad is in all likelihood pre-Buddhist. To mention Olivelle here is not to endorse his chronological positions in toto. At the same time, it cannot be anyone's case, at least not an empirically sound one in my view, that Olivelle has any incentive to deliberately accord a higher antiquity to the Chandogya Upanishad, especially when his attempts to revise downwards the early chronology of the Dharmashastras, amongst others, is quite evident. Now, to sum up my reasoning, unless anyone has shown, which I have not found thus far, or anyone can demonstrate beyond any doubt whatsoever, that the earliest attestation of Dhyana in the Jain text Uttara Dhyana is older than the attestation of Dhyana in the Chandogya Upanishad, I can't see how it can be claimed, at least on the basis of verifiable textual attestations, that Dhyana originated for sure in Shramana traditions, specifically Jaina or Buddhist traditions, and not in the Vedic Upanishads, for instance, particularly given the fact that Bronkhorst himself has alluded to the prevalence of Dhyana of a non-Buddhist tradition being present in a Buddhist description, which he himself has pegged to the 3rd century BCE. It is almost unsurprising that Bronkhorst, in the subsection Meditation as part of asceticism in early Hindu scriptures, bothers to invoke 9 other Upanishads, but does not foreground the occurrences of Dhyana in Chandogya Upanishad. Now, to part 2. Pages 14 and 15 in Sagarmal Jain's essay, 2015 essay. Now consider the following 2 excerpts from pages 14 and 15. Excerpt 5, pre-canonical age before 6th century BC, canonical age 5th century BC to 5th century AD. Excerpt 6, quote, the earliest sculptural traces regarding yoga and meditation are found in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. In the excavation of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, there were seals found depicting yogis either seated or standing in meditation postures. This proves that in that period, meditative and yogic practices had been prevalent. The culture of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa may be called the earliest phase of Shramanic culture of India. It is clear that while the Vedic tradition was engaged in yajna or sacrifices, the Shramanic tradition was taking interest in yogic and meditative practices. Despite the Upanishad trend of that period to try to make a synthesis between the Shramanic and the Vedic, it was primarily dominated by the Shramanic traditions. Unquote. Excerpt 7, traditionally, it is believed that the Jaina yoga and meditative practices originated from Rishabhadeva, but as far as historical evidences are concerned, the earliest mention of yogic practices and meditation was found in the early Jaina canonical works, such as Acharanga. Reading excerpts 5 and 7 together, it becomes clear that according to Sagarmal Jain, as far as the historical attestations are concerned, the earliest mention of yogic practices and meditations was found in the early Jain canonical works such as Acharanga, and the canonical age is dated by them from 5th century BC onwards. While he mentions in page 14 the Uttara Dhyana Sutra and in it the Shukla Dhyana, he has himself in another work, Jaina literature from earliest time to circa 10th century AD, has written that Acharanga is considered to be oldest of all the works of the early period, and that according to the scholars, the first part of Acharanga belongs to circa 5th to 4th century BC. It therefore follows that there's nothing in his corpus of evidence that shows an attestation of Dhyana from Jaina literature that is surely older than the attestation of Dhyana in Chandogya Upanishad. In excerpt 6 above, Jain writes, quote, in the excavations of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, there were seals found depicting yogis either seated or standing in meditation postures. This proves that in that period, meditative and yogic practices had been prevalent. Unquote. I agree with him when he says that the seals prove that in the period of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, meditative and yogic practices were prevalent. I disagree, though, with the next 3 lines in excerpt 6. Quote, the culture of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa may be called the earliest phase of the Shramanic culture of India. It is clear that while the Vedic tradition was engaged in yajna or sacrifices, the Shramanic tradition was taking interest in yogic and meditative practices. Despite the Upanishad trend of that period to try to make a synthesis between the Shramanic and Vedic, it was primarily dominated by Shramanic traditions, unquote. How does Jain conclude that the culture of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa may be called the earliest phase of Shramanic alone, Shramanic culture of India? If by limiting the culture of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa to being earliest phase of the Shramanic culture of India, Jain is looking to de-link Vedic culture and the culture of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, then he is overlooking a lot of material evidence and archaeoastronomical evidence, amongst others, that allow for the possibility of considering an overlap between the Vedic and Harappan cultures. For instance, has he considered all the voluminous evidence that Bhagwan Singh has furnished in his book, The Vedic Harappans, first published in 1995? Simply because the Vedic traditions were engaged in yajna or sacrifices, and we had a beautiful presentation earlier today on that, how can that alone be sufficient to posit that A, Vedic traditions were not undertaking yogic and meditative practices, and B, that only Shramana traditions were taking interest in yogic and meditative practices? He provides no evidence for the so-called domination of meditative and yogic practices when he writes, despite the Upanishad trend of the period to try to make a synthesis between the Shramanic and the Vedic, it was primarily dominated by Shramanic traditions. In sum, the claims in favor of Shramanic traditions in comparison to Vedic traditions vis-a-vis yogic and meditative practices, particularly Dhyana, before 5th century BCE are not, I reason, substantiated using convincing, verifiable historical evidence, even as claims of actual historical evidence, including but not limited to material evidence of overlap between Vedic and the Harappan, has not been engaged with, including, again, but not limited to Bhagwan Singh Ji's work. Now to the conclusion. Based on all the analysis presented in pages 3 to 13 of this paper, I conclude that the contents of the pages cited from Johannes Bronkhorst's 1993 book and Sagarmal Jain's 2015 essay in support of the statement, quote, the various concepts of Dhyana and its practices originated in the Shramanic movement of ancient India, unquote, do not allow for a firm and conclusive answer in favor of the Shramanic traditions for the question raised in the abstract, namely, quote, can it be concluded with complete certainty that Dhyana originated from the Shramana traditions? If Bronkhorst and Jain are correct about the epoch of the Uttara Dhyana, and if Bronkhorst is correct about Dhyana featuring in a 3rd century BC Buddhist description as a non-Buddhist practice, then unless anyone has already established or can establish that the attestation of Dhyana in the Chandogya Upanishad has to be dated to a period after the Uttara Dhyana, I reason that it would be premature and in contradiction to attested textual evidence from the Vedic corpus to conclude that the concepts of Dhyana and its practice originated in the Shramanic movement of ancient India. Finally, in the appendix of this paper is table 1. It was possible, courtesy the gargantuan 3-volume Upanishadic Padanukrama Koshaha, published in 2015 by Jnana Prakash Shastri Vijay and Vijay Kumar Tyagi. You see it on behind me in yellow, published by Parimal Publications. Out of the 196 Upanishads that they have listed, which is the longest list that I have seen so far, as per their listing, at least 77 attest the string Dhyana. It is not claimed, I'm not claiming that all the attestations tabulated in table 1 correspond to a usage in the sense of meditation. This tabulation is prepared, though, in the hope that it may facilitate future research in this direction. These are the tables. I don't want to run you through that. And finally, this is what I had mentioned at the beginning of the chart, my slides, of the changes on the National Portal of India subsequent to our academic engagement. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Megh-ji. So, one observation is that though the word Dhyana itself might not be in the Rigveda Samhita, did you consider Rigveda Samhita for related expressions like Dhimahi, which was initially mentioned by Nagaraj-ji earlier?
Oh, indeed. I cited, in fact, from the call for papers itself, right? I cited all the interesting. So I put that under the category of broadly meditation, but specific to Dhyana. So the argument is at two levels. One is at the broader meditation category level and the more specific Dhyana category level. And in both these categories, I see that there is sufficient evidence, pre-Buddhist evidence from the Vedic corpus.
Thank you very much, Megh-ji. That is, if Abhijit Sadale-ji spoke about the Desha dimension of Dhyana, you took care of the Kala dimension. So Desha Kala, for any activity, we Desha Kalo Sankirtya. That's how we start any Sankalpa. So it's very appropriate that the conclusion towards the end, we have taken care of both Desha and Kala in connection with the concept of Dhyana. And the arguments, when I listen to all the arguments, the one maxim in Sanskrita came to my mind. We say, Sthuna Nikhanana Nyayaha. Sthuna Nikhanana Nyayaha is to plant a post in the ground. What we do is we shake it this side and that side and ensure that it goes firmer, it is driven deeper in the ground so that the post will not shake. So with all these means very thorough kind of analysis of these Jaina and other traditional other traditions references, it was a Sthuna Nikhanana Nyaya Yatna, and then the origins of Dhyana were given very deeper, firmly in on the Vedic Hindu side. Thank you very much for that presentation. Nagaraj-ji, your observations?
Yeah, same thing. It is actually whenever Sri Megh-ji does anything, he does with such a well fortified way with the substantiation and evidences. And this is one of the same kind. He has done it very well to substantiate the evidences of Dhyana in all such literature. And for your question with regard to Rigveda, Dr. Jayaraman, the whole Sri Megh-ji and others, they may take a little more time to come to this point of Rigvedic concordances that are already published. Rigvedic concordances are available. Bloomfield's concordances are there. And from Nirukta, also we can go to the entire list of words that Yaska Maharshi covers. From there, we can go to roots like Dhyana or the availability of related words and all these. And then one very important thing that needs to be done is that this category of Upanishads that we repeatedly go back, we should remember that they are all technically part of Brahmana Aranyaka section of the Shruti. So Upanishads are not any separate entity.
Absolutely, indeed. Yeah.
So these Brahmana Aranyaka sections, when they deal with, there are huge portions of Brahmana Aranyakas which deal with the categories, deal with these words, technical terms. And it is from there that Jaimini or Yaska, all these people are getting their connections. They are taking foundation from there. So we are somehow getting diverted by the existing, even Indian Indological literature, which does not give significance to, I would use the word, people closer in time to Veda mantras. Okay, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Yaska, or all these people, compared to us, the historians, are closer to the corpus that we are dealing with. Okay, so they must be given greater importance, not just Rigveda mantra itself, as though we are Aska, we are not Aska. We are not Brahmana rishis, we are not Aranyaka rishis. So as though we are directly dealing with the rishis, actually these people are so dare enough to use such words also. They say, I understood the rishi better than you did. So Indologists use such words. I'm going to rishi, they say. Mantra rishi.
I'd just like to add one point, very interesting observations, Nagaraji. I was conscious, I think I was conscious about two things, also to answer to you, Jairanji. One is, what is the low-hanging fruit, right? For people who should be able to, if we are dealing with Dhyana, we should be able to show where Dhyana occurred first. That, in my view, is low-hanging fruit, needs to be done. Second level is to say, what does Dhyana encompass, what all is behind Dhyana, and what are its components, and then trace each of those histories. Now, that is the next step, as I understand, which needs to be done. The other thing which I wanted to take care of is not to take what I would call the easy way out of saying Mahabharata was in a particular year, because there's a particular view on the textual aspect of Mahabharata right now from a chronology. We have to engage, in my view, with the mainstream as well. So the idea of this was to situate in the chronology that is considered mainstream and yet point out how the Vedic tradition provides sufficient evidence for the claims, to not exclusive claims, maybe the Shramana traditions also have, but the Vedic traditions should not be left out. There is this reductionism which is involved when it comes to the Vedic tradition, saying it's only rituals, etc., etc. And so therefore, and this new streak of saying meditative is dominant in Shramana, we don't want to take anything away from the Shramana traditions, but we don't want to give up an inch when it comes to the Vedic traditions.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine with what you are doing. But in the argumentation method, historically also, I think we should take it up strongly to tell these people that the people closer in time to the Mantra Rishi have a greater priority in understanding, in giving significance to the right understanding than we, the American Indologists or the Indian Indologists living in 2021. Okay.
Absolutely. I wish Sri Ramana Sharmaji's, Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharmaji's thing was available. That would have been a Brahmastra to cite in my paper.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Megji. And I would like to draw your notice, Megji, to the question and answer box, where we have important observations by Dr. S. The eminent Dr. S. Kalyan Ramanji of the Saraswati Civilization Foundation Research. So I would thank you, Dr. Kalyan Ramanji, for those comments. I would now request Megji to kindly respond to Kalyan Ramanji by typing out the answers, because we have to proceed further with the validatory session.
Sure. I'll get onto a call with Kalyan Ramanji if needed. Don't worry.
Please. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Megji. Yeah. Nagaraji, shall we move to the validatory session?
Yes, Dr. Jayaraman.
Yes. We are really blessed to have Swami Mahamedhanandaji with us for this validatory session. At the outset, the sincere the pranams, Ashtanga pranams, and apologies to Swamiji, because this was scheduled at 4 p.m. and then we are here at 4:45 because of these deliberations and discussions which are very critical to the topic of Dhyana. So our sincere thanks and also apologies for the delay, Swamiji.
No issue at all.
And words of introductions about Swami Mahamedananji. Swami Mahamedananji is a sannyasi of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, a monastic order centered around Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and established by Swami Vivekananda in 1897. Swamiji has been involved in value education activities for the last 2 decades. Initially, he served in Belur Math, the headquarters of the order, and then for over 9 years, he served in Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandira, a fully residential UG to PG college for men in Howrah, West Bengal, as hostel superintendent and then joint controller of examinations. From August 2016, he is serving as the editor of the Vedanta Kesari, a cultural and spiritual monthly English magazine published from Sri Ramakrishna Math, Chennai, since I think 1914, more than a century old, prestigious heritage kind of magazine journal, spiritual cultural journal. He's also the mentor of students of the Vivekananda Circle of IIT Madras, whom he addresses every Sunday. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for accepting
Thank you for inviting
our
me.
request and for being here to bless us with your valedictory address. Thank you, Swamiji.
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
Yes, yes.
Is it on full screen mode now?
Yes, Swamiji.
Thank you. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om. My pranams to all the eminent scholars, and my thanks at the very outset to Dr. Nagaraj Paturi and Dr. Jayaraman for inviting me to this webinar. It has been a feast of 2 days, but truthfully I could attend only today, and the whole day I didn't know how it passed. One after another, there is a succession of ideas and lot of thought to reflect on. I'll be presenting a brief idea of what I see from my tradition as meditation, and just as a conclusion to probably where we should go, a pointer towards that. I begin with a quotation of Swami Vivekananda about who is man. Because when we are talking about meditation or this technique or that tradition, we should never forget that it is all about the man with whom we are talking. Everything else makes sense only when you keep this central figure in the focus. It is about the man. It is about me that everything is being discussed. Swamiji writes, man is a compound of animality, humanity, and divinity. This is well known to us. Now, Pashutva, we function from the Pashutva level when our daily life is dominated by our subconscious mind. And this is in the form of instincts. Instincts which draws to experience the body and the senses and the sense objects. And in simple terms, we classify it as interest in food, sleep, and sex. A person may be very intelligent, very erudite, and still for all that be a Pashu. Because his dominant instinct is to fulfill these needs, the animal needs. We function from the Manushatva level when we awaken to higher thoughts. Sri Ramakrishna says, Jar man hosh hoyeche shei manush. He whose mind has awakened to higher thoughts, only he can be called a human being. Now, what these higher thoughts, again, that can be a big discussion on that. Higher thoughts is about the fundamental questions. What is life? Who am I? They finally end there. But the academic and other interests we have in other apara vidya, that also is higher thoughts on it. Now, this is a life where we are guided by our conscious mind. In the Pashutva level, the dominant part is the subconscious mind.
And in the Manushyattva level, it is the conscious mind. And the conscious mind functioning through Viveka and Vairagya. It is only when a person is exercising his Viveka and Vairagya can he claim to be a human being, or else he is just a well-dressed, intelligent animal. Daivatva. Finally, we function from the Daivatva level when our thoughts and actions reflect our inner true nature, our divinity, which manifests as love, peace, understanding, and acceptance. This level of the mind is called the superconscious mind, where the mind perceives life, the truths of life, intuitively. At the lower end, it is instinct. At the higher end, it is intuition. This intuition, it awakens when the mind becomes pure. Though we say it is a subconscious mind, conscious mind, superconscious mind, we know it is just one mind. Everything is the mind. It is only the question of how pure it is, how the color of the gunas, whether it is tamoguna, rajoguna, or sattva-guna, that makes the difference in the inner divinity manifesting itself. So rising from this animal to the human level and from the human to the divine level is what we call spirituality or spiritual progress. It is not memorizing some shlokas or some verses as some people do, or believing in some traditions and practicing them. It is how have you evolved. And helping people to evolve so and function as divine beings was the ideal of Swami Vivekananda. In one of the first few letters that he wrote to Sister Nivedita, who was then still known as Margaret Noble, Swami Vivekananda writes, "My ideal indeed can be put into a few words, and that is to preach unto mankind their divinity and how to make it manifest in every movement of life. It is not just kala, it is action. In every movement of life, can I manifest the inner divinity? That is the true test of success in meditation." And Swamiji says, this is the ideal I have in my life. Remind people of the divinity, and he gives, and Sri Ramakrishna also gives so many parables for that. The lion and the lion cub, like that, multiple parables to help us. It is there in all traditions. Discover your inner divinity. It is not something you attain. You are that already. It is only you have forgotten, you have to uncover it. Now, meditation is the means to achieve this evolution. Meditation helps us to attain a direct, immediate experience of our fundamental Swarupa as Satchit Ananda. There are different opinions about this according to the tradition we belong to, but this is the generally accepted Vedantic tradition, our Advaitic tradition. And we are fortunate that our Sanatana Dharma gives us such a big choice, multiple techniques to go within. Now, to talk about consciousness, one of our very erudite Swami Tapasyananji, he explains it like this. Consciousness is like a line with two ends, A and B. A stands for the subject side, which is aware of the other side, that is B. Now, this B side continuously transforms itself into various modes and images under the stimulation from the external world and also the awakening of memories within. There is a continuous transformation happening in that end of consciousness, the side B. This is influenced by the world outside and the world within. And the A side of consciousness is a witness to that. In our ordinary state of living, this subjective side of consciousness, the A side of the line, is very weak. And because it is weak, it becomes totally identified with B, the object, the form-taking end of consciousness. And we thus remain totally identified with the body, mind, ego complex, and therefore enjoy or suffer the experiences that it begets. Now, meditation, whatever be the technique, is the process of stopping this image-forming tendency of B, the side B of consciousness. And how is it done? It is done by shutting off the stimulations of external objects and also the internal memory impressions and imaginations, and then turning that mind within, Avruta Chakshu, turning it within to look at its source, A. This is what, in general, whatever be the technique, the attempt is this, to turn within, to stop that multiple forms, tendency of creating multiple forms, to stop that and turn it inside. That is the whole point. Now, the biggest challenge in turning inward is overcoming all the subjective impressions or samskaras accumulated over many lifetimes. We may go into a lonely spot and say, no, outside world is not disturbing me. But then the inner world is the biggest disturbance. Now, this inner obstacle is overcome only with a dharmic life. Meaningful meditation is possible only when our life is established in dharma. And this practice of dharma is multifarious because it is interpreted differently by different traditions. But they anyhow include the yamas and niyamas, viveka, vairagya, shatsampatti, mumukshutva, bhakti, whatever be the tradition, whatever be the practices they prescribe, it is for establishing us in the practice of dharma. And this practice of dharma is the foundation on which any meditation practice technique will be fruitful. You cannot remove this meditation technique outside the dharma and say this is just a technique, anyone can practice, whatever may be your lifestyle and whatever may be your desires and whatever may be your actions, you can progress with this technique. That doesn't work. Now, without this struggle to practice and live these values, any talk of meditation will be only academic interest, discussions, or it will be a fruitless effort. And more dangerous, without being rooted in dharma, if someone starts talking about techniques, meditation techniques, it will result in the commodification of meditation, where techniques are presented as lifestyle package and they are taught for a hefty fee. We are seeing that happening in India. And they become very big personalities with some new techniques, new names discovered by them and sold for a hefty price, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And every stage you have to pay more, shell out more. Now, the true meditative state is described as that where we have an unbroken awareness of the divinity within, of our inner Daivatva. And in that awareness, in the light of that awareness, we see the same divinity in the multifarious world outside. This is, what is the proof of meditation, the success of meditation? Because people hallucinate a lot, even when we are conscious. And when we meditate, it happens even more. We had a devotee in one of our centers who came and claimed that she was having Jyoti Darshan when she came for morning meditation. The Pujari heard her out and he had no such opinion of her. So he asked, how is your Jyoti Darshan? Please explain it to me. And when does it happen? She said, when I sit and after some time, I have this kind of a light. Then he explained to her, that is the time I switch on the bulb in front of you. And that is the light you are seeing inside. So there can be all kinds of hallucinating things like that in meditations especially. So there is definite proof for your progress in meditation. The proof of meditation is how much better, kinder, efficient and enlightened human being you have turned out to be. It is not how many hours you sat. Once Swami Brahmananji, he was the first president of the Ramakrishna order and brother disciple of Swami Vivekananda. He wanted to test the depth of the sadhu's morning meditation. So he ordered each sadhu to peel a potato and bring it to him. Because sadhus do the morning vegetable cleaning and then cutting, sadhus themselves do that in Belumat. Brahmananji checked those potatoes and then he held up one and declared that the peeler of that potato had had a deep meditation that day. And this person was Swami Shuddhananda. He was a disciple of Swami Vivekananda. And later he became another president of the order. Brahmananji noticed that Shuddhananda had removed the skin of the potato so neatly that no flesh was wasted. We simply say yoga karmasu kaushalam. That kaushalam, how does it come? And it has to be shown, not in talking. Now again, the progress in meditation is not to be seen, as I said, in subjective experiences, but also in how we connect and respond to the world around us. You meditate for 1 hour morning, 1 hour evening, And the slightest provocation brings out the Durvasa in you. And you meditate regularly, but you don't talk with your brother, your parents, or your wife, or your husband for last 2 months because you still hold that anger. You have a grudge. And yet you say, no, I am progressing in spirituality. How can that be? As the meditator gradually uncovers his own true nature, he will see the same divinity in all people around him, in all the living beings around him. Therefore, Swami Vivekananda wrote to the Maharaja of Mysore from America in 1895, "My noble prince, they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive." When you see the same divinity in people around you, that inner worship manifests outside as Shivagnane Jiva Seva. That is the phrase Swami Vivekananda coined. So getting out into the world and doing service is very much a part of sadhana. Serving the world, in fact, acts as a touchstone. It reveals the Adishad Vargas that lurk in the inmost depths of our heart. How much ever we may talk, it is only when you come out and serve fellow human beings, you will know where you stand. Sitting in a cave, everyone is a Paramahamsa. Only then we will know how effective our meditation has been. And this does not depend on the efficacy of the technique. It depends on the practitioner. Again, on the eve of leaving for the West the second time in June 1899, Swami Vivekananda called all the young sadhus of Belumat and he addressed them. And part of what he said is this: you must try, he told them, you must try to combine in your life immense idealism with immense practicality. This is where I think Sanatana Dharma failed. Immense idealism with immense practicality. We lost the practicality part. You must be prepared to go deep into meditation now. And the next moment, you must be ready to go and cultivate these fields. You must be prepared to explain the difficult intricacies of the Shastras now. And the next moment, to go and sell the produce of the fields in the market. This is the integrated personality that Swamiji wanted. So meditation is not withdrawing from the world, as it sometimes is understood. It is a deeper and more divine kind of interaction and connection with the world. Now, this excellent two-day webinar, it should motivate us to explore how we can revive these traditions among the general public. So many traditions, so many scholars have presented the depth and the wealth of knowledge in it. Should it remain in webinars and in books? How can we bring it out? How to introduce these meditation traditions and techniques to our students, our teachers, our administrators, our professionals, whether it is a city driver, bus driver, or auto driver, or an IT person. How do we tell them? How do we teach it to the housewives, the farmers? If we don't think on this line, and if we don't make an attempt, these great traditions will remain only with a small number of people, and it will remain in books. And a country will never be nourished unless the majority of people are given that. It is the best nutrition that we can give our country. It's a malnutrition country anyway. This at least we can give. There is something here. And this is something we are lacking also. Because we don't give, others are giving second-rate, third-rate things, techniques, and people are lapping it up. Because this is not being shared with them. This is not being taught to them. Now, how do we do that? Before that, we should keep in mind, there cannot be any one tradition or technique advocated as the best. One dress fit for all. That can never be Sanatana Dharma's voice. Swami Vivekananda says, inspiration never filters down to society through one personality. It can never filter down through one personality, however great that personality may be. And to claim that what the personality has told is for truth, for eternity, and no other interpretation can be, is cause for all dissension and the breakdown as we have experienced in our Sanatana Dharma. When we talk about a supreme being as personal, Saguna Brahman, he is not personal in the sense as we are persons. He is a presence, Sat, Chit, Ananda. It is that which knows us, which responds to us, which loves us, and which can be loved. I as an individual can only be an individual, but Saguna Brahman can manifest himself, or you want to call it herself, as any individuality, in any form of murti, in any incarnation. That is Saguna Brahman. So there should still we have, Sri Ramakrishna also makes fun of this, and he tells so many stories we have. You all are familiar with it. Rama and Shiva once were feeling bored and they decided to entertain themselves with a small fight. And when these two started fighting, all the Vanaras and the Rakshasa Ganas also jumped in because their masters were fighting. After some time, Rama and Shiva said, okay, enough, let's have some relaxing tea, maybe a cup of tea. They stopped fighting, but these two have not stopped fighting. The Vanaras and the Rakshasa Ganas. That's still continuing. Still we have this saying, no, my tradition is better. My tradition is one step higher. As long as we continue to think like that, we do a great disservice to our Sanatana Dharma. So how do we then spread these different traditions? It cannot be one tradition. We have to preserve all of them. And the formal education system does not give us a scope to teach this traditional method of meditation and dharmic life. The dharmic life, which is foundation to meditation, this will not be allowed to be taught. Even with the new national education policy, it will not allow us to teach it because there will be heavy, big resistance for that. So one approach can be that each tradition can design a process wherein its followers will learn the essentials of dharma and the process of meditation whenever they visit their temples, whenever they observe their community festivals, and whenever they conduct their community rituals. There can be some like a volunteer of dharma, a cultural volunteer. In each group, in each community, if some people are trained by the leaders of that community, those who are practicing it, and the scholars come together and say, this is the scripture, this is what it is, now here are people practicing, let us learn and teach our own community people what is our heritage. If we don't do this, and if we don't bring it down to the level of the common people, we lose everything and it will remain only in libraries. Now that effort can be done by each one of us individually. It doesn't have to be done by some foundation. Each one of us, we can do that by taking interest. And this can be supplemented by having such online satsangs for followers of each individual tradition. So the whole community can come together. It can be a radio talk, it can be a community talk. So we'll have to work out how it filters down to the common mass. And I hope and pray the Divine Mother will guide us all in this. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Ashtanga pranams again, Swamiji. That was hitam manoharicha durlabham vachaha, beneficial and lucid advices, words of advices. And as Vachaspati Mishra would say about Shankaracharya's Bhashya, Prasanna Gambhiram, Bhashyam Prasanna Gambhiram. So it was both Prasanna and also Gambhira, the thoughts, the guidance on dharma, proof of progress in meditation and service, how to meditate, integration into life, that is idealism and practicality. So all these are very important points to be pondered over by each of the speakers who had presented their thoughts, and also all the participants who are here from across the globe. We express immense gratitude and pranams for your presence and the others. Thank you very much, Swamiji. Nagarajji. Nagarajji, do you have comments, closing views? We are Nagaraj Paturiji. Shall we go ahead, move ahead?
Yes, Dr. Jairam.
Okay. So, your closing comments, Nagarajji? With that, I will offer words of vote of thanks.
Yes. I want to share my gratitude to all the paper presenters. I am so excited that the quality of papers has been throughout the 2 days has been extraordinary. Actually, Dr. Jayaraman spent a lot of time in interacting with the abstract presenters, guiding them, selecting the abstracts, and probably all his hard work paid in now in the quality, in the form of quality of these papers. And today, this particular valedictory session, we are blessed to have Swami Mahamedhanandaji. His very straightforward presentation, very much in line with the tradition of Swami Vivekananda. The tradition in Ramakrishna Mission that we see is that they connect themselves to the contemporary society very well, and make very pertinent comments relevant to the times where they live in. So Swami Mahavedanandaji also did the same in being very straightforward and at times very frank also in his observations. That is needed, Swamiji. That is what is needed today. Thank you very much for your guidance, and we hope that we will proceed in the lines that you suggested for our future work. Thank you very much. And the quality of papers, conference after conference, we are able to see that it is improving. One frank observation is that from the university academics, there is a great disappointing trend. The departments there, the faculty there, do not even take up these topics. Even if one of them is bold enough and takes up, there are not many takers. And disappointingly, many of them do not come to these conferences that are conducted by the non-university systems, non-formal university systems like Indic Academy. But I read an article in a news magazine, which is a left-oriented daily newspaper, a lamentation that more and more wonderful, rigorous scholars are coming from corporate background, technical background, into the areas of Indic orientation. And there they are actually able to overtake the university scholarship. And that, because it's a left newspaper, it laments saying that probably we did a mistake by ignoring these corporate background IT professional and technology professional people, and we did not anticipate that these people are going to flood in such a big way and counter our work in the social sciences and humanities. And I was very glad to read that news report. Actually, there is in a Telugu movie, Ghatotkacha says he is very happy to hear the wailings of the enemy side. Yeah, I am also very happy to hear the wailings of the enemy side. I want to hear more and more of that from that side. Because our greater and greater success leads to more and more of them. So these conferences, conference after conference, are contributing a lot in rigorous contribution of presentations, papers. We are going to publish these papers on our Indic Today magazine. And the proceedings of the conference are also going to be brought out in the form of a book under the able guidance of our director, Dr. Jayaramanji. The yoga textual studies activity, I am very sure, will be taken forward in a very big way, in a rigorous way, in a methodological way. Thank you very much, Dr. Jayaramanji.
Thank you very much, Nagarajji. So this is my opportunity to offer, propose a vote of thanks. Initially for Shri Harikiranji, the founder of Indic Academy, who has been who sowed the seeds of thought, Chintana Bijam, so which has sprouted and now flowered in the form of this conference. He has always been unstinting in support, guidance, and gentle in directing us in the right direction. And also Nagarajji, who was always encouraging, always giving the guidance in how to proceed, how to respond, how to receive and interact with the various scholars, how to see their kind of how to respond to the abstracts. So all these practical inputs, guidance, day to day in the course of run up to this conference. So it has been a great guidance from both Shri Nagarajji and also Shri Harikiran Vadlamaniji. And of course, thanks to the entire support team, all the behind the screens activity, the hosting and contacting and all the logistic facilities provide all the support provided by Shri Srinivasji and Koti Ramprasad ji and all support team. So I offer heartfelt gratitude and my sincere pranams and namaskaras to Swami Advayanand ji, who gave the inaugural address, and Swami Mahamedanand ji, who gave the valedictory address, and immense gratitude also to all the invited speakers, Professor Kotemane Ramachandra Bhatt, my guru, and Sri Sridharan ji, again my yoga mentor, and we had Professor Madhusudana Penna ji, Professor Sri Vidwan Sri Ramana Sharma ji, and Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. All these invited speakers added very important insights and very important dimensions to the discussions on the Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. And also thanks also to all the very erudite and knowledgeable dimensions that are brought out by the invited the paper presenters. So very systematic, meticulous work in sending the papers, in interacting with us, in sending the papers within the timeline, and also wonderful presentations that we had. Thanks also to all the paper presenters. And so these are my humble words of gratitude and dhanyavadaha. And one small announcement that you can see in the chat box is as we had a pre-conference meditation session every day in 8 o'clock before the commencement. So we have a post-conference activity also to deepen the understanding in the realm of Dhyana. So we will have from Indica Yoga, we will have a textual immersion on the Dhyana Yoga or the Atma Sanyama Yoga, which is the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Each of the verses, so I will be the course faculty, where we will take up each of the 47 verses. We will textually analyze them, splitting of the words, paraphrasing, inputs from the commentary. So the course begins, or the textual immersion begins on January 20. And every Thursday we will have that session from 6:30 to 8. So the links for the textual immersion, details about more about the textual immersion, and also registration form are given in the chat box. So I request those interested to please look into it. So with these words, I again salute all, thank all for this wonderful today conference on Hindu Dhyana traditions and techniques. Namo Namaha. We will end with a Shanti Mantra. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Thank you.